Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Meacham, Multiverse of Media. We are live across the Jeff Meacham Network, across the Constantine Studios, as they go live in St. Louis as well on YouTube. We'll check that out here momentarily. The Simple Man Studios and, of course, J. Herbert Studios. And, yes, welcome to our coverage of NWA 74. I am, of course, the recently mouse-employed Jeff Meacham, good old JM, alongside our play-by-play man, the Simple Man with spectacular voice himself, Noah Foster. Noah, we're finally here. It's NWA 74. I am unbelievably stoked about this, and I know you are as well, my friend.
Oh, definitely. I know tonight for me is definitely more about the Burke and its representation for those that want to go after, and of course the main event match that we're going to see that defines it. But also when you think about this event honoring legacy, history, and dealing with adversity and so many rivalries galore across this card, this is definitely going to be a special weekend of professional wrestling, to say the least.
It's going to be a great time. We've got 2 nights of action, of course, from St. Louis Wrestling at the Chase. You always call me the wrestling historian on this channel. There is probably no greater history with the NWA than wrestling at the Chase. And, they're back in St. Louis for the second time with the anniversary show. I'm sure they've been there before, just within the Billy Corgan era is what I'm trying to get across here. But I saw a stat, 23 matches across 2 nights scheduled. And again, they're talking about it on the air. So let's go ahead and just get right into it here. They're going to have the NWA debut of one of the more controversial figures in wrestling in recent years, EC3, as he battles Mims. That'll be EC3's NWA debut later on tonight, throughout the course of the night. Of course, we've got this 6-man tag team match clearly birthed out of the mouth of hell. And that's not the right match, so we'll go ahead and find it there. I mean, that match too,
Yeah, that's fair. It's still another match.
Of course, I don't see that match now that I said that out loud because I look like an idiot. Okay, well, the Miserably Faithful against the Ill Begotten. It's a Beelzebub's match. Oh, you know what? I didn't have the graphic for that. Nor do I have the graphic for the one they're talking about now, which is Chris Adonis versus Odinson. This one kind of birthed out of the NWA Power recently. We've seen Chris Adonis kind of just roll over everybody, and Odinson is not one to be rolled over, shall we say. But there's a lot going on in the NWA, and more than I'm used to covering. When you figure you got 23 matches over 2 nights, you're going to be busy doing play-by-play. I'm going to be busy kind of filling in the gaps when I can here. James will, of course, pop in when he is ready, but they are going to keep us busy this weekend. So talk about EC3 and Mims. I mean, EC3, of course, was the toast of the town in Impact Wrestling for a good long while, of course. Then he had that brief return to WWE on the NXT brand, and it was what it was. And then he kind of sort of got the new promotion off the ground with Adam Scherr, Braun Strowman. What the hell? I'm not going to try to kayfabe anybody. And it just kind of went nowhere. And now we've got this tag team match to start us off here. Again, this is the pre-show match, so I will go ahead and, if you want to call it, feel free. If you want to just talk about the rest of the show, we can. We've got the Country Gentlemen here coming out to face the Austin Idolmania represented Gold Rush.
Gold Rush. And no doubt these guys will definitely be thinking about the newly minted NWA USA Tag Team Championships. Of course, we got a 10-team gauntlet for that come tomorrow
night. Yes.
As, of course, Austin Idol and Idol Promotions just keeps growing, it seems, with an amount of talent that he is now basically managing, advertising, and pushing forward. A lot of new faces definitely are going to be seen across both days of the NWA, as we got this, like you said, pre-show match. And we can kind of talk about this a little bit here, but basically when it comes to the NWA pre-shows, it kind of just gives you a feel of what this is. Studio wrestling, traditional wrestling down at the forefront. So it's more so a spectacle, a showcase, just to give you a feel and an idea of what to expect later on in the night, especially because a lot of these new faces, I'm going to learn to see what they bring in the ring. But the key factor here has got to be Austin Idol. If he's not loud up on commentary, he definitely will be an influencer at ringside. So it's kind of hard to go against his boys. Gold Rush in this pre-show match, to say the least, in my opinion.
And if he's not on commentary, Velvet Sky is happy, so that's okay. Exactly. Velvet Time will be at peace for the moment if Austin Idol's not near the commentary table, so that's okay.
She's got enough things to worry about when Matt Cardona shows up later tonight. Don't say the C word.
Don't say the C word around. Yes, and we will see the former world's champion later, of course. It's his choice tonight Noah. He'll have his choice of opponent because apparently that's the deal he worked out with William Patrick Corgan. So we'll see who Cardona himself brings out to face him later on tonight. But yeah, you talk about the guys going in right now. Jordan Clearwater, of course, at least as my current knowledge is aware, he is the reigning United Wrestling Network World Champion, which is the promotion run by Dave Marquez, who of course affiliated with NWA at one point. You know, he's
Right.
done promotion all over SoCal for so many years. The brand, the United Wrestling Network, has branched out into multiple regions of the country. They were part of the NWA trip to China when Aldis was in his 1,000-day reign as champion. So he's done quite a bit himself, Jordan Clearwater, and it's cool to see him still within the NWA. He's still managed by Idolmania Sports Management, and he is in the pre-show match, which again, just because you're the world champion somewhere else doesn't mean you're going to be in the main event of NWA. NWA, you got to prove yourself, and Austin Idol being with him definitely helps that.
Definitely. It definitely adds to his star power, too, when you consider what he's doing outside the independents to get a name for himself. I remember first seeing Jordan Clearwater involved in NJPW Strong. Jordan Clearwater, for me, I feel is going to probably bring the most to this match to a degree because he's probably the most familiar to people right now who is just getting back into the NWA. And it looks like we got a super chat here, by the way. And hello to everybody across the multiverse.
I did see that. I was waiting for a proper break in because I don't want to interrupt your flow whatsoever because you're the man.
Also, Jeff, like I said, I was brought into this world of the NWA through you, discovering this world of studio wrestling. So, I'm still, learning how things got to where they are and how they showcase and work themselves into today's generation of wrestling. Because when I look at the NWA, it still gives me a different feel versus anything else I watch on a weekly basis. The closest thing I see to the NWA is Rhodes Wrestling Academy showcases, down just to in-ring mat-based tactics, traditional wrestling, more of a slower, breathable pace, and storytelling. Even commentary, for example, isn't always, speaking over the action. And that's not something you usually see a lot of.
No, and I've gotten to know Joe Galley pretty well. He was on Talk Wrestling, or the whatever we called it, the freaking Meach's whatever the interview show was called at the time. I interviewed Joe Galley. I can't so many damn names. I don't remember the damn thing. But yeah, he's and there's Jordan Clearwater doing the Rick Rude gimmick because that's what we do apparently.
Another great that also has history with the NWA. But I remember him, of course, from the WWF, if nothing else.
Well, of course, but he also had his time in WCW. He
was the right hand for that.
Yeah, because why not? That was actually Rick Rude was actually in line to challenge Flair for the NWA Championship in '93 before the big breakaway. So he would have been. He actually won the big gold at Fall Brawl '93. So technically, he would have been the NWA champion had that relationship not soured. But also, he was the champion in the Texas territory run by the Von Erichs when they broke away, and he was named as a result of that the first world-class championship wrestling, world-class wrestling association world heavyweight champion. They recognized the world championship. Not everybody did, but of course, world-class didn't recognize their own champion. So he is a world champion in a lot of record books, and because of the NWA split and he being the international WCW world champion, that is a world title reign for him. He actually won that 3 different times. He beat Sting, Flair, and Hiroshi Hase. So, you can't argue with the resume of Flair, of Rick Rude as a world champion. But getting to the super chat you mentioned, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Well, this is from our buddy Sam. He's been watching for a long time. He says, will anyone want to do live stream reaction next Sunday with Worlds Collide? We are doing a double header because we are clearly gluttons for punishment around here on the Jeff Meacham Network and the Multiverse of Media. So next Sunday, we're going live starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's noon for you West Coast folks. And we're going through both shows straight through. Noah will have oxygen tanks at the ready. We're gonna make sure he survives the weekend because he's got those shows and the Clash Saturday morning for us, Saturday afternoon for you, sir. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough weekend, and I know that there's a lot of talk about me and what I'm doing after Labor Day weekend, but I will definitely enjoy the hell out of the next 3 live premium pay-per-view attraction, whatever the hell they want to call it.
Wrestling showcases.
Wrestling showcase. I like that.
That's some of one umbrella. You got a premium live event, you got a pay-per-view, and then you have a special attraction, which I've heard is going to be from the Performance Center, which definitely gives me a whole idea of. So this is a testing ground to see who truly can be redefined in Triple H's renewed vision of NXT, whatever
Yes.
that means.
I actually am going to wear my NXT UK shirt for the first time on the air during Worlds Collide next week. So there you go.
I might bring out the old NXT belt just because of that, because I
Ooh,
know
I
both
like
belts
it.
will definitely be unified. But I'm curious, will there be brand new straps also involved too, redefining once for all the NXT brand altogether? Still a lot of unknown, but of course that's next week, as we have right now. Oh, nice knee drop.
Yes.
By Raquette in the cover. 2, no. Again, everything right now these next 2 weekends is defining all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my ATW family on Twitter. T-Plug will be doing ATW View Impromptu podcast, previewing and predicting AEW All Out and discussing this last month of professional wrestling. So stay tuned for more of that across my channel and FTW Productions, hosted, of course, by James Hebert.
Yes. And to answer some of the comments, yes, Halloween vibes. Hell, I have Halloween vibes all year. If I'm not playing Christmas music, I'm playing the Halloween movies here in the studio. So,
I'm about to say, Laura Denise, a.k.a. the Bunny, Gay Alley, she literally believes that's right now the spooky season. So it's always a Halloween vibe, especially for her around this time. So I totally get that. And congrats, by the way, on her latest. She got a movie role, apparently, in the new Puppet Master. Congratulations.
Hey, nothing wrong with Puppet Master, man. You can get in on that franchise, you're good to go. I will say this, as far as Halloween and spooky time, my new employer, we already closed down the Haunted Mansion because Jack Skellington and his party are going to start making the place over, as they do every year. So we'll be. I think they open I actually think they open the first day I go down for training. So there you go. So I'll be wandering through, I'm sure, as the Haunted Mansion starts getting even spookier coming up in September. It's gonna be crazy, but I'm gonna enjoy every bit of it till I can't anymore.
There you go. And as long as you have that joy and that passion, that's all that matters. There's a tag, by the way, to the other 2 big men.
Nice. Yes, and again, we had no idea who these guys are, so sorry to the NWA, to the true NWA fans out there. I have been so behind on trying to keep track, and I don't remember seeing these guys on either NWSA or NWA Power, so that was just what it was.
Let's in with the Uranagi.
Jeez.
Tag.
That guy just got, that was.
Well, again, also, you got to consider this. I mean, as they're still filing in, of course, to the Chase, which, of course, has hosted Empower, hosted the previous NWA, as you alluded to, and so many other events in the National Wrestling Alliance's history. Jordan Clearby with a boot up on the apron. So, I mean, again, I feel there's going to be a lot of unfamiliarity to many fans here, new and old, to professional wrestling in general, but also the NWA. So don't be so hard on yourself, Jeff. Especially no. Wrestling. Oh, nice rope for the cover, too. Got him!
Wow. There you go. Just like that, it's over.
And it was the gentleman that got the better here of the Gold Rush, much to my surprise.
I'm sure much to Austin Idol's anger in the locker room later on. I'm sure those guys are going to hear long and hard about that one, especially when Austin's got a big weekend this weekend. He could be managing the World Heavyweight Champion by the time Sunday night's over.
Possibly, but he also is, of course, pushing forward his son, Scion, which we still have a lot of unknown towards. That will also be in action, of course, later tonight.
Yeah, and he's challenging for that championship that Austin himself really helped establish in the early part of the 80s and, into the true high point of the Georgia territory. So, and here we are with May Valentine. There you go. Oh, goody, Mr. Bradley. Always a ray of sunshine, this guy.
Yeah, you don't need to be sarcastic about that, Jeff.
Well,
not medically clear to compete tonight. That's a tough break.
It doesn't matter if you like the guy, I hate the guy. It's always tough when you're not medically cleared to go, especially with a big event. I mean, he's increasing tears. Wow. I'm up behind Noah's feed, by the way, because I think I'm watching on YouTube. Are you watching on the fight feed, or are you watching on YouTube?
Oh, I'm watching on YouTube. And for those that also want to talk about it, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend across all the medias here that bring you the coverage tonight, and use the hashtag WA74. And let's bring a light to professional wrestling tonight for the National Wrestling Alliance. I love the purple jackets by Tim Storm and Joe Galley.
I just want to know why Dustin Hoffman's sitting behind Joe Galley. That guy's like Dustin Hoffman for you know what? Not Dustin Hoffman. Who am I thinking? Well, actually, he looks like Dustin Hoffman with Al Pacino's hairstyle and clothing style.
And it looks like you want to talk about clothing. You want to talk about styles. We now know our next pay-per-view will be Hot Times in New Orleans in November. The Big Easy.
All right, we have a pay-per-view already established. I like that. God, it's so funny. We keep getting offered to go down and hang out in New Orleans with our buddy Zach, and it's like, man, if I wasn't just hired, I might go. Because I wanted to go. I'll be in New Orleans Square quite frequently if things go that way. But it's a little bit different vibe.
Yeah, about to say.
Yeah. Although it's so funny. I actually just found out a friend of mine who has been a Disney dork longer than I've been alive actually for the first time ate within the restaurant that's contained in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. And she's my parents' age, put it that way. And she's been going since the park opened, and she had just now has been inside that restaurant in that ride for the first time. I was flabbergasted. I was like, wow, all the we never get a reservation. I said, well, that makes sense, I guess.
Talk about being defined by generations.
Look at this. Love it.
Oh. Rhett Titus, BSK, Homicide, Kerry Morton. A lot of stuff coming up tonight in the NWA. It looks like on the pre-show we're actually getting Rhett Titus, a former Ring of Honor television champion, might say, taking on BSK, which of course is a member of the C Club. Thankfully, right. Velvet Sky is not on commentary, as far as I know.
no, I haven't seen her, and it's funny. She was talking about being on. Maybe she'll join the team for the actual pay-per-view, because maybe she's maybe saving the awesomeness for the main show.
I feel that
speaking of, there he comes. Oh boy.
I feel that Velvet Sky brings the most to the NWA commentary booth ever since she really has put herself into this, especially when she talked about how, like, for example, in the AEW environment, you really could tell that the fans, they really demonstrate real passion. They want to be there. They want to engage, not just for themselves on social media, but in wrestling. I mean, again, Billy Corgan talked about the talent, what the NWA is about, professional wrestling the way it should be. I mean, just Velvet Sky acknowledging professional wrestling fan bases truly being what they should be. I feel it's very respectful towards how much he absolutely loves doing this and how much he still cares about this sport too.
I'm just curious where they're going, because I remember not too long ago there was a women's tag team showcase, and Chelsea Green of that family who should not be named, team with Angelina. And then Angelina made it very clear that she was expecting Velvet to give her the title shot, and Velvet gave it to Tim. So there may be a little bit of little bit issues between the beautiful people here before too long. And, I don't know if Velvet's cleared to wrestle or where they're going with it, but curious to see how it plays out. And this guy, man, I have always been impressed with Rhett Titus. I thought he should be, picked up by the new Ring of Honor regime. It doesn't appear that he has been, which is unfortunate, but we gave him here in W74, and he's apparently fist bumping the fans. So he seems to be enjoying where he is.
The professional. You want to talk about people that really keep redefining themselves. Rhett Titus, Silas Young, Jonathan Gresham. They all were the foundation of Ring of Honor. And Rhett Titus still brings it to every match. Very curious what this could actually lead to. You might literally be looking at maybe future challengers towards one of the many titles of the NWA, whether it's the national, whether it's the television.
Now Tyrus is still the World Television Champion as he goes into tomorrow, right?
Yes, he is. Bell reigns are underway, and it looks like Rhett's looking for a Code of Honor, different company, but VSK denies that. I
was going to say, from VSK, it's not probably going to be a thing.
I'm about to say, if you're with the C Club, you're probably not going to get anything honorable. It's going to be more dishonorable than anything else. The question is he's always ready.
Well, according to Matt, he's almost ready. So we'll see how he does tonight against his hand-picked opponent.
And I'm really curious how Maradona approaches that. I mean, it's one thing to have your opponent pick for you. It's another thing to pick your own opponent back, which I got Matt is going to be for an exhibition match. And with the way Cardona has been, working the business, I got to wonder how serious he's actually taking this. Like, really, how far does the agreement, the politics, the conversation go between him and Billy Corgan when it came to relinquishing the 10 pounds of gold, when he really didn't lose it in a match? He lost it due to, medical reasons.
Well, I think we're going to find out exactly how far this politics goes, Noah, when the show opens tonight, because kicking off night one officially is a national treasure. So I think we're going to hear a lot of stuff that Billy's probably not going to want us to hear.
Probably. And again, we do acknowledge the chat. We're just talking a little about, about what's ahead tonight. And just, blurring the lines and putting everything together. I mean, Jen bringing up TNA, beautiful people. I'm sure Andrew Love thought she was going to get a free pass for Velvet Sky. Maybe people think Velvet Sky will actually get back in the in-ring competition going along the tension you're talking about. I don't think that's going to happen. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I would too. But I think her head and neck are going to disqualify her, much like I'm familiar with. It happens. It does happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Darren, God, there's so much good just tonight, let alone over the course of the two nights. I'm looking
You're
forward to the main
pre-show
event
match.
for the Burke. The pre-show matches have been good so far, like you said. I'm probably looking forward most to the main event for the Burke and the battle royal to determine her challenger tomorrow, whoever that may be. Now, is Mrs. C Club in that battle royal?
Yes.
I asked because that means the entire family's on tonight only for now.
Keyword for now, like I said, I feel like this is going to be a Cardona. What
Jeez.
a monkey flip by Rhett Titus. A very Cardona influence. Sorry, Velvet guy. 2-day showcase at the Chase. Meanwhile, Rhett Titus falling up.
Well, I figure
shoulder first into the ring post.
You figure she's in that. You've got Knox against Bully Ray and Bully Specialty, a tables match. You've got this match here, and you've got Matt choosing his opponent. So whatever's going to go down tonight, it will definitely be heavy on the Cardonas.
I mean, the only thing you really don't have involved here is the latest guy to show up in, support of his friend, and that is the most professional, quote, wrestler and the current Impact Digital Media champion, Brian Myers. But to go off of Darren's comment, for me, tonight is truly about the Burke. It's about, the cover by VSK, Lateral Press kick out 1. But to go back to Darren G's question, it's the Burke for me. 1, La Huera Loca, Taya Valkyrie, becoming Miss Ultimo in this day and age, professional wrestling, how many straps he holds, is going to pose the biggest threat, I feel like, to the Brick House, Miss 1X to date. And then, of course, we think about the Burke Invitational featuring 10 women, most of which having history with Camille to a degree, title or non-title. And Kylie King, rumor has it, wants to kick this thing off tonight as the number 1 spot to go for the entire gauntlet herself. That definitely is the driving force for me tonight. There's another cover VSK and gets a 1 count. So for me, it's all about the Burke.
Now, it's funny you mentioned the gauntlet. You figure you got Kylie King starting the gauntlet out tonight. U.S. Tag Team Champions will be crowned tomorrow, sometime in the winter, Mr. Foster. This was announced this week. Greg hit the milestone goal for $300 his super chat, so he will be running the gauntlet to defend the Wrestling Trivia Challenge Championship. Yeah, he's entering number 1. That'll be coming up in the wintertime. He's being gracious, and as is the brand, and letting JB3 and I come up with the questions that we're going to need.
You might want to get Paul Mead involved in that, particularly for anything TNA and WCW, because he definitely will test the champion's merit, to say the least.
Trust and believe. If Greg is gonna, first of all, make us go through this damn question making in the first place, the big jerk. Then figure 9 matches times at least 20 questions plus skip. Yeah, we're going to be riding until the winter at this point.
Yeah, you got at least 200 plus questions to come up with.
And the thing is, a lot of the people that are in line to challenge, as far as the people that earned it through Super Chats or whatever, they're all not in the same time zone. So it's definitely going to be coordinated, to say the very least. But we're gonna do our best to pull it off.
Hey, it's going to be a heck of a project, and if there's any way that I can try and help you, I'll trust me, I will. Just let me know.
I appreciate that. It's one of those
in the questions.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those. Yes, I'm taking a step back from a lot of the live stuff, but it doesn't mean I'm going away. I know I let everybody into a frenzy yesterday, and that was my bad. But it kind of was what it was. Like I don't. Yeah. Anyway, we're NWA.
We're going off in the weeds a little bit. We can talk a little more after this match. As right now, VSK is trying to take the advantage, ascending to the top rope. Might be looking for the frog splash. The knees up.
Doesn't matter how high you get. Knees in the gut will never make a frog splash happy.
Bow to belly. The cover. Looks the leg to Red Ties with the victory.
Good. Velvet's guy's happy. Everybody's happy.
I was saying, that belly to belly out of nowhere, explosive impact was all Red Titus needed to claim the victory tonight. So far, not a good start for the C family. No,
and hey, the Belly Belly won the world championship before in the old ECW arena. So hey, the Belly Belly is effective.
Belly Belly is one of those moves that I just feel like it's just sudden impact.
Yeah, and it got so used that it became a setup or just a regular move. But you get the right guy delivering it, it'll be the end of the thing for sure. I mean, like I said, Shane Douglas was a multi-time world champion with the Belly to Belly.
Yeah, and I'm about to say, Bailey literally made it a thing. The Bailey to Belly and won countless championships with that.
God, I want that shirt. The guy behind the announcers with the gold and NWA look. I want that shirt. I mean, I love my shirt. Don't get me. I love my classic shirt, but man, that gold just pops. I dig it.
Black and gold, true black and gold.
Right, I mean, think about it. Black and gold. You've got AEW primarily black and gold, the NWA, and our NXT.
Right, but about to say our NXT, not
Yes.
my NXT that's on now.
Hey, you know what? If these guys can go next Saturday or next Sunday, I'm good. Like, yes, the presentation's been different. I was shocked to learn that it wasn't Bruce Pritchard like we thought all along, like we had been led to believe.
Right.
That was in fact Sean. I was like, hey, Sean's writing this, and yes, it's different, but I haven't been unimpressed with it. And of course, JJ, that's been the only NXT he's known, and he's been enjoying it.
Right.
So,
and again, like I said, I don't think everything is terrible about it. I just feel a lot of stuff needs to change. And something definitely needs to give. And I feel something's definitely going to give tonight in this Burke Invitational when, again, nearly everybody in this Burke Invitational that's been named, as far as we know, that should be everybody, as far as we know. But again, the NWA, anything's possible, has history with Camille. Only one person, to my knowledge, has not been in the ring with Camille in any capacity, and that is Samantha Starr.
Yes. And I don't know if I don't think it was this match or if it was the U.S. title thing tomorrow. Two new entries have been added. So, but I'm pretty sure it's for the U.S. title, tag team title gauntlet.
Yeah, because they got 10 teams in that gauntlet. And again, that's a lot of teams that are
going to
definitely be out to prove a name for themselves.
Look at this coming up.
Name for yourself. Pope, Roddy Mack, come on now. Roddy Mack being literally, well, speaking of which.
Here they comes. Red Dog himself, man. I love it. The original Red Dog.
The guy that retired, but now is back in the manager role for one Rodney Mack.
You know what? Aaron Stevens on my television is never a bad thing.
I agree.
Love me some Aaron Stevens. I'm glad he's been able to find a role that he can be entertaining because there was so much good that was involved with him when he was in the WWE and just, WWE, a victim of circumstance. Let's not lie. He had, Kurt, he had Hogan, cause the shenanigans he caused with his words, and they had to take the meta powers off of television. So, he kind of got derailed there. So.
And then, of course, we all know how much of an influence the NWA has been on Aaron Stevens, whether it was the question mark RIP Josephus challenging for the 10 pounds of gold against Nick Aldis. And then, of course, having his last match back at Always Ready, where in the end he said he was done chasing the dragon when it wasn't really rewarding him back. But instead of chasing the dragon, it looks like he might be grooming one. And somebody that's definitely not a pushover, and that's Rodney Mack.
No, definitely not. And when you're married to Jazz, you kind of have to have a little bit more than be a pushover, to say the very least.
I'm about to say this is the husband of one of the longest reigning of modern era NWA World Women's Champion. Keyword World Women, because that's the way they actually say it on the graphic, not Women's World. I just figured that's just a different take on the the scope of the championship. Either way, still globally recognized. Watch about globally recognized,
Jazz.
though.
Yeah,
Jazz. Enough said. You could talk about her all night.
Hey, hell of a karaoke here too. Tell you what, Jericho Cruise, baby.
I figured you're going to bring that up because I was like, you probably saw her on the cruise.
We briefly saw Jazz kind of go away, and Carlene came out to play. It was kind of fun.
Oh, well, there you are. Well, I don't think this match is going to be fun as we keep talking about this guy, and we wonder, how has he not claimed the 10 pounds of gold yet? The Pope.
Yeah. Well, there's a big reason for that. He's got a guy who's supposed to be his friend, can't make up his mind if he is or not, with the stranglehold back on the championship again.
I feel like if we get through this weekend the way I'm thinking, that the Pope is going to be the next challenger for the 10 pounds of gold. And yes, I know he was involved in a tournament team and try and get to, the main event of the chase and fell short, but still.
Right. And again, it's, he had the chance. His team won him and Velvet's team won the Run the Right, and I don't know if he still has his title shot in his pocket or not. So
I can't recall.
I don't remember if he cashed in or not.
I can't recall whether or not he used his. I know Kobe Carino used his, of course, with another match we could definitely has already been talked about, as you talked about, talking about Homicide, of course, defending the NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship.
Yes.
But for now, Bell Reigns, we're underway with this one with Rodney Mack and the Pope, and it's already a very vocal crowd.
As they always have been in St. Louis, brother. There's a lot of wrestling history in Missouri, especially with the NWA.
About to say, St. Louis is definitely a professional wrestling city that's on my bucket list with so many others.
Yes. And yes, Hassan, I did see your hi there during the trailers. I did actually put it up on screen along with your let's go. So yes, we see you, brother. We see you. We acknowledge you, Hassan.
We're just talking wrestling. We're just engaging in professional wrestling, but we do appreciate all of you that are watching. That being said, let's see here. There's some news that Triple H is thinking about changing the WWE title design soon, if it's true. Yeah, again, keyword if, because again, seeing is believing. Rick Rude was the only man on WWF Raw and Nitro the same night one of the shows were taped.
That's right. And when you really think about it, he was also on ECW TV that week. So Rick Rude was definitely making the rounds during the Monday Night War, without a doubt.
Well, I mean, again, you want to talk about making the rounds. I mean, several people here in the NWA can attest to that because, again, the NWA is an open door policy pretty much. Doesn't mean you're limited to just being here. But when I think about those that are truly NWA, Camille is definitely one of those that I feel has redefined this brand as its women's world champion.
We are doing well, Hassan. Thank you for asking. Like I said, fresh off a employment from Mickey the Mouse. Life is good over here in Jeff Meacham country.
And things are simple over here, right here in Toledo, Ohio, as I've literally took the rest of the week off after seeing AEW live in Cleveland.
Man, if there was a show, I'm curious when we get to open mic night, because I've had a chance to interact with you on screen since Wednesday. I'm curious for your live thoughts on what went down with Moxley and Punk, but we'll get there during open mic night.
Fair enough. I briefly talked about the Daily Slam, but more so Anthony and James gave their input and thoughts towards it. I will say this. That was not the type of impression I was expecting in that quick of a fashion.
No, but it's one of those, you got to believe it's going somewhere.
Exactly.
Going to Chicago next week, right?
So, I'm about to say, we're in Chicago. And if you want to talk about professional wrestling cities, Chicago is a place that will let you know how they feel about anybody. Inverted Tommy drop by the Pope, takes Rodney Mac down, drops the fist. Punch
looks like Hassan's in a different part of the world because he's gonna watch SmackDown next, so he must be over in a different part of the world if SmackDown's on today.
Possibly. And shout out to Shauna Reed, of course, the sister of Haley Shadows, has been recently involved in the NWA. Shauna Reed was, of course, involved in SmackDown backstage in Detroit. Oh, and I gotta say, seeing Shauna Reed versus Haley Shadows recently at an independent show go one-on-one and finally meeting Shauna Reed was a wonderful time. I wish them both the absolute best. Keep stepping.
It's something cool to see you get out to independent shows more, brother. I'll tell you what.
I need to do it more often, but again, time, money, fatigue, everything.
All be above. Yes, I know.
Whether it's in my city or beyond my city, it doesn't matter. Look at Paul right here, chucking and diving.
I had a realization when I went to the football game at SoFi Stadium, the site of WrestleMania last week, and it's like, I'm gonna need me a scooter. I'm not a scooter. I'm gonna need me I definitely need better shape. But I'm also going to need noise canceling earmuffs because, man, then those concussions was crazy.
Yeah, about to say, you are going to be in an insane environment.
Well, you figure, I'm at a preseason game. I'm not expecting the big, presentation, man. But the Chargers came on the field. There was cannons. They scored 2 touchdowns. There was cannons. It's like that's 3 times over the course of a, 3-hour football game. Man, 2 days of WrestleMania. Yeah, I'm going to be in the hospital.
Exactly. Good grief.
That's loud. A lot of loud.
How about me needing oxygen and I'm calling like 8 hours of action in a single day and then an extra 4 hours on the following day? You're going to be those literally in the live atmosphere. That's a whole different sort of sanity.
It really is. And I mean, this right here is a whole different breed. These guys are just bruising each other. This is, as we expected with both these guys. These guys don't pull any punches, nor have they ever in their careers.
No, exactly. I mean, you think about Elijah Brick. You think about the Pope. You think about his time in a team. Oh, wait, look at Aaron Stevens up on the apron.
Stevens doing Stevens things here.
Oh, it pays for it with an elbow to the head.
As he should.
What a wipeout on the floor. Oh, wait, look at this.
Wait a minute now.
The $1 Million Dream version by Ronnie Mack locked in with the Pope. Is he fading?
Cobra clutch on Sergeant.
That's it. I don't believe it.
Cobra clutch on Sergeant Slaughter's birthday.
Well, you did say Aaron Stevens doing Aaron Stevens things. Apparently, it was enough to give his latest, what do you call this, protege, pupil, hiring.
managerial client, perhaps.
That's probably the most sophisticated way to say it in the.
And Stevens, of course, has to get the last shot in there. I like I'm a little behind you, but yeah, has to get those shots in there.
I mean, come on, would you expect anything less?
No,
I mean, I'm sure May Valentine is not going to, be. Oh, wait a minute. Aaron Stevens for tag team partner JR Kratos.
Whoa.
Kratos hasn't been involved in the NWA in over a year after these two broke up. He's most recently only been involved in NWA Strong. Of course, as part of Team Filthy. I don't think this is going to be a friendly reunion here tonight at the Chase.
No.
And Aaron Stevens needs to get the hell out of... Uh-oh.
Yeah. Run away, Aaron.
Oh.
Run away. Oh,
and now he's at the mercy of JR Kratos.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be.
Former tag team partner, former tag team champion.
Champions, yeah, I was going to say.
Of course, we know those titles will be on the line by the... whoa, man!
Commonwealth Connection against La Rebellion. Going to be a good...
What a release German suplex. Yeah, rematch from Always Ready, of course. Yeah, where, of course, the Commonwealth Connection dethroned La Rebellion. And JR Kratos might be looking for it.
Definitely good to see La Rebellion. It's definitely good to see an old friend, Damien, in their corner. Of course, Bessie is his son. But yeah, I've known Damien since 2003. So it's cool to see him back on the national stage.
Well, I also say it's kind of cool to see JR Kratos back, and he is looking for a fight. JR Kratos, Rodney Mack, book it, Billy Corgan.
Hey, you know what? We got night 2 still to come. Bring Aaron's ass out of retirement. Make him fight.
Well, I mean, is he pulling a Mark Henry without the salmon jacket? Is Aaron Stevens truly retired? Like I said, are you truly retired ever from professional wrestling?
That may have been the greatest non-retirement in the history of the business. I don't care what anybody says.
I completely agree. He should have won a freaking Academy Award for that. That was entertaining.
Not counting Ric Flair, because Ric Flair bullshitted this all.
Well, yeah, but that's Ric Flair. I
know. He didn't want to retire the first time, so it was okay.
Or the second.
Well, if we're gonna go down that rabbit hole, third, fourth, fifth, lost to Hogan in '94, came back wearing drag and helping Vader lose somehow in the match that he wasn't involved. It's all good.
And well, you want to talk about people that definitely are always chasing the dragon and always going. Bully Ray.
Man, Bully Ray. I admire Bully for finding life beyond Devon and the W Boys, because he definitely looks a little weathered, a little seasoned, if you will, in the face, but I ain't gonna tell him that to his face.
Bottom line, he doesn't need a table to break you or a steel chain, but don't think he won't use either.
That's right.
Again, you think about Bully Ray when he came into the NWA. He came in on mutual respect with the fact that he influenced Camille and Kylan King during their careers. And then the following night, what happened? Mike Knox planted him through a table.
Well,
and now the very weapon that Bully Ray has used as a staple of his career, bringing it to another level in the form of tables, ladders, and chairs, is going to be used to try and sell a score later tonight.
It's one of those when you get a guy who did what Mike Knox did for no reason. It's
literally.
We've all heard stories about Bully over the years, and he's called Bully for a reason, folks. But you don't handle that shit out in front of the crowd. So Bully's gonna handle his business for him now.
I don't think the table is gonna have Mike Knox's name on it. It's just gonna be literally for him. Table for one.
That's right. Hey, VSK, the other car dorks want to get in there? Go for it. Put them all through a table.
You guys probably gonna have enough tables underneath the NWA ring.
Bully will find them if they're in the Chase. I promise you that.
Fair enough. And right now, Tim Storm literally talking about what Bully Ray has literally given to the business and what he said he promises tonight. And again,
and Tim would know, man. He's been around a long time. People don't realize how long Tim's been around. He wrestled Severn for the championship at one point. So
yeah, we want to talk about championships. NWA National Heavyweight Championship will be on the line as Jack Stain, with of course Chris Silvio Esquire in his corner.
Yeah,
will be defending it tonight against Scion, with of course Osnato in his corner.
And like I said, that championship was Austin Idol's championship to establish back in the 80s. So. It's only fitting that his son would be going out there to try to bring the title back home. And Jack's held every championship there is in the NWA. He's he was the champion just before Tim Storm and then before the Billy Corgan era started. So I'm sure Jax feels like he missed out by dropping the championship.
Well, I just wonder if Laura Billion's going to miss out on this rematch opportunity with Damian Triple CS in their corner, as the NWA World Tag Team Championships will be on the line as well. We got Hawks and Airy here.
Yeah, Hawks. So wait a minute. Hawks Airy is defending the championship? Wait a minute.
Unfortunately, the current champions were forced to relinquish them.
Oh. I wasn't aware of this development.
Brand new NWA World Tag Team Champions tonight.
Wow, that was that I'm finding that out right now as you say it. Holy shit. Definitely a flaming table is unlikely, Darren. They're not going to have the fire code in the chase would not allow.
No.
The chase would go up in flames. It's so old. You kidding me? Yeah, right.
About to say, we're talking about history here. I don't.
Okay, so yeah, they definitely shift stuff around because we were going to have Caprice and Colby 1-on-1. Now we've got a tag team match here for the. So both guys are picking their
okay,
poison. So I got you. So the winning team, whoever's team wins, gets to pick their stipulation for tomorrow. Got it. Okay, wow.
Exactly. And the
all that changed in a hurry.
The fact we're going to see Caprice Coleman wrestle.
Yes. Right?
That's crazy.
I love it. Good for Caprice, man.
I mean, literally, we just saw Caprice Coleman wrestle your boy Chris Adonis most recently on the last NWA episode celebrating NWA 74 that I rewatched today. And it was a good effort, but of course he fell to the master lock. And of course we have this brash, arrogant, generational up-and-comer in Colby Carino.
Hey, son of a...
statement at Caprice Coleman's expense.
Well, Colby's... Whether people want to give Steve Carino the credit he deserves or not, Steve Carino is a former ECW World Champion, a former NWA World Heavyweight Champion. He was in that little gap there they had between the ECW incident. It wasn't a little gap; it was quite a big gap between the ECW incident and the formation of TNA. But Steve held the championship at a time. He was the king of old school. Fought Dusty Rhodes, who one of the most legendary NWA champions, especially in this town. So Colby's got a lot to live up to, but I think he can do it. And you can never go wrong having the fixtures at your side. Of course, one of the fixtures down for the count today, but he's got Bradley's partner here. I forget his name. I apologize. To back him up, and they have quite a task because Caprice Coleman here, and Caprice definitely looking to prove himself. You mentioned that he lost on Power the other night, so him and Gustavo definitely want to make sure they keep the dastardly Carino mind at bay.
Well, again, Carino's been called the ageless one, but at this point, I just want to see Caprice Coleman and the Pope as a tag team because I feel that would be really awesome.
Good to see you, Stat Boy. Are you?
Always.
And again, Mikey, remember the link for Open Mic Night. You can come in here anytime, but definitely for Open Mic Night, brother, because we're not gonna go too late. Hopefully, I guess.
Allegedly.
Right. Damn it! I hate having to sneeze on the air. It's the worst thing ever.
Let's see here.
It is most definitely a great. You know what? We've been saying that since we launched the network. It really is. That there's wrestling on every day. Noah and JJ both tried to talk me out of covering all the big shows, and why? They're fun to watch. And it's more a matter of I'm not going to be here on Saturdays and Sundays anymore. Starting in September, I don't have a choice. But it's. I enjoy sitting back and watching you do the comment. I'm doing the analyst part right now just because
again,
I'm here.
We're still in the pre-show. We're just shooting the breeze right now. And again, we've already had some unforeseen changes that I had no idea about until they just said it. We're going to have new NWA World Tag Team Champions. What an unfortunate circumstance, though, for the Come Of Connection. Tough break for them. And right now we're getting a tag team match to define Pick Your Poison. Well,
it's one of those, Doug's not exactly a young
no, he's not.
A young crumpet by any means, and Harry Smith seems snake bit, the poor bastard. So we'll see. JJ's here in the chat. He said, "I'm listening since the beginning." So JJ, for the record, he is actually starting. His September is going to be, as you saw in the trailer, back to school. It's going to be movies set at school, and he's starting off with Rodney Dangerfield's Back to School next Friday the 1st. So
I bet Mean Girls is part of that list.
Yes, definitely in the trailer. Well, again, we're gonna rerun the trailer just in between this and Open Mic Night. So, guys, for those of you that came in after 4:00 or 7:00, whatever you want to call it, we'll definitely be showing the trailers again during the intermission.
Yeah, because there won't be no intermissions once this show kicks off. And honestly, there ain't no intermissions
Right.
right now with this tag team action. Nice double drop kick trying to take the Fixer off his feet.
Yes.
Push him into the ropes.
And I just want to make sure. Oh, I do have it. So, yeah, this is JJ's week coming up for anybody that was wondering. Starting on Monday, because, of course, Warzone tomorrow, he'll be popping in during the chat with us tomorrow. But starting on Monday, that's JJ's week. He's got something every day of the week this week coming up. And at the very bottom, of course, we're gonna finish off the year of dads with awesome content. We've got, X Division champion rankings, school set movie rankings, women who never been a singles champion, Disney galore, top 10 portrayals of Santa, and we actually came up with a November. We were gonna do the Horseman show like we talked about in November, but we put in July because of the synergy with the Flair show. Top 10 matches from the history of ECW November to Remember will be our wrestling show in November. So
that's a hell.
Good stuff coming up for the dads to finish out the year. And JJ's using all the words I can't say yet because we're barely into the first hour. So, there you go. And Dick Tracy does rock. It's so funny that Dick Tracy, I always forget that technically speaking, Dick Tracy falls under the Disney umbrella. It's a Touchstone picture. And for a brief moment in time, and Noah, you're not going to remember this because I don't think you were born yet. If you were, I'm
probably
sorry.
Not.
When Dick Tracy was released in the early 90s, he was a meetable character at the Disney parks.
Oh, wow.
So it was really cool to have, Dick Tracy, who, was this legendary, comic strip character and, book character all throughout, the early rise of comic books was at Disneyland. So it was kind of cool.
He's one of the earliest comic, protagonist detectives when it comes to the Private Eye game.
Yes, all about protagonists. That was definitely an agonizing move. Good Lord Almighty. Whew.
But again, the Fixer, he's the muscle here. Cobra Carino. This is basically a team of brains and bronze. Cobra Carino, of course, very calculated, strategic when it comes to his approach. When it comes to any match, especially when it comes to getting the advantage in his favor. Stopping a mud hole right now in his opponent.
Now, he definitely learned at the knee of the King of Old School. He surrounded himself with, Jack Victory and Tajiri and the Network at one point on ECW. So you go with what you know, and what the Carinos know is how to make shit happen. And yes, everything pro wrestling, we are doing fine. I know you. I believe you're the friend of James. Forgive me for not remembering your actual name, so I'm sorry. But yeah, we're having a great Saturday. We're only an hour in, and we're having a good time, man.
It's a great show. It's not an actual pay-per-view. And thanks always for checking in, EPW. Good to hear you and see if your hope things are well with you too. Caprice Coleman looking for the tag right now. Rose gotta appreciate that.
JJ, I'm glad you brought this up. So Breathless Mahoney, who of course was Madonna's character in the movie, Dick Tracy, was buried alongside Jessica Rabbit as a no chance in hell at Meet 'em in the Parks. You want to hear some shit, Jay? I don't know if you've been into Toontown prior to the closing for the refurbishment. They put the Jessica Rabbit animatronic figures in a yellow coat because she was too not PC for the kiddos.
Oh,
yeah. So Roger Rabbit's cartoon spin. Whenever you see Jessica, she's covered up. In one of the scenes, there's a scene where she's hitting one of the weasels with a mallet, freaking covered in the. And she looked like Dick Tracy. I went by. I'm like, oh no!
You just did no. Oh no! Shame on y'all. Jessica Rabbit.
Terrible.
Okay, I'll tell you this right now. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is one of my favorite movies of all time. There you go, JJ. One of the first movies I ever remember watching up there with Liar Liar and Jessica Rabbit. I can't tell you how many times I rewatched the lounge scene,
right?
And thought that, oh my Lord, what am I looking at here?
That
was one of the first times I realized this could be a beautiful thing.
I tell you what, I always said for years I was born in the wrong era when it comes to music and sports and whatever. If I'd been alive in 1930, 47 and Toontown was a real place and LA was next door and had that kind of action, I would bet at the freaking the club every week. Hoofa.
Yeah, Roger Rabbit, you lucky. You freaking lucky.
Right? Seriously.
Just because he makes her laugh. At least that's what she told, of course.
Hey, you know what? There's a reason rabbits procreate a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Fibonacci.
And there you go.
Simple as that.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go, Noah.
Top rope, taking down Carino.
Of course. You are officially booked for the Roger Rabbit review, Noah, for JJ. There you go. You are booked, brother.
Okay.
This man is booked enough. Jesus.
I'll do my best. I'm not gonna lie. I still remember that movie, top to bottom. People had me in elementary school quoting what freaking Eddie Valiant said at the end of the movie, getting the weasels to laugh. So that is my movie.
So good.
Doesn't need to close that. Please comment. Doesn't need to close that again. The Fixer's looking for it. Meanwhile, off the second row. Oh, nice leg lariat.
When you think of technology,
the cover. Two, and Carino breaks it up.
Yeah, the technology involved in doing that. Number one, the technology involved in doing that movie, because it was just so much interaction between the tunes and the human beings.
Right?
But what I found
cutter.
great about it is because it wasn't technically 100% a Disney movie, because Amblin was involved too, Steven Spielberg's company.
It wasn't even like,
we had
totally related. Caprice Coleman though with the line. The shot.
Jesus.
What a KO shot by Coleman to Carino.
Night.
And right now up in the corner.
Yeah.
Looking for the classic 10 shots. Some of them not hitting.
Call freaking Colby one of the dwarfs. He's freaking sleeping now.
And meanwhile, Caprice, what's he looking for here? He's trying a chicken wing. Can he bring him down? He's got the big man. He's got the big man down. Grapevine. That's it. Caprice Coleman wins via submission.
The Fixer done broke it. Not good. Colby is not going to be a happy boy tomorrow.
And just pie-faced, though, by the Fixer. Clearly,
yeah, well,
this business arrangement went up in smoke.
Well, when you got one guy down, sitting in the back injured, you got what you got to do.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. I don't think he's happy about that. Oh, hold the phone. Oh, there you go. Wrecking Ball with a show of respect there to his opponents.
Interesting.
Of course, Colby Carino, no respect to anybody, trying to get in the ring for a cheap shot.
Yes, Mikey, I do know the stipulation. I was actually getting to that, but I want to make sure Noah can tell the story of the match that we're actually watching on the wrestling show. But I will get to that once we get another break in the action here.
Well, we're basically getting a break right now as the Fixer takes his leave, and Colby Carino with the victory. Very curious what the poison will be.
Yes. Definitely Caprice is going to make Colby suffer.
I mean, to everybody's pleasing.
Yes. So basically, when they did Roger Rabbit, it was made by, multiple studios because they wanted to get every cartoon involved. So
yeah, I'm about to say, did you see how many different type of cartoon representations were there?
So Bugs and Mickey, as well as Donald and Daffy, could not have more screen time than the other. So if Donald was on screen for X amount of minutes, so was Daffy, which is why they put them together in the piano scene, and why they put Bugs and Mickey in the scene where Eddie's falling without a parachute. They were on screen the exact same amount of time. If you think about it,
why they did that, because I was like, Cartoon Network and Disney Channel characters on the screen at the same time. Ugh.
Yeah, that was definitely Warner Brothers or whoever was owners of the Looney Tunes at that point, and Disney going, okay, you can play, but you're not going to get any showcase any. Although I don't know, but I have to really go back and watch the end, because when they all come in after Judge Doom's been liquidated and they all kind of pile in together, I think you hear Mickey talk a little bit more than Bugs, but I could be wrong.
I think I remember Mickey going, "Gosh, I wonder who that was." And then Bugs said, "Tell you one thing, Doc, he weren't no rabbit."
He weren't no rabbit, yeah.
And then everybody talked about basically what he was, and you had everybody from Woody Woodpecker, Sylvester the cat, Pinocchio,
little wooden boy. Yeah,
wooden boy.
Pinocchio, by the way, looks awesome. If y'all haven't seen the trailer for the live action adaptation, get on your shit, because that is going to be so good coming up a week from Thursday. They're
actually using the Pinocchio narrative into a very dark-based steampunk type video game too, which I find very interesting. Where Pinocchio's more like an actual real boy that has to basically make his way through this manipulated world through lying, and I feel like his father might literally be a villain in disguise. It was an interesting trailer, to say the least. I was like, okay, wow, so now you're trying to really make Disney look dark in your own way, and it's not like it follows the Disney narrative at all. But
I was going to say, you have to remember
character names and the character driven characteristic in lying is like, Okay.
Well, but you have to remember, Pinocchio wasn't originally Disney. They just adapted it in 1940.
Oh, okay.
So, but all those tales prior to the original stories, being released later on in like the 90s or whatever, they all came from Grimm's fairy tales or Hans Christian Andersen stories or whatever the case may be. So,
Grimm's fairy tales.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll never
God.
forget, because I mean, I've seen all of them, read the books not as a kid, because I ain't that crazy, but
I hope not.
when you read, oh God, I think it was Foley's second memoir, Foley is Good. He talks about the fact that, the PTC was against WWF and they were trying to take him off the air for violence and whatnot. It's like, do y'all actually know the origin stories of some of these movies? I mean, God, everything from Little Mermaid and all them, they were very, very graphically violent. And the original stories, which is why Disney did what they did and homogenized the bejeebus out of the majority of them.
It's amazing how much Disney really did that for all these tales, and yet every tale, as we look at them now being older and mature, had such a dark undertone, and now they're remaking all those tales in that type of darker undertone that relates to, or they're trying to relate to, that primary demographic of teenagers and younger adults to a degree. And it's one of those things where it's like they do this, and I'm like, are you kind of trying to remove the original way these narratives were, interpreted and to be remembered with this? Like, does everything have to be like darker, more, realistic themed in your own sense to a degree? Because in a lot of ways, the Disney universe, when it comes to media, tries to be very suppressive.
Well, there's a whole other rabbit hole on that one, but so it's one of the, and again, I'm trying real hard to be good to the boss here. Gotta be careful what I say now.
Let's not go too deep now.
It's one of those. You have to remember, for all the crap that gets laid at Walt's feet, or frozen head, or whatever you want to call it. He wanted very much to present movies that parents could take their children to go see, which is why Snow White, as dark as that story was in its original form, and it's still pretty scary in 1937. The ride itself was so scary, they homogenized that too, not too long ago here at Disneyland. So, I mean, God, Beauty and the Beast is they're all very dark.
Shall we continue?
But again, as there's certain scenes in those movies and in the attractions that are still very scary, but they're much, much safer for parents and kids to go to, which is why Disneyland became a thing in the first place, because Walt would take his kids to Griffith Park and go, why can't there be some place where I can go with the kids and have fun too? And it's out of that brain came my place of employment all of a sudden. So there you go.
And you see how far it's localized itself, sorry, Triple H, and expanded across all the world and all of media now with the Disney Plus service that's constantly growing to a degree.
I am forever grateful, because there's a lot of stuff I didn't get to see, and JJ, of course, was very helpful when I moved in with him, because whatever stuff I didn't have, which was very, very small amount of Disney stuff at that point that I didn't have, he did. So it was very, there's a big joke that goes along, the original WWE Network, and you got the freaking, VHS tapes with the freaking written in, whatever. That was me and JJ's Disney library for the freaking nasty old clamshells that look like they've been beat to shit, because they have. Just between his house and my house, DVDs, VHS, whatever. I mean, God, I'll get on the break here, but I've told the story 100 times about my copies of Pinocchio and how many times I wore out the VHS. We didn't buy one for years. The original one that we bought after my ban was lifted is sitting right over there on my desk, on my counter across from my desk here, because I want to keep it safe.
I think
that's
fair.
I love that. That's my favorite. Always will be. Which is why I'm looking forward to September 8th. I mean, September 8th, when you think about it, it's our old family friend wedding anniversary. That'll be, God, how long for them now? 31 years this year for them.
Good grief.
It's the anniversary of the premiere of the original Star Trek series. It's my parents' wedding anniversary, which is awesome. And then now Pinocchio is going to be a thing on Disney Plus as a live action adaptation of the original. And Tom Hanks playing Geppetto. You can't go wrong with that.
That's a pickup. Well, we got 10 seconds until the actual.
Okay, good. We're in sync. That's awesome. Good.
Kicks off. So this has been definitely a freeform top. Everyone enjoyed the pre-show. It was some wrestling. It was some entertainment. They ran down the card. And right now, Stepboy and Caster are all about
There you go.
movies.
I love it. I was Netflix before Netflix was a thing, and you asked Jeff Meacham about Big Blue, dude. Stack of video shelf this high,
without saying "Go F yourself."
That's
with
right.
Every tweet of the Iron Sheik.
You ask Jeff Meacham, he'd tell you about Big Blue. Yeah, true story. And I was there for that speech, so I can do that.
Oh, well, then there you go.
And I interviewed the Iron Sheik too, so I can do it anyway.
About to say, I mean, if you interviewed him, then all bets are off.
Well, interviewed as opposed to spending half the time talking, half the time him, calling Hulk Hogan a big effing Hollywood blonde jabroni. So that's how Iron Sheik interviews go, pretty much. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Oh, we lost internet. Oh, super.
And there's the FBI warning for those that don't know. It's as simple as this. Do something wrong, we will get you.
That's right. Allegedly. Don't copyright this. We will find you, and we will kill you. July 1st, 1977. Interesting.
Ooh, what's the anonymous about this date?
I don't know. We're going to find... at the Chase.
That's Harley Race.
It's Harley and Terry. I think. It's definitely Harley's hair. I can't see the challenger.
I recognize that hair anywhere. That's Harley Race. I wasn't.
Oh, it is Terry.
That's Terry. That's Terry Funk.
God, Terry Funk before the middle-aged and crazy stringy hair mustache look he has now.
And look at Harley Race. Look at what he's wearing.
Of course, there it is, man. Whew.
The
original
pounds of gold. Sweet Charlotte, the Real World Championship. About as traditional as wrestling goes. I mean, I've seen clips about this. Oh my gosh,
it is a great match. And the thing is, it wasn't even a title switch. It was just a hell of a match, and they stopped it because of how Terry looked right there.
Blood, sweat, and tears personified that night, apparently.
Yeah, well, you remember Terry was champion for. Actually, you know what? It wasn't the title switch because Harley was champion going in, but Harley beat both the Funk brothers for his first 2 world championships. And there, speaking of world champions, there you go. Camille, Taya, Adonis should be a world champion for me personally. World Junior Heavyweight Champion there, Homicide. Former champion Matt Cardona. Sorry, Velvet.
And
World Tag Team Champions. There you go. Former World Tag Team Champions.
Here we stand 45 years later from that day, celebrating the 74th anniversary of the NWA, where professional wrestling is supposed to be, and where the past meets today to define the future. We are in for some very special professional wrestling tonight. You look at all these names, you look at all these faces, you look at all these figures, all these champions, you look at the up-and-coming generation of people like Mims, who just got his head taken off.
Yeah,
you think about people like Trevor Murdoch, who you think, he shouldn't be champion. He doesn't look like a champion, and he will be headlining this entire thing come tomorrow. Kenzie Page, I've been a huge fan of hers.
Yes,
of course,
you have.
Defending the NWA Women's Tag Team Championships. We got Kylan King, Chelsea Green, Angela Love, Bully Ray, Mike Knox. We got Jack Stain. We got Billy Corgan, who literally has lead at this entire thing. This is going to be something special tonight, to say the least. And it all kicks off now.
You talk about history, Noah. How many times have people declared the NWA dead and buried over the years? And here we are. Next year is 75 years, man. It's crazy.
Still, I can't believe that. Seriously, I cannot believe that Max the Impaler. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. I can't believe NWA. Does Max the Impaler? I just can't believe her. Period. She just exists, and nobody understands why.
All I know is Max the Impaler is a force to be reckoned with. After first discovering her in that Ring of Honor women's tournament revitalization under Maria Kanellis, I was like, who are you? Jeez, you are threat.
And now she's with the Sinister Minister, which is always a adventure to say the very least.
No kidding.
Here we go. Speaking of adventure, man, we're off and running, brother.
Hello, everybody across the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media. Welcome to our live commentary watch-along for NWA 74, emanating from St. Louis at the Chase. I am the Semendo Forrester. With me, of course, is the wrestling historian, the brainchild of everything, Jeff Meacham, as we have the lovely Velvet Sky, Tim Storm, and Joe Galley. And he is ready, and we're ready to go tonight and watch some professional wrestling. Shout out to everybody involved in the chat. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. We're with you for the entire ride tonight and tomorrow, and we hope that you definitely engage and enjoy with us in this. Jeff, are you ready to go?
I'm ready, brother. And part of me wants to like have a split myself so I can call it with you and so I can listen to it, because it is, as I said, it's Velvet time. If you're watching on Fight TV, baby, I love it.
Wearing brand new purple jackets tonight. I love that.
JJ is going to be a happy boy. No, Mike Knight, man. They're wearing purple at NWA 74. He's here for it. I dig it.
Everyone's excited as Joe Guy right now is expressing his excitement.
He talked about the freaking stark as you talk about the history of the show, the stark contrast in the crowd. Off Velvet's right shoulder, NWA gold logo, classic. To that guy's left, the NWO.
Hey, y'all.
A little bit of difference there.
It looks like they're going to kick things off with the first match here. It will be Ethan Carter III, EC3, taking on young, bright up-and-comer Mims.
I guess we're not going to have the National Treasurer come out and do his thing to start the show like was advertised.
Well, we've also heard recently how Billy Corgan and Nick Aldis, they have had maybe some disagreements lately. And honestly, that might not be the first match. That might just be run down the card. And I don't even know what to call this. Beelzebub's Bedlam match? The Ilbert Guy versus Miserably Faithful with Father James Mitchell. Can we just call it A-Fade's Goals? Good grief.
Yeah, Beelzebub's Bedlam match. That's just going to be Bedlam, like it says. It is what it is.
Can we just say bonkers and just move on?
Bonkers works.
Of course, he'll be taking on Odinson. Chris
Odinson
get back after
definitely
the NWA National Championship. And look,
Odinson definitely qualifies for GQ magazine. That guy.
How about Homicide, who's defending the NWA World Junior Heavyweight Championship against Kerry Morton, the son of Ricky Morton, who, might I add, is a former NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship title holder.
Really? I didn't know that. Oh, there you go. You got one on me, brother.
And, of course, Matt Cardona. Again, I really am wondering, how is this going to be worked? Is this going to be a figure polka doom? Are we all going to get worked? Is Matt Cardona truly ready? What is the extent of Cardona's choice? And we will find out later tonight in his NWA.
Yeah, like how far does that reach in that poll with Billy actually go? We shall see.
Probably pretty deep. Pretty deep. You saw how long it took. I'm curious how long this takes. We, of course, have the Burke Invitational, where the winner will receive an NWA World Women's Championship title shot on night 2. We so far know of 10 women, 9 of which already have history with Camille. 7 of them already fought against her for the title, too.
Exactly. And then, of course, the national heavyweight champion, again, I've talked about it all night, Scion with the original national champion in his corner, Austin Idol, challenging the Dane event himself, Jack Stain, along with Chris Silvio Esquire. Going to be does Scion's mask have those teeth, or that is his actual twisted smile that he's developed since he's reunited with his father? Either way, it's scary.
Yeah, about to say, I mean, previously his mask.
Speaking of scary, good Lord. These
Someone's about to eat wood. Bully Ray and Mike Knox, a tables match. This is about as personal as it gets when you literally use the very implemented weapon that Bully Ray made famous. And again, as we learned, the Commonwealth Connection had to relinquish the titles. We will have new NWA World Tag Team Champions tonight as Hawks and Airy take on La Rebellion, the former champions, with Damian Triple CS in their corner.
And just remember, despite all their rage, Cardona's are just rats in a cage. Well said as a supporter of the NWA. There you go, JJ.
And of course, our main event headlined by the Burke as Camille defends the title against La Huera Loca, Taya Valkyrie.
So Taya's got what, about 45 titles at this point, roughly?
Give or take. I could probably give you a better statistic later. Hey, Stat Boy. Yes. Meanwhile, we'll talk about that
There
later.
There you go.
Oh, wait a minute. I know that music.
I do too. Oh, he is coming out to start. Here we go.
Dressed to the nines, as always, the real world champion, the national treasure, the dealer, Nick Aldis, has entered the chase.
If there was any wrestler I could buy the custom suits from, it would be this guy. His suits are immaculate.
Absolutely. I wish I had that wallet and that wardrobe.
Right? For real. Oh.
Again, I could appreciate a good suit, especially a 3-piece suit.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know you can, brother. You're always dressed to the nines, like, even for me, which I appreciate the hell out of for that. I really do.
I try.
always that style and profile, and even sitting in the chair doing the call, brother. Much appreciated. And we're going to get the graphic up since...
You only can imagine what's going through Nick Aldis' mind as he handshakes a great rival from his past, of course, Tim Storm.
Definitely his greatest rival as NWA World Champion. I don't even remotely dispute that. I'm gonna mute my TV so I can hear what Nick has to say. I mute my mic because I want to hear what Nick has to say.
Yeah, for those that are wondering, we're gonna be quiet for a moment because Nick Austin is about to speak.
Yes. Stand by, kids.
Yes, here we go. What is going through the National Treasure's mind as Tyrus is in the spot he should be in to a degree?
They're getting love in St. Louis, though. You got to love that.
Respect.
Forever, man. Always.
I think we're ready.
Okay. Yeah. Is Billy ready?
Good question. Yep. That's true.
No doubt about it. Damn right with interest.
Big time. You went through the audience during that. Did everything you could to get your hands raised, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, thank you, Nick.
Fans make wrestling.
I'm curious myself. I really am.
I mean, you already tried to get it back from Matt Cardona. Huh?
Oh.
The NWA defined by the fans.
Wrestling the way it should be.
Yep, it definitely belongs to history.
Front row, here we go.
Damn it. Yeah,
the shirt.
I definitely agree.
Here we go.
Right.
Except not.
Yeah, except you're not. Yeah, about to say. Boy, do they.
Here we go. This is where it's going to get good.
Again, when I saw that graphic, I'm like, what?
Yeah. Very true.
He will be competing against Flip Gordon. Oh. About saying.
No, wait a minute.
Now, I don't care what people say. There's no way it's your time to walk away from the NWA.
No, Nick. No.
I find it hard to believe that Mickie James could be calling it quits, and she'll be on Impact Wrestling with an announcement this Thursday. We'll talk more about that.
I've had a retirement lately. Thank you, Nick. I'm good.
Oof. Well, speaking of TNA.
Yeah, you know.
And Hardcore Country.
Well, I mean, you know.
Hardcore Country. Shit.
Right on, Nick. You damn straight.
Right. I would love to see another Empire. I would go to it live if I could.
Right.
That was
Mickey,
not women's wrestling.
Mickey,
That
I
was
love
professional wrestling at masterclass.
Yes. Let me hold my whiskey, but I agree with him anyway.
I was say he's a classy man. I would figure he'd be a whiskey guy. Or scotch. That's right.
Right on.
Days. 1,000+ days. Single reign. I believe it. I remember when you previously had him face you for the title.
Oh, yeah. So does Flip.
There you go.
Got the job done there.
There ain't no argument there, especially in this generation.
Yeah, not even a doubt at all. Right on, brother. Ruh-roh.
Wait a second.
We're not done with Nick here. Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. That's his music.
That's his
Never
music. As you just,
I was like, I didn't recognize it. So,
we fought somebody with Derek come out and interrupt the National Treasure.
Please, somebody come out and get punched in the face. Jesus.
That is one serious man when it comes to the NWA and everything it stands for, and wrestling at the Chase. Revitalized with him to begin with.
So my question now is Billy Corgan sitting back there going, or is Billy Corgan sitting back there and going, okay, good, he did what I told him? That's the question. Because again, it all comes down to who comes out to face Velvet's favorite family lead tonight.
Oh, I'm sure we're going to get a good bit of organization from Velvet Sky when the C family is in action tonight.
Well, luckily I'll be on the call with you. I'll go back and watch the call later and hear Velvet have one of her mini strokes.
Well, I'm not sure she's going to have a mini stroke during this, as we apparently might be kicking off with this. Making his NWA debut. You heard me right. Ethan Carter III, EC3, is now in action against Mims.
Big boy Mims. I love it. Now, what I'm wondering is, did they license the old EC3 TNA music, or is he going to have something completely different now?
Well, if there's one thing we've seen from the NWA, they definitely had a different type of music scene, and they only play it during these pay-per-views. So I am very curious about that too, to say the least. Either way, is Mims in trouble tonight?
See,
or is he going to control his own narrative?
You member.
Unfortunately, I do.
Hey, you know what? I don't think we gave EC3 enough love when we could, because he's been kind of shuffled the wrong direction ever since.
I feel that's part of the reason why his mental psyche has taken a complete 360.
Yeah. I mean, he went down into the depths, and he's just now got it back squared away where it should have been. So 360 is definitely the right terminology for it.
Well, either way, Mims better be ready. This sounds like that similar music he used in Ring of Honor. And there he is.
Tell you what, man, he's definitely kept himself in game shape.
He's never stopped at that, that's for sure.
JJ, use the old Derek Bateman fame. Derek didn't even have a Bateman. I don't think Bateman even had a theme.
He didn't. That was NXT before it was my NXT.
That should be a James comment back to JJ. JJ, you friggin' idiot. No Derek Bateman music. No.
I approve that. That is
Yes.
a dead eye focused look on this
You
man
talk
tonight.
about chiseled, jacked, and shredded. Like all three terms apply, and the stone cold, not Steve Austin stare to boot. This guy's gonna kick somebody's ass tonight.
You want to talk about Chris Adonis and his phenomenal shape? Look at EC3.
Seriously, let's have EC3 take the Master Lock Challenge. See how that goes.
Of course, we all know EC3 most recently and his history with Impact Wrestling, with TNA. He recently, of course, was involved in a one-night stand, I would say, in controlling the narrative of Moose. And then we saw what that led to with the invasion at Ring of Honor Final Battle. And then literally he controlled his own narrative and turned it into a very special showcase. And now he looks to make the NWA a very special showcase as well. Bell raised right away. Look at this face off.
I see a rough and running in St. Louis, brother, wrestling at the Chase. Here we go.
Well, we're not wrestling yet. We're right now just staring down at each other. Two big men here. Kind of a tie right now.
Big beefy men preparing to meat slap. Oh,
we miss you, Big E.
Yes.
More than you will ever know.
Dude, it's... Yeah, I do. Definitely miss you. Fellow March 1st guy. So there you go.
No back down right now. No intimidation being seen by Mims.
It's got to be scary being 37 years old and not knowing what direction your life's going to take.
Well, it's one of those things. Like, how many times you're asked that question? Hey, where do you see yourself in insert number of years here down the line? And I'm just like, Magic 8 Ball, ask again later.
Yeah, and it's one of those, most of these guys that get into, especially WWE, have that, okay, 5 years I'm going to be still here, but, doing better than I'm doing. And, E is literally day to day right now. It's crazy.
Right now, crazy with shoulder tackle there, taking down Miz. Miz with the drop down, EC3, picking up speed off the ropes, and Miz with a
big one.
He
pounced him. Yeah, no, Jesus.
I don't know if that had limitless possibilities, but it definitely had enough to move EC3's body. This is definitely a match of power. Oh, and the shoulder. We all know that shoulder was heavily exploited and always ready. That basically took Mims out of that championship match against Tyrus for the title.
Yep.
EC3 apparently is well aware of NWA's most recent.
Oh, yeah, he knows. Yeah. It's one thing EC3 is definitely as a student. He watches tape all the time.
Cousin of Dixie Carter. Oh!
Yeah, well, when your aunt used to run the company that almost gave a minor sweat against the brow of Vince McMahon, you gotta know your shit.
Well, I would think.
Although people give Dixie about as much credit as they give Tony Khan now, so
EC3 no strangers to injuries as well. Right now, controlling.
Oh no, God no, yeah.
Focusing on the attack, and once again going back to the arm and a hammerlock. Talk about wrist lock now. Double wrist lock. And again, we're gonna see if that shoulder is gonna hold up tonight.
Yeah, it's when you go into something like this, an injury. But you want to make sure you stay healthy. You're on the big stage, and even if you're not healthy, you don't want to make it obvious because you want to get that big show, that big card payday. And it's Mims going in knowing he's hurt, and more importantly for Mims, EC3 knows he's hurt. So he's gonna do what he's got to do to focus on the injury and do everything he can to get out the win here as you open up in W74. You don't open the biggest card of the year without some sort of game plan like that. And the game plan's the shoulder. That's what it is, man. Oof.
Put the leg and took Mims down.
That was bad. And yes, JJ, definitely CYM was a professional wrestling botch this year. There's no doubt about it. But
that's a fact for the industry, to say the least.
It's everything happens for. I have learned, especially in the last week and a half, everything happens for a reason. And
I literally live by that moniker.
It's just one of those, the Victoria Narrative show did not meet up anybody's expectations or otherwise. And, those guys are doing their own thing again. So we'll see.
And right now, EC3 working the shoulder again. Irish whip to the other side. Send the corner, but Mims gets out of it. EC3 sent torso first. Oh, body shot.
Another one. Ooh.
Again, though, with that work shoulder, so I'm going to have much power behind that. He is rocking EC3, though, to a degree, but he's not leaving his feet. Whoa, what a wind up with that one.
Well, you also have to remember, Noah, he's hitting him with those right hands, but he's not being able to wind up, full extension because the left side is just debilitated right now.
Well, he also been working a little bit on the right too. But meanwhile, out of the football stance, there's the tackle, and then running clothesline.
Man. Hey, you know what? If all you got your right side to throw with, he's working it well.
EC3 though, great awareness. He's now on the outside on the apron.
Oh,
And it hangs that arm out
man.
across the top rope.
Again, ring awareness,
Look,
body
1%.
awareness.
The
There it is.
1%er can get it.
He hit it hard. Oh, oh man.
Oh no.
That's ball game. Got to be ball game there.
He did this on purpose, no doubt. If it's called the purpose.
Yeah. There it is.
Again,
oh, man.
Calculated strategy this entire match. EC3 wins his NWA debut.
You know, I don't know. Aldis is talking about, going after the 10 pounds of gold as he should. But, I think if I'm Tyrus, if I'm Jax Dane, if I'm Trevor Murdoch, I'm going shit right now because you have a new potential threat on the horizon.
What do you think's going for EC3's mind as you say that right now as he literally kneels down at the NWA turnbuckle in the corner?
EC3 is thinking the show opened with a guy that was the world champion as I was on my way in to that company, and now I started off the anniversary show of the longest reigning promotion in wrestling history, and I win, and I have something to say about it while I'm at it.
Oh boy, here we go.
This should be good.
Well, he already questioned that about Honor and Ring of Honor. Who knows what he's going to try and fabricate here in the NWA tonight?
Yes.
Here we go. Yep.
You're right so far.
Accurate.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, boy.
What story? The NWA story or your past there, Mr. Carter?
West Side Story?
Hey, damn good movie. Damn good play. It's accurate.
Well, JR says tomorrow's never guaranteed. There it is.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
I knew he was going to say that. He had to say that.
Does that mean when you walk away out the steps, we're going to get back to nostalgia again? Or I'm confused, Ethan.
I mean, you consider who's in action tonight. There is some of that nostalgia, to be fair. Uh-oh.
I think there's nostalgia coming down the ring right now. Tom Latimer's about to cause some trouble. Here you go. There's some trouble for you there, EC3.
I would not say that Tom Latimer is nostalgia, but I agree with the trouble. And I don't think EC3 is aware.
Well, he's aware.
Yeah, he's aware.
I was going to say, yeah, Tom's not happy not being booked tonight, so.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, he's not even booked. That is true. Yeah.
Careful, Tom. Not even looking at it. No respect, dude.
Is Tom Latimer smiling or angry? I can't tell.
Yes.
TNA. Okay.
Now he looks at him. There you go. He's been warned?
Whoa.
Carter, you're crazy.
So EC3 is here to purge the past and guide the present to shape the future. Okay, then.
And purge the demons out of Tom Latimer, apparently. Good luck
Well,
with
we all
that.
know the
Good luck with
demons
all that
of Tom
shit.
Latimer
Yeah.
for anybody that followed him back in TNA, to say the least.
Hey, if you recall, if you've read the story and if you've read her book, the one shining part about Latimer's pre-NWA past was his association and relationship briefly with Ashley Flair. So, you know. And even then, it was very tumultuous for him, to say the very least. Enigma's here. Yo, what's up? Mark Quinn, hello. And Noah, Mark Quinn likes your suit. So there you go.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all. And again, live tweet along with us if you can. Hashtag NWA74. And now, oh, Lord.
Here we go with this cluster.
That's a polite way of saying it. I'm just going to say this match is going to be bonkers. It's miserably faithful with Fighters Jay Mitchell. Yes, you heard me right. Facing the ill-begotten. And for those that just watched NWA 74, you got a preview of this match when these 6 men basically crashed the celebration last night and caused chaos. Now you're going to see those 6 men compete in an anything goes match now tonight at the Chase.
But Danny's wrestling. He doesn't wrestle very often.
No, he doesn't. And he doesn't make good deals either. I'm not sure necessarily if this is a wise business move.
No, and if one of the deals he made was to get the attire he's wearing, he definitely made a bad investment. He looks ridiculous. As does the big guy with the cutoff blue beanie looking shirt.
Well, an athlete is not defined necessarily by their physical attributes.
Well, I don't know. The guy in the jeans definitely looks like he could win a fitness contest, unlike the other two poor ill-begottens.
Referee Gerald Fritz for this match. I remember interviewing him and Jeff Cabell one time on the Holiday Christopher Mace's YouTube channel. Great gentleman.
Jeff's a solid dude. I love Jeff.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of history with him in the NWA Championship
too. Watching tonight. He has to be.
Oh yeah. If NWA is on, Jeff Cabell is definitely tuned in.
I'm still figuring about though what EC3 said earlier and the warning he gave to
I'm curious where that's going to go. I mean, remember Camille is involved in the main event, and you know, for better or for worse, Camille and Tom are a pair. So are we going to see more involvement from? Speaking of involved, Sal, God, poor Sal. He's just lost his damn mind.
Well, I mean, we all thought that Sal was the innocent child of the NWA. Now he is misguided misfit and miserably faithful, influenced by Father's Jay Mitchell as, wait a second, why are they going to the back? Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord, here we go. Here come the plunder.
I did say this was going to be bonkers, right? Well, how bonkers can we get? Oh, I don't know. Let's bring a ladder into the Chase.
God, Judias, like, if they get the camera shot, you can't even see Mitchell behind Judias.
And they're also talking about, of course, the other member of this devilish society, Max the Impaler, that will be involved later tonight in the Burke Invitational.
Yeah, I just think back to Sal and him being best friends with May Valentine and just how everything has evolved or devolved in Sal's case. Father James Mitchell brought out the bad in this boy.
Has been a very effective unit as far as their success rate goes. We'll see what happens here tonight. Judias, though, good grief, towering figure. Bell rings, and again, here we go. And again, anything goes. This is a Beelzebub's Bedlam match. Beelzebub's Bedlam.
And Dave's running for his life at this point, as he should.
Yeah, Kyle Davis probably wants to get the hell out of ringside.
Kyle Davis like, can I go back to Georgia? Just for a few minutes, please.
I don't know what Georgia's on his mind. Oh, wow.
Get out of the war zone.
Hey, Renegade. You dies with the double close.
Listen, by the way, the war zone tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific. There you go.
The cheap plug.
Cheap plug. Absolutely free.
And right now, again, the win must be decided inside the ring. We have a chair set up in the corner with a character that I haven't heard of since Aubrey Edwards' independent work.
Yes.
Ugh. Big
Shout out to
super
Aubrey.
heavyweight here
She's
to Dias.
I love it. We love us some Aubrey Edwards here on the Meacham Network and our affiliates. Absolutely.
Again, Aubrey Edwards is always welcome in Ohio. Cleveland appreciates her.
That's right. The fact that it took us 4 days to get a proper picture ended up being with me and my Meacham Mania shirt, her in freaking referee shirt and board shorts. Just saying.
Well, I mean, who's to say you can't ref a match in, shorts? I mean, it's like why Pat
You're on
McAfee
the Jericho
can't
Cruise.
show
You
up
can
on
do what
Smack-
you want. That's
Why
right.
Pat McAfee can't show up on SmackDown in shorts? Why can't you be a commentator in shorts? I mean, shorts work for apparel. Oh, well, that doesn't work for that man's head.
I'm sitting in Jim Shorts and NWA shirt right now, so there you go.
For those that are wondering, yes, it's full suit. I have suit slacks. But the only
There you
reason I
go.
will get up is if I see some moment that makes me go, what the bleep?
Things that make
And
you go.
honestly, it's
"Bleh."
early. That still could happen. That still could happen.
Oh, yes. Hey, we're only an hour 45 into the broadcast and not an actual F-bomb yet, so we'll see.
Well, to be fair, James Hebert isn't part of this.
So James isn't here. That's true. We had one in the chat room earlier.
We love you, James.
We do.
But sometimes you are a bit of a wild card, to say the least, especially on the NWA.
Well, yeah. Well,
Downstairs,
he definitely has a lot to talk about open mic night when he comes in tonight. So we'll see what he has to say. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for tomorrow night when you got Trevor Murdoch in the main event defending the 10 pounds of gold against Tyrus. That's a rant waiting to happen for one James Hebert.
Oh, really? Is he not a fan of Murdoch or Tyrus?
He has certain perspectives on both men, and I will leave it at that.
All
Oh, Tope Suicida.
Why am I wearing gin? Oh, gin. Very good.
Gin?
Workout shorts for JJ just starting to cause trouble in the chat room.
And that trash can just caused trouble to the head right there.
Trash cans are trouble to the head. Trust the voice of experience here.
And Father's Jay Mitchell and a sequin blazer. I haven't seen something that bright since the late, great Rod Roddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't seen something that bright since I went to work the other day.
Oh, well, then there you go. Oh, what a boot.
It's really funny though with the street characters they have out in Hollywood, like they're like the character impersonators. The Mickey and Minnie they had out there when I took a picture, Mickey's suit was just like his classic suit, but it was bedazzled that even Mitchell would be going, "Oh, that's all bright there, dude." So yeah, I'll have to flip the picture up later. It's funnier than hell. What is holy water, really, Danny?
Okay, now you're buying way too much into the gimmick. You really are a fool.
Danny,
you just gone back to making deals on NWA merchandise, Danny.
Danny, if you want to make a deal, go call Wayne Brady. Otherwise, run for your freaking life, man.
Shout out to the original host, of course, Monty Hall.
Monty Hall, that's right. Caramel for life, damn it.
Thank you, Jeff. Again, Jeff and I know game shows, folks, believe it or not.
Yes.
If I could figure out a way to run a PowerPoint game show on the Jeff Meacham Network, I would run a match game in an instant.
Hey, you know what? I'm thinking about doing that as down the line here, like getting like a match game together, all kinds of stuff.
Oh! Or password.
And yes, for few Kings fans, Zero Evans is the king of the suits. If you know, you know. There's no doubt about that. And hockey season is coming. I'll show pictures.
Oh, and a chair to the shin.
Jesus. That's just chair to the back. Now,
that's a good way to blow out someone's freaking patella.
Seriously, do we have to shots to the? Oh man, that's the end of the chair. That's
a solid steel chair, by the way. That's those classic foldable steel chairs you see.
No, and I was gonna say, do we have enough chair shots to the back with poor Drew McIntyre last night? Golly.
I cannot believe the physical assault that Drew McIntyre endured. That was absolutely insane.
The bloodline lit him up like a freaking Christmas tree last night.
Yeah, he's still gonna probably be wearing those scars.
But spoiler, SmackDown spoiler. Drew gives him theirs next Friday before the Clash. Don't worry.
I mean, come on. Yeah, this is the WWE. You don't think I know how this works? Why that guy literally just broke a broom over someone else's back? Jesus. Oh! Clubbing elbow, back of the head, breaking the submission.
This is just a fight, which we knew it would be.
I mean, they literally
Beelzebub Bedlam.
Bedlam.
Yeah.
And we got a stack of chairs. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. And we got a ladder on the outside of the ring. What the heck is this guy faking here?
Acid drop. Nope. Caught him.
Nope. Counter. Oh!
Almighty. Speaking of acid drop, here comes
a stack of chairs. Up in the
shoulders.
Oh, man.
God.
That's got to be it. 1, 2. It's Sal with the save.
Yes, but is it really a save? What the hell? Oh, there you go.
Well,
It was effective, if
Innovative
nothing else.
offense. Innovative offense, to say the least, from the biggest wild factor in this match. And
There
that's
you go.
saying someone, he's the smallest guy in this match.
There you go. Our pal Sal, the new innovator of offense.
Please tell me he's not trying to pull a Sabu. That's all I am asking for.
Oh my. Oh, okay. Well, there's 3, and okay,
There's
he must have
And
a little
it's
table.
theirs. What?
Oh, Sal.
What are you doing?
Oh my
okay.
word.
I mean, you're taking a seat. He's like, what? Like,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
all right. Well, there's
Just a punch in the face, when in doubt,
Gift.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
On the shoulders. Oh, boy. Handstand, springboard. Oh, got caught. Ah!
That was unnecessary. That was just not
got
okay.
Stuck on his own bed of chairs.
Paul White and Mick Foley are going, hey, that's ours.
There's no give on those chairs to the ribs, to the spine.
Jesus.
Oh, Judas just runs over.
Judas cares not about the give.
And
he just runs through people. He does not care.
Sky. Judas is a weapon. Why he's got, what the hell is that in his hand?
Dude, I want Judas to fight Josh Alexander. You said that.
That's a steak. Oh,
that's straight up evil. Danny. Oh, Danny. Danny deals, you sad. Whoa! Jesus.
Oh, and he punched it out of his hand. No effect. Oh,
wow, that was a.
Blow had some effect though.
That's one way to. Whoa!
DDT.
Right.
They might got him. The cover on 3 men. 2. No.
If you're gonna pile on, you might want to actually hold the shoulder down, guys. Just throwing that out there.
Again, fundamentals.
Fundamentals. We talked about it at SummerSlam. Talked about it at Flair's match.
I mean,
Jesus.
I understand not hooking the leg, but when all 3 of you men aren't fully covering the man's upper body, yeah, you're definitely making a couple of flaws, to say the least.
And now we've got. I don't know. I hate to know these guys' names, but we got this guy climbing the ladder of success over there in the corner.
And meanwhile, the guy on the corner with
there it is. He hit it that time.
It's almost like a sliced bread. Instead, it was like a step-up bulldog release.
I think in this case, we actually call it the acid drop, like Spike Dudley used to call it, because these guys are clearly on something.
Right. And meanwhile, Sal and Andrews up on the ladder. Oh, this is not
Lord.
Gonna end
well.
well.
Oh, Lord. Oh, it's bad.
Oh, no.
Oh!
Oh, my God!
That could have been a lot worse. That was frightening. Jiminy crickets. That was so bad.
He literally twisted the man, corkscrewed him across the top rope. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. What the hell were you thinking?
I'm not sure that was the intent. That's the scary part.
And meanwhile, Danny right now.
Ruh-roh. Somebody's in the entryway there.
What the hell?
It's Deuce. Deuce is out. Oh, that's why.
You're stuck.
Oh, powder in the eyes.
Powder to the face.
Oh, the 80s heel trademark.
And fires Jay Mitchell, bringing Danny back to the ring. Medusa with her dose of revenge tonight at the chase. And now Dio's in a 3-on-1 danger zone. I don't think he can see. Oh, he's about to see this, though, or feel this. Up on the choke slam. Planted the cover. 1,
Jesus.
2, and fires Jay Mitchell crew with the win.
JJ with the comment of the match. Why does the guy in the image look like Joel Gertner, Quincy Stumbuff, and Joel Gertner join Maximum Male Models? Well, yeah, can't really argue with that comment.
Well, the devil did win. The devil did not go down to Georgia, but tonight the devil and company won at the chase in what can absolutely only be described as bedlam.
That's right. That was professional bedlam. Damn it!
But I digress.
Buy the shirt.
Digress.
Yeah, I digress. We all digress.
I've called in my life. Oi.
So Vince, as you're sitting home after your birthday dinner, hey, 80s heels don't work, right? Right? Okay, just checking. Thanks. Just checking.
What
Deuce
the hell did we just see at the chase?
Deuce and a hand of powder help the heels win. Just throwing that out there.
That was the only thing that felt normal about this match.
Right. when a powder job is the most normal thing about a 6-man tag, it's time to move on.
Oh, good grief! They're gonna be getting Danny off the mat with a spatula.
Danny's part of the mat. He has one with St. Louis now. He has one with the Chase.
Forever immortalized in history.
That's right. Danny Deals was however old he is. Buy shirts at NBAshop.com.
Well, I'm also glad that Sal and Andrews are okay from that ladder spot too, because
that was fugly.
That could have been absolutely devastating.
That I don't care what the intent was. Yeah. So again, I don't have the graphic for this. I don't know if they never posted it or what, but this is going to be another one. It's going to be a spectacle. You got Chris Adonis, who is just strong and just crazy, and Odinson, who is strong and crazy. So yeah, it'll be good. Let's see. All Elite says NWA Malaysia is here. Well, there you go.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you being in along for the ride.
I agree with Safety's comment regarding that moment. Holy beep!
Yeah, pretty much. That was like I said, it didn't look good in preparation, and it looked even worse in execution. I'm glad those guys are okay.
Well, this guy, something out of Norse mythology, apparently. Odinson, without a hammer, but something in hand, looks to break his sculpture in its own right, the masterpiece, Chris Adonis, tonight.
How's the show so far? Decided not to order. It's been good. We've had 2 matches, so there you go.
Well, the main event, the pay-per-view, to say the least. Velvet doesn't know the difference between a choke slam and a powerbomb, apparently. Give her a break,
that, Paul.
We just saw 2 men nearly break their necks off a ladder.
Hey, Paul, tell you what. You tell her she doesn't know the difference, and I'll make sure I go to your funeral when her and Angelina whoop your ass.
About to say, you really gonna correct Velvet Sky?
No.
You would think Block would be a freaking saving grace for you on social media. I ain't correcting her.
No. Velvet stuff is nails. She's crazy.
And if there's one thing I know doing commentary, even for fun, because that's what this is. This is truly fun for me. Right. Every commentator botches.
Every one of us. That's right.
Everybody botch.
You get a botch, and you get a botch. Everybody botch tonight. Everybody
I don't think we're going to get any botches in this match, as the former NWA National Champion enters the chase, Chris Adonis. And again, Jeff, you can talk all night about this guy and what he's really done for himself lately in the NWA.
He is the masterpiece, man. He came up out here in UPW. I will never forget the show where he put the master lock on SoCal Val back in the day and was saved by then the Future, who was actually just getting ready to go to WWE, Frankie Kazarian. That was a bright spot on a crazy night for Team XMV, to say the very least. Chris is probably the one guy out of that era of WWE, the 2005, 6, 7 era, that should have been some sort of champion and wasn't, that I just go, why? And I get, the whole steroid thing, and he wasn't exactly a natural masterpiece at the point. I'm not going to front, but even still, they gave him a second chance and brought him back when he was off the gas, and they still didn't do shit with it, which astounds me. It always will. They had the thing with him and Eli Drake, or L.A. Knight, or Max Dupree, or whatever the hell they're calling Sean Ricker this week. That went nowhere in TNA. So it's unfortunate.
It really is. I remember when he was on that gravy train with Eli Drake. And,
gravy train. I forgot about that phrase.
Let me talk to you. And I was like, dummy, yeah. Why didn't you give this guy a world championship opportunity?
Seriously. Matt Helms, good to see you, brother. I appreciate that. We're doing wonderful. I like JJ's comment. Adonis and Ziggler as tag champions. I'd have been 100% on that train. Absolutely.
Maybe we could get Ryan Nemeth to show up in the NWA, and he and Chris Adonis go up to the NWA World Tag Team Championships.
We don't always need the poor man's Dolph Ziggler.
Oh! Look, I saw Ryan.
I love
Nemeth.
you, Ryan.
He deserves something. I saw the man eat 4 powerbombs live in Cleveland by Wardlow. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? Ryan Nemeth got to enjoy the Jericho Cruise with us and hang out with Paradise Kitty when his brother, who was a Paradise Kitty fan, had to be home for a SmackDown that he wasn't even booked on. So
there you go.
There you go.
Keep doing what you're doing, man. That's
and yes, we gave Nick massive shit for that, by the way. Massive shit for that.
Oh, I imagine. Carl Del Tire outside headlock now by Odinson.
Of course, I'd forgotten he was in Arizona now. So when he wasn't at the show last week, I was like, where the hell? And I was reminded he's an Arizona boy now. So it's, okay, fine.
Right. Well, again, how many times does the wrestler relocate? Oh, look at that. Nice trip up.
Well, it's one of those things, the girls go where they're booked, the WBC wrestlers go where they're booked. And if they happen to meet in the middle, there you go.
Yeah, and once in a while that happens. Of course, we will definitely see that in this fall season, especially in October. But we'll talk more about that later.
Yes.
Meanwhile, because Don is working the arm.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Ryan. When Masters was with Carlito, that would have been a good time to pull that particular trigger. They had a tag title match at WrestleMania that year against Show and Kane. So
I'm about to say, at one point they were working together in the Elimination Chamber to try and beat John Cena for the WWE Championship.
And then Carlito done pissing the Kool-Aid, man. It could have been something. Could have been. But of course, if that would have happened, there would have been no regular cash-in, which was awesome.
And by the way, that wasn't cool. So
it wasn't cool. No. Hey.
No.
Not for nothing. Are you looking forward to Raw still, even though it's gotten, even though it's still 3 hours, because Beth Phoenix is up in the mix now?
Like I said, Triple H and his approach has definitely drawn more intrigue from me, but there's still a few things that I have to see fixed over time. So I'm going to be patient and approach this scientifically and cautiously. So I'm not watching Raw wholeheartedly every week. Because it's still ridiculously long. There's still some things I don't agree with. But yes, my engagement is there. And the cover by Odinson too with the lateral press. Again, no pressure on the body. But I am definitely intrigued with the aspect of Rhea Ripley and Beth Phoenix going at each other in the ring. At least.
Triple H's WWE coming up on Open Mic Night after the show tonight, folks. So stay tuned.
Among so much other stuff, folks. Buckle up.
Yes, that's it. We got a great pay-per-view, and then JJ's got us stacked. And yes, a lot of them's gonna be just shoot the shit topics, but we're still gonna have some fun with it.
I mean, at the end of the day, isn't that all wrestling is at the heart of it?
Yes.
There you go.
Ryan, I would agree with you on the cash-ins, but I still say Seth is the best cash-in because it was on the big stage.
About to say, you got to figure about the environment. You got to figure about the moment. You got to figure about the approach. You got to figure about the circumstances. At this point, there's no cash-in that right now has surpassed Seth freaking Rollins. What a backslide by Adonis. By Adonis. The other guy and gets caught with a running uppercut.
And I will say, as far as the called shot cash-ins, Rob's is definitely the best. Without a doubt.
Now that I do agree with. Again, different circumstance, but I do agree.
And had John won his called shot, I might have been in talk with it. But, Rob's was just everything about that moment was the only thing that was bad about Rob being the champion was that I wasn't in the balcony where I was supposed to be. Other than that,
you were not in
other than that,
right.
Other than that, the best one. And Mrs. Cash-in on Randy was definitely good. But NWA. I feel bad for Odinson and Adonis. They're having a great match here.
No, you're good. Again, belly-to-belly suplex and a near fall right now as Odinson drives the knee and extends the arm.
But again, you mentioned near fall fundamentals, man. You got to cover the shoulders and you got to hook the legs. It's just that simple.
Well, again, something that could be so simple can absolutely seem complex.
Yeah. And again, I've talked about it for over a year. It's not hard to book it. It's just hard to finance it. It's not hard to do fundamentals when you're in the ring either. So
especially if you're trained on it. And meanwhile, Odinson off the ropes, got caught by Odinson.
And I know Masters was well trained. He's just not the one doing the covers right now. So
well, I mean, again, that Samoan drop took everything out of Adonis there as Odinson grabs his lower back.
Adonis. Yes, one night in 2006. I was supposed to be in the balcony where Mrs. Van Dam at the time was at. I couldn't get out of work that day. And then I ended up getting the day off anyway, so we ended up doing the coverage on XMV. So there you go.
Well, there you go.
You know what, Ryan? Save that for Open Mic Night and have it a super chat so we can bring it up because we don't want to get too far off the weeds here.
Again, this is about the NWA at heart, but again, we're also blurring the lines at times where there's moments to talk about everything's wrestling. And meanwhile, Adonis right now trying to light up Odinson with the chops and the jabs, bringing him into the ropes. Irish whip reversal, Adonis off the ropes, and meanwhile, flying clothesline, shoulder tackle actually. And Adonis is killing it. Big clothesline follow-up.
Saying my favorite all-time wrestler, Hogan, is a lot easier than my all-time favorite match because there's been too damn many over the years.
Picture perfect net breaker.
That was and even still, Adonis did the fundamentals. Grounded the shoulders, hooked both legs, and still didn't get the win. So fundamentals don't always mean it.
But you also saw how far he was pulling back on that cover too. It's also, I feel like there's a certain breaking point where you give enough leverage for your opponent to find a way to kick out, and I feel like that played a little bit in that as well. And right now, looks like Adonis might be looking to take him up. What are we looking for here? Brainbuster, Steinberger, suplex. Oh, no, wait. Danielson reverses. Up on the shoulders.
Whoop.
Oh, boy. Don is flying out of it. Shots to the jaw. Meanwhile, pop up.
Oh, man.
Power
Pop-ups.
bomb cover. 2. Oh, wow, that was close.
Pop up into a sit-down powerbomb. That was doubly effective. That was nicely done. He still didn't get the fall.
Emmons Dean, what do you think about that? Good grief.
Right?
That was super close. I give Otis credit, though, for kicking out of that. I thought they had him there. Uh-oh.
Foreign object. Well, it depends. Where was it made?
Well, he's from Asgard, so you.
Oh, well, there you go.
For what you will.
Foreign, alien, whatever you want to call it.
Then meanwhile, Adonis is looking to trap him in the master lock, unaware that Olsen has that weapon in hand. Oh, wait, he's got it. Full Nelson's in. He's got to be over.
Are the fingers locked?
Yep, the fingers are locked.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Oh, shenanigans. That's terrible. Ring the bell. God, that's hideous.
Talk about desperation. Odinson sprayed something in the eyes of Adonis.
God.
And he didn't hit him. Oh, well, now he just knocked him out with it. And broke it. See, this is what happens when you feel like you absolutely have no control and you have no way of winning. You take a cheap way out where you're still the loser, but you still make the statement. Chris Adonis laid out, even though he won this match by disqualification, as Odinson makes his leave.
It's probably Bush beer. It probably knocked him out by the smell.
Well, call whatever you will. It was a cowardly act. It was desperation.
Very much so. Terrible.
And that was a good match. And Adonis had that. There's no doubt in my mind. Adonis had that.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely did.
Either way, I would still say he got some momentum here tonight at the Chase, as there's no doubt he's looking to get his hands on Jack Stanton, whoever comes out tonight as NWA National Champion.
That's it. We gotta get JJ. We gotta get everybody on the team financed to get some suits, and we're gonna get JJ in a purple posh suit like the three of them are wearing for the WWE calls. That's gotta be a thing, man. Those are slick. I love it.
I want one of those.
Right, speaking of you and JJ in the purple and white for the WWE calls.
Me in a white blazer. Now that would be a sight.
Right.
I like purple.
There we go. Here the tag team champions.
Pretty empowered. Kenzie Page, one of my all-time favorites. And
no, they're defending tomorrow night.
That's correct.
Against the Hex, the former champions, and another street fight.
Yes.
Let's
see what they got to say.
Yeah, let's go. Mute. I'm gonna disagree. I didn't forget you're the champions until I saw you with the belts just now. Honest to God, I'm just saying. They never wrestle as a team. They're always bitching at each other.
Yeah, talk more about that after this.
Yeah, and Kenzie seems so just like lost half the time.
She's humble, but she's also conflicted.
Yeah,
we can talk
definitely.
about the championship mentality all we want when it comes to what's more important, your principles or holding the prize.
It's very hard to be in this business and look past that prize on your shoulder around your waist, even if it does, even if your moral battle is what it is inside. It's hard not to want to be a champion at all costs, brother.
Especially when it's your very first title ever in the NWA.
I mean, I got, when I was working independence out here and managing champions, it was always an honor to be down there with the champions, whoever they were at the time. Always a cool thing to be a part of that.
Ooh.
Yeah, see, even now they're bickering and she's all over Kenzie. I don't think they're going to make it past tomorrow night, especially with Allison and Marty so in sync with one another.
I was about to say, there has to be a line drawn somewhere. Thank you, Kenzie.
Yep. Looks like Ella drew that line, cutting those shorts off. Kind of missed the mark there.
Well, I mean, the only sense we got to take away from that is actions speak louder than words. We could talk about synergy, we could talk about chemistry, we could talk about the adversity in this rivalry. At the end of the day, tomorrow, we're going to see who truly deserves to hold those tag team championships. And it's going to come down to one thing: wrestling.
Damn it. Speaking of coming down to one thing, we have our third man in.
Where have you been, you crazy son of a gun?
I didn't know I was expected for the pay-per-view.
Well, you weren't. It was fine. You're good. You're good.
Okay, yeah. I only came in because I was wondering, is there an open mic night tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
We were talking about it. You were going to share your screen, talk about your stuff since you botched the spelling on the stuff you sent me. Remember?
Yeah. All right, cool. I wanted to double check. I didn't know if it was today or if it was because I heard
definitely
rumors.
tomorrow, not today. Yeah, I mean definitely today, not tomorrow, because tomorrow's Sunday and I gotta get my ass to sleep.
We're still gonna go into tomorrow, but let's talk about tonight as we go back to in-ring action. As Kerry Morton, the son of Ricky Morton, now looks to try and gain the NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship from the 187 himself, Homicide.
All right, you guys enjoy that. I just wanted to double check and
you're good, James.
Live. So yeah, I'll see you guys for open mic night. I did just finish the notes. I at least I think I'm gonna check it over again. So
you got time, brother. We got a long card to go.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, peace out.
And also, intermission is going to be about 10 minutes because I've got 2 JJ trailers to run as well. So,
all right, cool. Peace out.
You're good to go, brother. Yes, sir.
This is going to be a very interesting match. You figure about Homicide, the champion, challenging all these generational talents since holding this title. Of course, this title, newly minted, once again brought back, reinvigorated from a tournament across NWA USA in a 4-way. The guy right here with over near 30 years of wrestling experience, one of the most dangerous men, I would definitely say, out of the East Coast. Homicide. Yes. He's been champion now for 161 days, defending this against the like of Rhett Titus, Austin Aries, Tony Deppen, twice against PJ Hawks, and twice against Kobe Carino, successfully going into his 13th title defense tonight.
And I love that they made the Junior Heavyweight Championship reminiscent of the old the crown jewel belt the NWA World Champion used to wear prior to the 10 pounds of gold.
The same title held by the likes of Chase Owens, Ricky Morton,
yes,
and Jushin Thunder Liger, among so many others.
Yeah, Gyro would definitely want me to mention late great Danny Hodge, or actually, I think Danny's still alive. But yeah, all the tremendous. Sorry, Danny, if you are. God, my bad. Botch. Yeah, good stuff. Great, and again, Kerry. Again, another legacy. I mean, there's so much variety on these NWA shows. You've got the generational talents. You've got, the guy like Homicide who's spanned generations in wrestling. He came from the old school. He wrestled in TNA. He wrestled in Ring of Honor. He's such a great talent himself. You've got the World Championship, which has spanned the 74 years now. So just a lot of great stuff here. I love he's wearing the NWA shirt because he used to wear that one as Homicide, but he's wearing the NWA wrestling version. I love that. That's great. Great little tie in there. Because if you look at his shirt, it's got Harley on it. It's got Terry on it, I think. That's good shit.
Again,
that's
all
wonderful.
About wrestling at the Chase night, honoring legacy, creating history.
I thought he passed. Thank you, Ryan. I'm not going crazy. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
And LAX, that's it, man. Him and Hernandez.
Oh, good respect, though, shown by Homicide. You got to respect that.
For now. Homicide's got a little bit of the dark in him there, so we'll see.
Well, again, this is Homicide we're talking about. Just saying.
Yes.
Also, you hear Joe Galli also honoring the history of this title, calling up some more names there.
Yes.
Denny, and right now we got a comment out tie-up, side headlock. Oh, good takeover to the head scissors, though. Counter, tip up. Both men right now looking for control here. Going to the mat game. Once again, counter for counter. Stalemate.
Wow.
Okay, Warren, very young prospect in the game. He's mostly been tagging with his father, but has a couple of singles victories, though, so far in his stint in the NWA. And, of course, Jeff, we most recently saw this young man involved in a tag team showcase match with all people, Brian Pillman Jr.
That's it, baby. The Mortons against the Horsemen. I mean, God, can you get any more Crockett than that besides the main event, right?
I'm about to say.
Jeez.
And right now we got another headlock here, trying to wear down the champion and Homicide.
Where's B-Boy to come and join Homicide? Freaking B-Boy is B-Boy's doing his school thing down here in San Diego, brother, and married to Lola. God bless him. There you go.
Yeah, happy birthday again to young Meacham. Meanwhile, look
Young
at this.
Meacham?
Oh,
Okay.
all right, Carrie. Carrie right now, I feel, has the advantage here in youth that will definitely add to his speed. But again, it's hard to challenge experience when you're in the ring of Homicide.
Yeah, you misheard me. I'm sorry. What I said was JJ said, "Where's B-Boy to come in and join Homicide?" B-Boy was, of course, Homicide's tag team partner throughout the Indies.
Oh yeah, that too. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat.
No. Dylan's actually with his mom for the weekend, which is why I can be louder.
Good enough.
He'll be back Sunday night, as he do.
All right. Meanwhile, we're in the corner right now. Of course, we know this title has a weight pound limit to it, similar to how the Cruiserweight Championship was always looked as 205 pounds or under. And even before then, it was a less of a weight than that.
It's 220. Right it was 220 for many years in WCW and WWE.
We're figuring about 225 here, apparently. Oh!
Yeah. Well, you figure, it was 220. I'll never forget, and God forgive me for bringing this crap up, but Christian in the chicken suit trying to get down to weight to fight for the light heavyweight championship.
Oh, good Lord Almighty!
Lord Almighty. That's. Yeah.
Here
we go.
Now. Rock and roll never dies, but again,
he is the 187 though.
I was saying, how does that go up against the style that Homicide throws down? Whether it's hip hop, whether it's rap, whether it's something else, I don't know.
That's it.
We got the rock and roll chants raining out the chase. And again, Carrie looking for the handshake here.
Sometimes you can shake hands where it's like, okay, just forget. There we go. See, I agree with Homicide here. I do. It's like, come on.
Just pleasantries before or after, not during.
It's like enough. Just freaking wrestle already. Seriously.
Again, you wonder, though, if Carrie's trying to get in the head of the champion.
Well, it's funny, people talk about, Ricky Steamboat's always been the babyfaces. Ricky Morton was a babyface for the most part, but let's not forget, he has a tendency to get on the dark. Oh! Jesus Christ almighty. He smacked that boy in his head. With intent.
A fistful of hair he pulled out intently with that shot too, might I add.
Oh yeah.
Now we're getting to the real mean. Oh, look at this. Nice count out suplex. Into the roll through, the cover, two, and just thrown to the outside.
Oh, here we go.
But the Homicide, though. Wait, Carrie B. Cross body. Cover hooks the near leg. Oh, almost new champion.
Very much a Rock and Roll Express move there.
Again, we're talking about the son of one member of the Rock and Roll Express. You got to imagine how much ingenuity has been taught to this young man who literally is just getting started. And meanwhile, there's some experience for you right there out of the corner.
Oh, yeah.
And
you mentioned Paul Meade and his WCW history. I don't know if you know this, Noah, but in 1991, Ricky Morton became Richard Morton, turning on Robert Gibson at one point and joining the Alexandria York-led York Foundation. Of course.
That was before my time, so I would not know that. But I do know this. We talk about the past as Homicide just honored Eddie with 3 suplexes.
And for those of you that are uneducated, Alexander York, of course, became Terry Runnels. So, but she had the big giant. It's the 90s. He had the big giant computer at ringside that would tell the laptop that was in a briefcase. That's how 90s it was. That would tell everybody in the foundation how to win their matches.
I would say it probably was more effective than that giant phone Paulie Dangerous we had in WCW.
Accurate.
Oh man, the fingers in the mouth, deep in the mouth. Ugh. And again, pull more hair out of these young kids' head.
We in COVID, man. Some people think fingers people's mouth. That's nasty.
Well, as you just alluded to and Velvet Sky just alluded to, yeah, this is definitely dirty. But again, what do you expect from Homicide? Anything less?
That's right. It's all about death. You might as well get one way to get death by COVID is sticking fingers in people's mouth. And there's just those chops that just kill the chest muscles. Bring up the bubblings.
Yeah, this young guy is getting taught right now the hard way.
Right.
Oh,
that's shady. Oh my God. That was shady.
Like, whatever, right in the eyes. Again,
Kerry-
this has been a homicide you haven't seen for a while. Butterfly suplex. The cover. 2. No.
Homicide will get the dark side of his suppressed, but when he needs to bring it out, he brings it out with gusto. Let's not make any mistakes.
Well, again, when you're the champion, you got to show a bit more aggression when it comes to preserving the prize. Again, champion's mentality.
That's it.
But again, the ref, you need to show some a little bit of leniency, but also some discretion
Jesus.
for the sake and safety and well-being of the opponent. Jeez. And right now, you just wonder at this point, is this match going to end on some different decision? Oh! Belly kick!
Man.
And Homicide dumped down the floor right now. This is the first time Kerry Morton looking for some over the top. Oh, no, got caught. Oh, man, it just driven back first into the ring post. And meanwhile, the scoop slam on the floor. Even if that's carpet, I don't care. That sucks.
Yeah, carpet's here for the aesthetics, man. Let's not even lie.
About to say there's concrete underneath there, all right? And I'm pretty sure carpet is even less padding than those pads you see around ringside on the other companies. As
Kerry
Slaughter brings it back into the ring.
I say Ricky threw him back to the wolf here. Oh, this is interesting.
I'm not sure how wise that was, especially that soon during the count.
Yeah, I would let him relax for a little bit longer at least, or try to get his shit back together.
Well, Kerry's still exemplifying the spirit of rock and roll, and there's a head clap for Kerry.
Now, Rocco may never die, but Kerry Morton can definitely get his bell rung here if he's not careful. And then, as I say that, he drops Homicide with the DDT. So there you go.
All you need is a moment to find an opening and capitalize on it. He found the moment. Now can he follow up?
All it takes is 1 moment and 3 seconds, brother. Oh, eat the feet. Jesus.
Hello, Gil Kim.
Right? Hall of Famer.
Again, that's just adding fuel to the fire. Kerry Morton's in control, looking for the monkey flip. Out of the corner. And right now, Kerry Morton is exercising his strategy. Oh my God!
That was a cutter and a half there.
And then flight 2. Whoa!
Wow.
That was insane. He caught him in mid-run air with the Koji cutter, but still
that was a collision.
Not enough to put down Kerry Morton.
Golly.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Come on, Homicide. None of that. Oh, well, there we go, Kerry.
Oh, might be looking for Chicky Nandos.
Jeez.
Kick to the face. And now, Kerry looking to follow up on the shoulders. Got the running power bomb. What Kerry looking for here?
Oh!
Running knee strike. We got a new chip. Go on the cover.
Look where it's hooked. No.
And the foot on the bottom rope.
Gotta be aware of that ring, man.
Experience definitely was the factor there. Kerry Morton grabbing the near leg, not realizing how close the far leg was to the bottom rope, and Homicide, aware of his surroundings, surviving via rope break.
Always hook the far leg, man. Again, he's young, so it's not gonna happen every time for him.
But again,
high risk.
He still could capitalize. He still could claim it here. Look at the ascend of the
heavens. Take it too long.
Is he showboating too much for the spine? Oh, nothing
too
but
long.
canvas. And meanwhile, Homicide looking to follow up. The Snapmare. 1, 2. Oh. Can't count by Kerry.
I've ever seen his Snapmare used as a finisher before.
But again, it's not like Kerry's already disoriented and already
that's fair.
Out of himself.
That's fair.
He's setting up for the cop killer. Got him. Oh, Kerry rolled out of the back. Super kick.
Took too long on that rewind there. Oh,
wait a minute. Homicide falls over the clothesline, but look at Kerry. He doesn't go down.
Oh,
went for the kick. And right now, Homicide looking for the follow-up shot. Misses. Kerry falls up, though, with the shot. And the cover. 1, 2. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, so we've seen a Snapmare use a finisher, and then we just saw a slap to the face as a finisher attempt. This is old school.
Sudden impact. Oh, what is that? Come on.
That's just ridiculous. Ricky's getting upset.
Homicide saying that was not intentional. But right now, he has literally given him a piece of his mind.
No, he's begging not to bring the interest in. He's begging him not to. Homicide being a man of honor here, which is
look at Kerry right now. You saw that look at his face.
Oh,
shoulders. Ooh, off the top turnbuckle.
Oh,
the Finley roll.
Could it
seen that in
be?
a while. And right now, Kerry back up to the top rope, going off for broke.
Oh,
Oh,
he on his feet though.
Uh-oh, but look at Homicide. There's his back. Purchase him.
Oh.
Oh! Sting
It's a
shot.
straight
right
shot.
in the face.
Oh my
God!
Yeah, that.
Avalanche Koji Cutter, the cover middle of the
Night,
ring,
night.
and Homicide retains in his 13th title defense. Jeez.
Darren, it's pretty simple. Similar to cruiserweight weight or light heavyweight championship weight. Just, that the 220 area. Those of you that are wondering that. So Homicide retains. Still but still referee still giving a piece of his mind here. Hey, he won the match. He's the champion. Raise a hand, man. Come on now.
Again, the referee still has to act on his merit. The referee's supposed to raise the hand of the winner, in this case, the champion. He did retain, but again, it's one of those things where it's like, how far do you bend the rules? And Kerry clearly realizes, he is not done here.
Man, that's a slap in the face.
I don't know how wise this is, as Homicide looks to take. And right now, Homicide doesn't want no more of Kerry Moore. And Kerry brought one hell of a fight tonight.
He sure did, man.
The Homicide still your NWA Junior Heavyweight Champion. But what a match.
Great first title match of the weekend.
It's only going to get better from here. Not only this pay-per-view, but definitely Kerry Morton. But for now, Homicide still holds the gold. Whew.
Again, I have it on mute, but she's awfully emotional for the match.
Well,
she's only going to get worse, the poor thing.
It was Kerry Morton's first ever title match in the NWA, and he brought the fight of his life. Just getting started in the game. And Homicide tonight, he had to go back to, like you said, those roots to a degree to make sure he still came out with the championship in the end.
Whatever it takes.
By the skin of his teeth.
Hey.
That close.
Walking out the champ, man. That's what you do on pay-per-view.
Yeah. And again, we're just getting started, folks. For those that are tuning in right now or have been along for the ride, we thank you once again for tuning in to the Jeff Meacham Multiverse of Media for this live forum as we got Kyle Davis in the ring.
Man, that purple definitely pops under the lights, man. I'm telling you, I'm digging it more and more the more I see it.
Yeah, me too.
It's a thing of beauty. Could be a little more shot and put a little buffer on Kyle's head, though. The lights are bouncing off the poor guy. All right. Tommy Rich, man. Wildfire. Former world's champion.
Former NWA World Champion. As we know, we are going to get some special guests here at the Chase over this weekend as we honor the NWA 74th anniversary.
Tommy still has his hair. I don't like him. He still has his hair from the 80s.
He has a good head of hair, it looks like.
It's a good head of hair, man. Yeah.
Living legend right here in the Chase.
Oh, good old Tommy Rich, the full-blooded Italian himself.
Still got that fire.
Jeez. Yeah, Wildfire, man, for one glorious week, he was the man.
Let's see what he has to say. Sons of Kyle Davis.
Curious myself. I'll be right back. I'm actually going to go get dinner. I'm being called to the bell.
All right. Yep. He fired up. I like this guy's energy. Dreams come true, they come true. All right. NWA would not exist without the fans. That is definitely a fact. Amen. For live, I like that. St. Louis, get fired up! NWA 74. I like this guy. Tommy Rich firing up the chase tonight at NWA 74. Firing up St. Louis. Great energy. Great way to respect the NWA and its history. A great way to bring the crowd back into things after that little dispute with Kerry Martin and Homicide 2. And right now, it looks like we're going to go backstage to an interview with May Valentine. Let's see who she's with. Uh-oh.
That's a big boy and a flamboyant manager there.
Boya Del Mar.
Yes.
Real today.
Yeah, he's actually facing Davey Richards for the MLW Openweight Championship or whatever it's called. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Which is definitely a unique interpromotional match to say the least. Oh,
yeah, it should be good.
Controversy.
Yeah, Pollo's definitely a controversial figure.
Two things. All right. That's going to be a harder task than you think, facing one half of the Wolves.
Davey Richards main evented the only show I actually got paid to do commentary on. He is a well-traveled, well-respected, multi-time champion across the universe, if you will. Guy is amazing.
And of course,
I put my freaking headset on without putting it in my shirt first.
There you go. But again, NWA, it's an open door policy, all about bringing in everybody, all about honoring and showing what professional wrestling is in its own light.
Here we go.
Oh, boy. Velvet Sky, I hope you show some decorum. But
breathe, Velvet. It'll be okay.
C-name man himself, Matt, as he is back in NWA Ring action with his own.
I hate him.
With his own opponent. Oh, this is going to be fun for a number of reasons.
No decorum whatsoever. Velvet gives no hells. Gives no shits.
Zero hells.
Not a one.
There he is. He's back.
Not for nothing, though. Matt has upped his game every check mark you can. This guy has just shown that you can be outside WWE and still be a superstar. He's been so good. You may not like his approach. If you're an old school fan, you may not like the guy. You may not like his tactics in and out of the ring, but you cannot argue with his success. You know, freaking Ultimo Broski at one point.
What do we need saving from? Oh, looking at Kyle Davis as he grabs the microphone. A bit of a slower, more focused, serious demeanor tonight by Matt here. And for Velvet Sky's sake, I am not going to say the C word.
And yeah, remember, Matt.
Don't say the C word. Don't worry.
Yeah, remember, Matt figured on main eventing the anniversary show as the world champion, and he's not getting to do that. And it's got to be eating at his shit.
No kidding. You hear his theme, by the way. It's a slower version. So it's almost like, he's taking much more serious, but also maybe he's like a desperate. It kind of reminds me when Cody went from dashing to grotesque and kind of how his theme has changed.
Bam. Oh, yeah, I remember that very well. One of the greatest pictures in SummerSlam Access history with JJ.
You need a back. You need a back.
JJ wearing a paper bag and a picture with Cody that Cody briefly popped for in a picture. It's on his social media. It's tremendous shit.
Hilarious. All right, well, let's hear what Matt has to say. Sorry, Velvet, again.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Oh, boy, Gerald Fritz in the ring. Oh, boy. Savior. Savior or the freaking. Oh, good at that. Okay, now you're over exaggerating.
You tore your bicep, Matt. Relax.
Cody Rhodes competed with a torn pectoral. Shut up. And I still think Cody's bloody insane for that.
Inside Hell in a Cell.
How fitting. Red Creative hate. Bloody. That's true. Did not do it willingly for quite a bit of time.
No.
Surprised we actually got a match that night. And what it became.
A lot has gone down since he handed that belt to Billy.
Yeah, and one of those men that was in that match is back in the WWE. Yeah. All right. Under 3 months. Good on you.
Hey, Kevin Nash came back from a bicep at 3 months. He just tore a quad the same night. So, hey.
That's your Joe Galli impression? That was horrible.
Right.
Who is it not going to be? Ah, not Nick Aldis.
Bummer.
Gee, I wonder why. I mean, he doesn't focus on the arm. He focuses on the legs for the clover leaf. So what do you got to worry about?
No, but Nick might make a personal go after the arm just because.
Good point. Oh,
no, your buddy Knox is doing that.
I'm about to say, yeah, he is in a match. Bully. His name is Bully. He does that to everybody. He just does it more to you because he actually hates you. Right. You're not. You can't be that. Ooh.
I mean, if his wife was to get hardcore, I'd be okay with it. But yeah, that's a whole other,
That's a whole nother conversation.
Whole other conversation for a whole other channel.
Yeah, exactly.
We're on YouTube, folks. Keep it clean.
Open.
Ish. You should. Challenge Trevor. Screw it.
We still got to get through tomorrow, Jeff. Don't leave that out. Or count that.
I rather see Tyrus kill you anyway.
All right. This promo is actually the longest thing right now that's happened tonight. Good grief.
Oh, it's Matt Cardona. Of course he's going to talk. Sorry, though, if you're watching. What's your knock? You're at ringside.
Yeah, seriously. Who's your opponent? Really? Mm-hmm. Biggest? Baddest? Toughest? Who's your opponent? Mr. Who?
He said, what?
It's the future of the NWA, right? The older brother, Rolando Freeman.
Okay.
All right. Well, this is the thing. I feel like Hornswoggle would put up a better match than this guy.
Yeah.
And Hornswoggle, unfortunately, is in the good favor.
He's in the hospital right now, the poor guy.
Oh, well, I wasn't aware of that. Well, I'll give the guy credit. He definitely seems fearless. He definitely seems confident. He definitely seems motivated.
He definitely seems like he weighs like a third of what Matt weighs, but, it's okay.
I mean, this is a size discrepancy, weight disadvantages. Of course, he will be involved. I imagine if he survives tonight in his brother's corner, who's going to be involved in the tag team battle royal.
Yes,
Of course,
yes.
tomorrow night for the NWA USA Tag Team Championships, and we'll definitely talk more about that tomorrow night if that's not brought up more tonight. But okay, so this is Matt return match in NWA.
Yeah. This is Matt, name redacted for Velvet's sake.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, Rolando's ready for a fight. I'll give him credit. Bell rings. We're underway. Get your stopwatches out. I don't see this going for long.
Let's be honest. Name redacted so Velvet doesn't kick our ass sick. That's what the thing is.
At this point, I'm just listening to how much that Velvet's just talking about
Right.
Matt's choice.
Yes.
As she literally explains why Matt would pick somebody like this. Yeah, look at Matt. Oh, look at that handshake. And there's a kick. A cheap shot. Driving the little man down. Cardona the coward. Because Velvet Sky said that, I'm going to say that. This is the match where we're going to truly see the fire inside Velvet Sky, folks. Enjoy. Oh.
If you're watching us as well, we appreciate you watching us, not listening to Velvet only, but definitely go back and watch both on demand later.
Yeah, definitely. If nothing else, just hear Velvet Sky's retort. I love real raw emotion, and not necessarily in a ranting form either. But on commentary, it does work sometimes. It just depends on the atmosphere.
Absolutely. Yes, no doubt about it.
I mean, I've had a rant once or twice in commentary. I mean, the weekend's still young. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I actually ranted, except for the Jackass showcase, but that's a whole different story.
That was part of WrestleMania, and it was awesome, so it's okay.
That depends on your perception of entertainment. I mean, would we say this is entertaining? I don't know. And right now, I'm not sure.
I'm not saying the match was entertaining. I'm saying your commentary on it was entertaining as hell.
Fair enough. Again, and I did that sober.
God bless you for that.
And right now, looking for a test of strength. Oh, give me a break. Okay. Can we get the Gravis department to put up Cardona the coward from now on when he comes out for his matches? Thank you.
I would do that when we're calling the shows. Oh, look at this mess, will you?
He's going down to Rolando's level. Excuse me. And again, Velvet Sky trying to give him suggesting kick his teeth in.
Right.
Or teeth out.
Or that.
Oh, there you go. There's a shot right to the mouth. Velvet Sky is all in right now. Oh. Just launching his head into the torso of Matt Cardona.
No, why not? Why not?
Again, Rolando's feeling it. Going for it. Oh, and he just got squashed for it.
Oh, my God.
And took it out of the game and a side boot. Stiff kick to the side of the head. Oh, gosh.
Matt is he's determined now. And now he's not
from wrestling to abusing real quick.
Yeah, he isn't messing around now. It was all ha-ha until he got punched. Everybody's got a plan to get punched in the face. I've said that how many times?
Oh, man. If I had a dollar for every time I've heard that.
You'd be going to Disney World instead of my family. It's
probably.
Well, my brother and my dad, we're all going. Although
or WrestleMania, but that's still up in the air. I got the fall season to figure that out. Oh,
although in hindsight, if my dad and my brother waited a couple more months to book their thing, I could have got them a discount.
I mean, again, time and money. Both are always a constant thing.
And hindsight is the worst of all.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh, well.
Oh, boy. Well, this might be worse. Oh!
Hey, I'll tell you what, though, as far as now hindsight, acting in the moment, man, I saved, from what I'm being told, I saved at least hundreds of dollars because the seat I'm in, at what I paid for it, is now going for 4 times as much per night.
I'm not surprised.
For WrestleMania, so.
Of course, now you got General Admission. Oh! And there's just a general slap to the side of the face. And missile drop kick from Alano. He's got a chance. Cardona's down his knees. Follow up, kid. Oh, short range DDT. He could have got the card down too. Oh, man. Velvet Sky would have literally jumped out of a blazer if that happened.
Right. Which I'm okay with, by the way.
That's a different way of letting the pigeons loose.
Noah members. 1, 2.
And meanwhile, Cardona down his knees. Rolando following up with some stiff forearm strikes to the side of the head.
JJ, there's at least 4 matches left. There's the World's title, the Burke Battle Royal, the match for the Burke, the National title. Oh, 5 because the tables match with Bully.
Yeah, we're just getting started, Jeff. And meanwhile, I think Cardona's ready to end this.
Yeah.
After running over Lando with that. And right now, Cardona back in the driver's seat. Unfortunately, if it was up to Cardona, he would put this young man in a booster seat. Relentless assault here.
Oh, well, no. He's giving him a boost by wrestling him on pay-per-view now. So,
that's true. But right now, it looks like he's
there's a freaking
broski
boot. Golly. Always effective, whatever name you call it.
All right, Gerald, call it. For the love of God, that's got to be it. 1, 2.
Damn it, Matt, you jerk.
Yep, disgusting display. Of course, by Cardona the Coward, as now proudly named by Velvet Sky. And again, believe in me, I am the savior of your company. I am the savior of the National Wrestling Association, or whatever the hell you want to call it.
If I wouldn't get pinged for a copyright by using his name, I'd totally get a Cardona the Coward shirt made.
just put Velvet Sky on the royalties. And there's the pin. 2. Oh, look at this! A counter crucifix 2! He got him! He got him! Oh my God!
That's tremendous.
That's incredible! What a moment here at the chase!
I love it. Run, Rolando, run!
In the NWA, and Velvet Sky can't believe it! Standing ovation!
That's awesome. I love it.
Look at his brothers!
That's tremendous.
With him! Go drink yourself soon tonight! What a victory at the chase!
This kid came out as a handpicked opponent and beat Matt Cardona in the middle of the NWA ring. I love it.
9:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, August 27, 2022, NWA 74, the greatest moment in Velvet Sky's life. Oh, man. He was not always ready.
He was not ready. Yeah, not tonight, buddy.
The plan backfired. Cardona embarrassed tonight at the chase at NWA 74. Woo! Wow, I did not see that coming. Well, you reap what you sow.
Baby doll. Look at Baby doll.
Here.
Right on. I'm listening to this.
Hey, you can tell me more about this for sure.
Love me some Baby doll, man. Horseman. Tully Blanchard.
Ooh.
Short and sweet to the point. I love it.
I would say Samantha here is in for the ultimate test. What a debut.
Yeah, that's a hell of a way, man. You debut with your mom, who's a freaking NWA legend, sitting there with you, and your debut match is a chance to compete for the Burke tomorrow night. She's definitely a Baby doll star. You see it in her face, man. She's definitely got that Baby doll.
The dimples.
I love it.
The dimples say it all.
That's it. I haven't seen Velvet smile that big since she was Knockouts World Champion.
Oh my gosh.
She is so happy that Cardona lost that.
I don't think nothing could ruin this night for Velvet Sky after that.
Lord.
That was the greatest moment of her commentary life, no doubt.
Dwayne, as far as predictions for this show, I don't know. And again, outside of my channel, I don't know. But generally on pay-per-view or pre-live events, we do predictions before the show. We didn't do it today because today's just kind of been a fly by our pants tonight.
I'll talk to you more about NWA predictions later on. Here we go. It's time for the Burke Invitational.
Yeah,
Forgive me if I'm a little biased. From Painesville, Ohio, she said she wants to run the gauntlet from the #1 spot, and she plans to do that. Kylan King has entered the chase.
Here we go, baby.
This is the match I've been waiting for. This is the competitor I've been waiting for. All hail.
And keep in mind, these ladies still don't know who they're going to face. Because Taya Valkyrie could very well walk out of the chase with the title tonight.
Well, there's no doubt that Kylan King wants Camille, but she'll take either or.
She
either
does.
way, she is looking to prove she deserves another chance at the Burke. as the Berg Invitational officially now comes underway. Kylan King kicks us off, but who's going to face her first?
That is the question. We knew who number one probably would likely be, and I got that confirmed. But who's next?
Let's find out.
Oh, man. Right there. There you go.
Oh.
Talk about an auspicious start to your career. Jeez.
Now, I am seriously excited for this. One of my favorites in all of wrestling today against a literal daughter of a living legend in her NWA debut. I mean, Jeff, you could talk more about the mother of this wonderful individual. Here's Samantha Starr. She makes the way to the ring.
God, Baby Doll, she started in the, she started elsewhere, but, she, of course, made her name as Tully Blanchard's Perfect 10, Baby Doll, and only broke up with Tully because of J.J. Dillon-induced shenanigans and ended up going with Dusty for a while, and then she rejoined the Horsemen, specifically Ric Flair, and then she was gone again. But, man, Baby Doll is one of those that had they stuck around, it's interesting to think about what would happen with Baby Doll if she'd stuck around and there hadn't been JJ with the Horsemen. So we'll see. But right now we've got her daughter Samantha Starr in there against Kylie King, and off we go. The Burke Invitational is underway.
Samantha Starr, very young in her wrestling career, only 65 matches total. Meanwhile, Kylie King, also young in her career, 4 years, trained again by Bully Ray, among others, Billy Gunn included, with over 200 matches right now in her career. And she currently holds 3 individual independent wrestling championships, one of which she's held now for 500 days, 16 successful defenses.
Wow. There you go.
Capital Championship Wrestling in Florida, and of course the all-women's promotion Capital Championship Wrestling being their inaugural champion with 5 defenses, also for 200 days. Recently coming off matches in AEW against Starbreaker DMD, and of course Lenny Festival. And meanwhile, Samantha Starr off the ropes. Oh, nice shoulder block and the cover. Not even a 1 count. I like the fast approach here offered by both. And again, you gotta consider this is a gauntlet match, so endurance is key. Because if Kylie King wants to win this,
definitely.
Like she says, she has 8 other opponents she has to beat.
And somewhere Greg Sherry's watching this going, I got to do this in the wintertime to defend my championship. So there you go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, his is much more of a mental test. This is a physical test, to say the least, with that suplex.
I don't know about you, but the friggin' defending the title wears on Greg physically as well.
And meanwhile, here comes
here we go.
Entrant.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, here we go.
Natalia Markova.
Natalia Markova, who, of course, has history with Kylie King. Kylie King showing up in the NWA, beating her with the Excalibuster. No doubt Kyle's looking for a receipt from that.
No doubt about that.
Sneak in the ring, take advantage. Oh, open bomb strikes. Stiff chops to both Samantha Starr and Kylie King. I believe the only way you win this is a pinfall submission. I don't think this is over the top rope type dealy. Oh, but there is a double team there. Not sure. Again, Natalia has not rubbed really anybody the right way since being a part of the NWA. Of course, Natalia was recently involved in a match against Taya Valkyrie, who will be in the main event. Oh, back at Always Ready.
Yep.
And meanwhile, went for the leg lariat.
Matter of fact, Always Ready was Taya's ticket to here. Just a bunch of ticket in that match. Oh, there's a cutter.
Oh, no.
Kylie already? No way.
Wow. Oh. Samantha saving Kylie King. What does that tell you?
That's kind of stupid in a match like this. Inexperience again, Noah.
True. I mean, I guess when you make your debut, you don't necessarily want anybody else to outshine you. And I understand.
I mean, maybe.
I understand, maybe the mission statement of Samantha here, but discretion, the better part of valor when you're trying to be the last one standing in a gauntlet match, to say the least.
Yeah, that was not a wise decision on her part. We'll see if it backfires on her eventually here.
And here comes entrant number 4. We're just moving right along. No eliminations yet. Who we got?
All right.
Mr. Kate!
Mr. Kate, baby.
Mr. Kate, of course, been recently involved in tag team matches. Also formerly involved with the Brickhouse Camille. And off the top rope, looking for it. What the world are you figuring here? Oh! Takes both winning down with a very unique move off the top rope. But again, that don't matter. And you might not want to bow when the K's are behind you. Whoa, went for that leg again. He caught Kylan on the rebound. Reverse Irish whip in the corner. I'm all in this match. Oh, got the boot up. And meanwhile, Mr. Kate, looking to take around Kylan King. Oh, Kylan King prevents collision in the corner. Broken Mr. Kate over the top. Lands on the apron, though. Back elbow strike. Kylan King now up on the second rope inside the ring. Oh, kicks her off. Emerson King's
And she's
eliminated.
out.
It is
There we
indeed
go.
over the top rope. We have our first elimination. But Kylan with the bye. Meanwhile, the Tiger from behind. And there goes Samantha with a roll-up. 2. Oh, and Kylan breaks up the hold. Meanwhile, rose up Samantha. 2 count by Gerald Fritz. Good luck with this one.
And again, Samantha, rather than trying to help eliminate Kylan, ends up rolling up or helping eliminate Natalia, or Kylan ends up rolling up Natalia. Just easier for me to say.
Good grief. Meanwhile, there's a meteor stack up on Makova, and somehow she kicks out. Kylan King going after everybody. And meanwhile, we're just going to keep moving right along with entrant number 5. Good
Out of 10 member. Oh, here we go.
Maddie Wazowski, also simply known now as Maddie.
Yes.
Been floating around the NWA. Also recently has had history with Camille in one of her earliest matches here. Heavily involved in AEW Dark. Oh! And, of course, in Mission Pro Wrestling.
Of course, that was just heavily involved slap to the chest right there.
Is that the most sensitive part on that type of person's body? I'm just asking for, intelligent.
Well, the thing is, you gotta remember, in my observation of women's matches, they tend to chop right above. Forgive my lack of anatomy knowledge, but they didn't chop right above where the cleavage starts, so they're hitting flat, just whap flat like you do on a guy. So,
well, meanwhile, double team here by Maddie,
and again with the haha terminology, they're hitting them in the breastbone, which is hurting no matter what gender. It hurts like a mucker.
Still knocks the wind out of you. Meanwhile,
it
stack
does.
Up to and Maddie right now looking to take advantage. Cover.
This is very clustery so far.
Is it me or does it look like this ring is smaller? So down now for Maddie. Whoa, trying to cover
in any era, the NWA ring has always been smaller than the WWE 20x20. So
I'm about to say, yeah. Hoy.
It's funny. I forget what, I don't know if I didn't work the show, but one show I helped set up and attend out here for John Ian, may he rest in peace. He actually had one of the old Crockett rings, so they are definitely smaller.
Number 6.
Oh Lord, here comes trouble.
And that's the truth with this double T athlete, Taryn Terrell.
She is one of my favorite Instagram follows. I love her social media. She's got so much going on. She's hanging out with the kiddos and taking them to different things. She's training. She's doing her stunt work. She's a fun social follow. Her character in the NWA, I still want to rip her throat out just because she's so obnoxious.
The character is a bit overwhelming. Besides that, wonderful individual. And
she's great. I love Taryn. She's great.
Taryn Terrell right now just greeting the fans of Tens here at the Chase, not even entering the ring yet.
That's true.
But again, we're trying to focus on the ring here, not the girl in the sparkly dress.
But again, former Knockouts champion, former Knockouts tag champion. You can't discount her ability.
Resume. Oh! Or deny that back heel kick by Kylan King to Samantha Starr. By the way, the that Starr of this thing's still in this. And made out Kylan with the cover of Samantha. Oh, 2 count.
I don't want to say Taryn coming out and the porn bot showing up or the same or any coincidence, but anyway.
I get that. And meanwhile, Maddie and Kylan.
Just because Hef saw her talent before wrestling did, y'all behave.
I was about to say, this is 2022. And meanwhile, DDT!
Hey, the internet is forever.
Yeah, that's a dangerous fact. And meanwhile, Maddie taking out the competition, but
Ruh-roh.
Well, this is about to pick up. Here comes Max the Impaler.
On the other end of the spectrum, we have Max the Impaler.
Remember when we were talking about Beauty and the Beast? They're about to collide in the ring. Oh, jeez.
She just freaking eliminated her damn self. She ran for her life.
Okay, I heard a discussion in the better part of Valor. Maddie's getting the hell out of the building.
Shit, the way she's going to be in Kansas City in an hour.
I guess she was on her hit list and just was like, okay, the Burke's not worth dealing with this. And everybody getting up right now, the biggest threat to this entire thing. Oh, boy. And again, right now, Max running through some after star. Got a kick, good lord, double spear. And Natalia, that's underneath the clothesline. Oh, wow, look at that agility.
That takes care of that momentum right there.
Caught on the
Oh,
throat. Up and
my
God!
God.
Planted! And I mean that emphatically.
Oh, look at
Terrence.
10. Look at
No.
10.
Whoa, looking to come out of the back door.
And she
meanwhile,
is running.
oh my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
Slamming Kylan King on top of Natalia Markova and Terrence Terrell getting the hell out of the ring underneath the bottom rope, not being eliminated.
Taryn Terrell's the smartest woman in the room right now.
Well,
no. Actually, I get back. Maddie's the smartest woman in the room right now because she ran for her life.
Meanwhile, who's next?
Oh, shit.
Blue Dragon, Judy Lynn.
St. Louis's own. Right? Yeah.
Yep, St. Louis's own.
There you go. There's a high five. She's still determined, but she want to make sure you get the high five to the crowd.
Got a serious look tonight, too. Not only, like you said, this is the Chase. This is her home turf. Meanwhile, Max the Impaler looking to come in. Oh, nice way coming into the ring for the middle and top ropes. And this is going to be an interesting face-off. Blue Dragon meets Max the Impaler. Oh,
Judy Lynn was 22. Or however old she is. I don't know.
That is a Mad Max brought to life intimidating force.
Right.
And meanwhile, oh my gosh.
Good grief. That is one angry, sinister minister-induced individual.
If there's anybody that was a fit on the female spectrum for Father J's Mitchell in this industry,
yes,
besides Sue Young, it is definitely Max the Impaler.
Seriously. It's funny you say that. I wonder how James would have done with Allie and them managing that group.
Well, you know, the women never know. Oh, nice leg Larry as we get another competitor coming in here shortly. 5 seconds. If I remember the field correctly, I think I know who's next.
Yep.
There she is. That was one of the last
There we go.
You want to talk about beautiful people? How about this former Knockouts champion? Angelina Love.
Before she became
Ashley Lynn just got eliminated.
As we figured. Hometown people never do well in wrestling. Right, JR?
Angelina Love tries to get the clothesline. Kylan King looks to hook her up, and meanwhile, Angelina Love looking for the head over. No, wait a minute, counter.
No.
Oh. Again, now, what's Kylan King looking for here? Got her hooked. Oh, look at this show strafe. Oh, Angelina Love countering out of it, though. Off the ropes. Once again, looking for the head. Takeover. Got it.
Oh, Angelina.
Equilibrium on Kylan King and a splash in the corner on Natalia Makova. And meanwhile, Samantha Starr and Max the Impaler in the other corner. Oh, Angelina Love, 2-for-1 special. Terrence around the outside of the ring. Not eliminated.
Is Terrence beefing with Baby Doll?
So far, ROH. Hey, do you remember ROH, Angelina Love, with this person? I'm just saying.
No, obviously not, because she's...
That is not wise.
Again, Jay, if Velvet was healthy and 100%, and we get Toxic Attraction and 100% healthy, and we have an promotional war, why not?
There you go. Jawbreaker, knee strike, spinning, heel kick. Everybody tagging up on Max the Impaler.
Have to. She's the biggest threat in the ring right now.
Well, I think I know one other threat that could help.
I would say so.
Genocide.
No relation to my genocide from Paradise Kitty. Different genocide completely, folks.
Fair enough.
Actually, my genocide's in the Midwest right now, too, though.
Bionic Warrior herself, who was in action just recently on NWA.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Samantha Starr with the smaller drop. Looking for the pin on turn. And Angelina Love breaks it up. Again, I'm not sure how wise that was. Now we got Genocide in the ring, taking Angelina Love down. Terrence Terrell back in the ring. Oh, yeah. How about this history? Well, never mind.
Right.
And Kylan King and Genocide mix it up. I love this. Oh, of course, they face each other in singles action on Mission Pro Wrestling. Oh, look at this for 2-1. Oh, man.
What the hell?
Double stack on Natalia and Kylan, and both kick out after Natalia was choke slammed onto Kylan King. What a maneuver.
What a maneuver.
And meanwhile, we got Samantha Starr now being attacked to the corner by Kylan, Genocide. A lot of women here in this ring. And Terrence Terrell sit over the top. Lands on the apron, though. Angelina Love looking to follow up. She's like, hi.
Oh, no.
Angelina Love. Wait, not gone yet. Both ladies, though, in a dangerous spot. And meanwhile, dropped, but not to the floor. Terrence Terrell, Angelina Love, incoming! Max the Impaler, 2-for-1 special. Angelina Love and Terrence Terrell, bye. Both eliminated. Meanwhile, Natalya trying to come in the back, take advantage. We got some big threats remaining in this Berg Invitational right here. And some Memphis Star for that matter, too. Which I must say, I'm quite impressed. Oh, just as I say that. Caught in a submission hold. And Samantha Star is gone.
And
Great
that was
showing,
that,
though.
folks.
Definitely want to see more of her, the NWA.
Absolutely.
So we got Natalya Markova, Kylan King, Genocide, and Max the Impaler. Wait a minute.
Oh, Natalya just
No!
got dropped in the back of her friggin' head.
Planted. Oh, wait. Max the Impaler, though, might be looking to make her own impact. God! God!
Jeez.
That is ridiculous.
Whoa!
Wasteland. Oh, what a spine buster! The counter high step 1, 2. What the hell are you thinking, Kylan King? Seriously.
I don't understand why they do that. It's stupid in this kind of match.
I understand instincts to break a pinfall, but this isn't a normal match.
I
At
know.
least not yet.
For the record, Paradise Kitty is with the Iron Maidens in Duluth, Minnesota tonight at Tribute Fest, Bayfront Festival Park.
And meanwhile, Kylan King, Natalya Markova. Oh, God. The beautiful destruction.
Oh,
And up on the shoulders. Genocide.
Oh.
God.
golly.
Welcome to the
Oh.
wasteland. The cover up both. 1, 2. Damn it.
That sucks.
Kylan King and Genocide both eliminated. We are down to Natalya Markova and Max the Impaler.
If I'm Taya or Camille right now, I'm in the back going, shit. Either way. But they're probably focusing on each other for the moment. You know they're going to
There's no step down, no sense of intimidation by either or here. Meanwhile,
Nope.
Max just pushed Natalya down on her tuchus.
right.
I don't know what the Russian word is for butt. Sorry. And meanwhile, oh, that was not wise. Again, you're not going to
Tuchus.
outpower Max the Impaler. Good night. 1, 2. Max. Kick out. What?
That was 99.999 hundredths.
That's about as close to the 3 count as you're going to get.
Yeah.
How fitting that friends on mutual respect, Genocide and Kylan King were both pinned at the same time, too. I was hoping it would come down to the 2 of them. Dadgummit.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, they will get their chance. I know they will get their chance. And meanwhile, I'm curious here who will take advantage of the opportunity here and win this Berg Invitational. These are our final 2, Natalya Markova and Max the Impaler. Again, Natalya continuing to fight back. Oh.
Has to. She has to fight.
Knee.
Oh, my word.
What a knee strike. That could do it. 1, 2. No.
Wow.
Whew. I can't believe it. What else do you got to do, Markova? How bad do you want to go after the Berg? I don't know if I would suggest this, but sometimes you got to go beyond your comfort zone.
Yeah, but that's on the top rope in a battle royal.
Vulnerable. Oh, and Max just knocks out the ropes from underneath her and up on the top.
Oh, my goodness.
Golly! Tossed off the top rope to the other side of the ring. What a deal.
God. Uh-oh.
And Max looking to finish her off. Got her up. We might see it. Oh, no. Welcome to the wasteland. And it is a beautiful disaster for Russia as Max the Impaler pins Natalya and wins the Berg Invitational. Taya Valkyrie and or Camille, meet your next challenger.
Oh, God. Here come the crazies. Back out.
What a night for the miserably faithful. They win the Bedlam and they win the Berg Invitational. Father's Day Mitchell taking one step closer, claiming the ultimate prize in women's professional wrestling in NWA. But again, I still would proceed with caution.
Yeah.
And,
as much as Taya and Camille are focusing on each other and getting ready for that main event, you know a part of them is going to be going, shit.
Yeah, either way, we're in for one hell of a match tomorrow night. About to say, Max the Impaler looks like somebody that does not belong in this group, yet her and Judias, it seems, have some sort of connection. And that right there is a dangerous thing.
I'll tell you what, if this is the women's world title match tomorrow, I think the only thing that could properly follow it would be Trevor Murdoch versus Tyrus.
Either way, both are going to be car wrecks in their own design.
I'm gonna say you got 2 matches in there. You figure Camille's not exactly your average quote unquote Barbie doll, nor is Taya. You got 2 matches with two opponents in the match. They're just big, strong, just dominant forces. That's going to be a hell of a, for lack of a better term, double main event tomorrow night.
Yeah. Well, as we take a moment to breathe off that
right?
10-women insanity. Again,
we still have a long way to go, man.
I mean, yeah, we got the tables match, Mike Knox and Bully Ray. We, of course, have the Burke being defending the main event with Camille and Taya Valkyrie. And then you think about tomorrow, everything that's going to go down there. We're going to have new NWA Tag Team Champions. Oh. It looks like somebody had a bad night.
Yeah.
Jaw. Aaron Stevens right now.
Does that mean he can't talk? That'd be super. No.
Allow me to beg your indulgence.
Right. Yeah, you better beg, Stevens. Oh, jeez.
How dare you?
I need to get that graphic of
steady head.
I need to get that graphic of the tag title match that updated before I put it up here. Just thought about that.
The brain's
I forgot this till now.
You're right.
That's okay. Kyle doesn't need much help looking like an idiot half the time.
Oh.
I like Kyle. I'm just kidding. I like Kyle.
I know. That was hilarious, though.
He knows I like Kyle.
Of course.
Al, for some reason, doesn't know why I like him because he blocked me. Temperamental national treasure. All right. NWA. Probably on the NWA Twitter, I would think. God, Aaron is still so loud. I can hear him through your speaker. Barely, almost. He's a loud individual.
He is a loud mouth. You think about loud mouths in the industry. You got Vicky Guerrero and you got Aaron Stevens. Who else is up there? The guy that's now with the Iron Savages.
And both of whom, absolute sweethearts outside of the ring, outside of character.
Agree.
Oh, my God. Especially Vicky. Vicky's one of the absolute best people I've ever met in my life. JJ will double vouch for me on that one. Okay. Did they put something up about the tag titles being switched around here? Okay, they did not put it up as of last time I saw this page, so obviously it was a very recent thing. Okay, let's see if I can find it on here.
Oh, dang. All right.
Well then, thank you for that, Aaron.
You didn't leave anything off that mic. Jeez.
Yeah, I know. So my question is, Noah, if you've been watching like I've been watching, when does Tim get this world title shot that Velvet gifted him is what I want to know.
I would have to imagine we see after tomorrow night's result and see if the C family gets involved. And then she's like, no, I'm overruling this. This man still has the shot. Well, you want to talk about somebody that has a shot.
Shot. Go ahead.
The NWA National Heavyweight Championship match is up next as Jax Dane with Chris Seville Esquire in his corner defends it against Scion with, again, the man you talked about that's very synonymous with this championship, Austin Isle in his corner.
And there they are, brother. Father and son.
Time limit. Again, Scion is still very much, I feel like, very unknown when it comes to just his history and himself and what he truly wants to do here in the NWA. Dwayne, who won the Burke, Max the Impaler. Jeez.
She won the Burke Invitational. The Burke is still to be decided.
Yeah, excuse me. We have not seen that yet.
Yeah. He said Burke. He just didn't write the Invitational. That's his bad, not yours, sir.
Oh, okay.
So you're good.
Either way, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
And yes, JJ, cheers without a doubt to the original Mamacita, Vicky Guerrero. No disrespect to Joni, but yes. Vicky is the original Mamacita.
That's a whole different Mamacita. I'm just
absolutely.
Say that right there. Even I understand that. Her and Eddie Guerrero up in heaven together. Not married, but I know are happy.
There's probably many a lowrider that's been jacked around quite a bit up there.
Yeah.
As there should be, damn it.
All right, well.
All right, let's see if this worked here. Okay. This graphic is only a test. Stand by for a moment while I do this. Pay no attention to the man in front of the curtain. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. We have our updated tag title match. Very good. Okay. So what's up with the NWA tag titles is since I just brought it up anyway. The Commonwealth Connection have been forced to vacate due to injury, I believe. So it will now be for the vacant titles between the guys who we're going to challenge La Rebellion against Hawks Aerie, of course, Luke and what's Luke's boy's name?
Cody, I think.
No, that's
PJ
Hawks. Thank you.
Sorry.
God, I'm shit. Yeah, Luke and PJ are gonna meet La Rebellion to determine. And Jax is not. Is he? Oh, he is in gear. The friggin' jacket throws me off.
I'm about to say, yeah, it confuses me too. Of course, Jax Dane, who came off that crazy steel cage match, ending that robbery with Crimson, became the NWA national champion, getting it off of Chris Adonis. Has so far 3 title defenses successfully. Ill-advised leads to the result, whatever. Champion's done what he needed to do, whether you like it or not. Can't deny that.
Yes.
And now goes into his 4th defense against Scion, which is probably his most unique opponent to date.
Yeah, and, like I said, even though it looks like the old NWA US Heavyweight Championship of that era, the National Championship, again, started and was highly established by the man in his son's corner, Scion. Of course, I'm referring to the Universal Heartthrob himself, Austin Idol. I don't know why I said his name so breathily, but I went with it.
After Anthony Mayweather had this title for a little while.
Of course, Cole Cabana had it for a while. Willie Mack, our boy Willie Mack.
That's right. All right, well, we'll see what sort of, training or knowledge or guidance Austin Idol has. Oh, well, never mind.
So much for that.
For that.
No.
We're just going to go right into the pre-match assault.
Because it's Jax Dane.
Well, yeah, I mean, again. Didn't even give him a chance to ring the bell as the bell now rings. And this match does have a 20-minute time limit. Good grief. The thing is, though, Jax Dane right now hasn't even taken his vest off. You almost wonder if he's going to wear this vest this entire match.
Oh, yeah, this better be a squash. That'll piss me off.
Yeah, well, when I look at these titles, I figure about the title that Tyrus has had. If it goes longer than some of Tyrus' matches combined, I won't necessarily be mad, but I do understand your point. And that's a whole different conversation. And, of course, Tyrus is involved in all things. The main event tomorrow night for the 10 pounds of gold. What the hell?
It's so funny to think about, and JJ's in the room, so I'll bring this up.
Hey.
We took a picture, or at least I did. I don't know if we all got a picture with him at some point. I know I took a picture that day with Brodus Clay, who was not quite the Funkasaurus yet.
Yeah.
And Tyler Rex, who is now not male anymore.
About to say.
Definitely a long time has passed between that picture and now for both men, but both people. Sorry. Yeah, it's definitely a different time, no doubt about it. So for people not wondering, so Jax Dane in the room he was the most recent NWA champion, World's Heavyweight Champion prior to Tim Storm. Tim Storm beat him in 2016, I want to say. And then Tim was champion when Billy Corgan bought the property off of the Tharp bonehead. No fucks given there. There's the one. I already started it. Whatever.
He's
an idiot.
Fairly given.
Yeah. And then Scion, we still haven't seen the man's face on television. There was the storyline going into the NWA for him was his father was a champion in the NWA, and he was, bitter about being left behind, but he has since reconciled with his father, at least on camera. His father is Austin Idol, who was NWA national champion, as I've mentioned about 432 times tonight. Multiple time champion all throughout the South. He was to date the only guy, along with Wildfire Tommy Rich, we saw him earlier, to not only defeat Jerry Lawler soundly in the Mid-South Coliseum in a cage match in Memphis. They shaved the King's head bald that night in the middle of the Coliseum in Memphis.
Man.
So Austin Idol's got some history, to say the very least.
And there's some, hook by crook antics right there, pulling the ankle, but Scion following up into Jax Dane. Jax Dane also was previously a tag partner with Crimson, and they were very close to acquiring the tag team champions at one point. So sunset flip, and meanwhile, Jax Dane, took a very bad seat.
Sometimes you just got to hit your ass on the mat. Why not?
And right now, Sion's got him up the shoulder. Oh, no, counter. Looking for that rolling defy driver, but Jax Dane very well aware. And what in the world are they doing here? Just grabbing the title? Again, does he want to get disqualified here? I don't think that's a wise move. We've already seen one disqualification. Oh, come on. He's taking his ball and running. He's leaving.
He's the Dana Ving. You do what he wants.
But come on, you're the champion. You're here to defend the title. Well, Sion's not going to let that happen, and neither is Austin Idol for that matter.
It's very strange seeing an Austin Idol prodigy being almost a comeback babyface trying to make sure the heel doesn't get away.
And meanwhile, the referee's distracted by the manager. Is duking out. Wait a minute.
Speaking of Crimson.
That's Crimson!
Oh, man. Look at Sion's face. Uh-oh, he got caught. Oh, he got caught. But the referee didn't actually...
The ref didn't see it.
The referee didn't see what happened. All he saw was the guy in the ring. He didn't see Anthony actually do anything, technically.
So you wonder Sion wants to win like this, though. Look at Sion. He seems...
Sion, you're Austin Idol's son. Do what you have to do. Oh,
right
you
now. Oh,
fool.
well, this isn't a wise move, I feel
fool.
like. And now Sion and Crimson are fighting it out. And meanwhile, Crimson has not touched either participant in front of the ref. This match still continues, but Sion now attacking Crimson on the outside, taking him around. Oh, face first to the ring post. And this match has literally just gone but blankety blank. And meanwhile,
right, there you go.
Again, what is the ref needs to establish some sort of control here, trying to throw Crimson out.
Up, here we go.
And the ref, again, not looking at what's happening in the ring. Crimson looking for a bit of revenge. Got a little bit of it. But meanwhile, Jax Dane is here. Oh, wait a minute. Come up. Oh, gosh.
Spine buster.
On the pine. Spine buster. Referee rushing back to the ring. The cover hits the leg. 1, 2, and 2.
Wow.
2 count. Despite all the shenanigans, this match continues.
Shenanigans. Time to play shenanigans. Another game show.
That's a cool game show, too. Meanwhile, Jax Dane's in position, though. Again, you create your opportunity here, but Jax Dane taking advantage of every opportunity that's been pretty much presented here. Up on the shoulders. Up, Sion trying to fight out. Maybe looking for... Oh, look at this!
Whoa.
The sleeper.
Tried and true, baby.
That's how you wear down the big man for sure.
Hey, if you can't chop the tree down, you freaking warp it down with whatever environment you have around you.
You see Austin Idol literally encouraging his son, allegedly, from ringside, telling him to squeeze tighter.
Whoa!
And he's tapping.
The referee didn't see the tap, though.
The ref, you're right. The ref didn't see it. Distraction by apparently somebody that bumped their knee. And Jax Dane looking, what a close.
Well, it was what's his name? Esquire was distracting the referee there.
Yeah, well, that's how relevant he is to me. And right now, again, Sion rock cover to not like this. Foot on the rope. Again, we talk about awareness. Hook the near leg, opponent way too close to the ropes. Far leg finds its way to it.
JJ, I cite his height and his skin color to tell you you're wrong here. Just saying. Just throwing that out there now.
I like how he's trying to blur the lines, but yeah.
That's right.
Highly unlikely in all likelihood.
Yes, as the boss would say, yeah, highly unlikely in all likelihood.
And meanwhile, Sion is
now if they gave Dylan Postal a growth hormone and managed to change Jason Jordan's skin pigment, then they should be scientists, not professional wrestling promoters. Anyway.
And meanwhile, the clothesline block, there's an elbow strike and a boot, rocking the champion, and got him up on the shoulders. Can he hit it? Is he looking for it? The roller Death Valley driver! The cover, we got a new champion! 1, 2, Sion did it!
I think JJ hit a little too much 80s juice during his dinner, because now he's talking about Bill S. Preston Esquire instead of the guy that was managing Jax Dane. I knew it, man. Family legacy with that championship.
And look at him, so excited as far as Austin Idol holds the championship and embraces his son, allegedly. And we got a new NWA national champion.
Interestingly enough, he didn't take the low road when Mayweather came out there.
We had Mayweather.
Interesting how that went down.
Yeah, we've had all the possible madness, but you look at this. You look at Austin Idol here. Man.
Very curious that's the way it went down. So we'll see how it plays out.
Zion adds his name to an incredible list of champions in the NWA record books, claiming the national championship tonight at the Chase.
When you think about the national championship legacy combined with the legacy behind the appearance, which is the U.S. championship, Zion is definitely walking in some tall trees here.
No kidding.
I'd say tall cotton. That's probably not so PC anymore in the world.
Well, again,
unfortunately,
in this day and age,
it's a good phrase, but I understand why. It still makes sense, even though it's not accepted as it was.
Again, Austin Idol, he's been encouraging his son, and finally, it leads to success.
Oh, not for nothing, JJ. At my interview Wednesday, I had a cast member. Before I became one, so I can say that I had a cast member. Oh God!
Oh,
Velvet was so happy. She was so happy that Cardona lost. Now she's got Idol up in her shit. Poor Velvet. She can't just have the perfect night, Always gotta have something shitty go down for her. And Dustin Hoffman's drunk behind me. Cool, good to know. Somebody give Velvet some leave and get through the next match. Anyway, I was going to say, JJ, since you're watching, I got a cast member to admit that the very idea of creating an attraction, Splash Mountain, around such a problematic movie they were all dumbfounded even back then. Because they were a cast member at the time that happened. So, yeah, it's not just us PC conscience folks that don't understand that. Because that movie never had any ground to it. And let's put an attraction in with some of the characters. Let's see if that causes any trouble.
Well, it's funny that you talk about trouble. We talk about trouble. Theme of the night, it seems. Sirens go off, and that can only mean one thing. It's time for a tables match, and here comes Mike Knox.
Did we, Noah? You've been a fan long enough to remember his original presence in wrestling. Do you ever think the guy that was best known, at least for a while, for trying to run off his exhibitionist girlfriend off WWECW would still be around?
No.
16 years later?
No, absolutely not. I'm still shocked when he showed up and attacked Trevor Murdoch in that freaking steel cage.
Yes. I can't pronounce your name. I'm sorry about that. We're actually at NWA on Fight TV pay-per-view. Yes, it is NWA's 74th anniversary show.
Yep. And
so
again,
welcome to the
night one. This is a 2-night attraction, and it's already been crazy to say the least.
So welcome in from the UK. God, it's already 8 and 8 Are you guys 7 hours ahead of us right now, or 8? I always forget how.
It is 10:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If that helps.
No, I mean England. I know what time it is there.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
You guys are always 3 hours ahead of us, no matter what. Although after November next year, we're not going to be doing this back and forth jumping hour bullshit anymore, which is nice.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so either way, it's either 2 or 3:15 in the morning. So God bless you guys in the UK for sticking with us.
Shout out to my friend Megan Chiba, who I'm sure is, I hope, getting some sleep. And I know.
Oh, trust me. There'll be cheers later during Open Mic Night because I'm gonna need to be drinking for at least most of these topics.
Well, you're sure you're not going to drink during this match or afterwards, pin out who wins because someone's about
to sleep on it. Yeah.
Bully Ray has entered the Chase. And we got a tables chant.
It is so bizarre. After all these years, after all of the runs he's had, being the despicable of the despicables, he's getting a babyface pop.
Bully Ray and babyface.
I love
same sentence. Only in the NWA. Of course, we remember Mike Knox VSK interrupted Bully Ray, who came here as a welcome guest after being there at Always Ready for Camille versus Kylan King. And then talk about how great that match was, considering the history he had in literally bringing up those two wrestlers. And then they faced each other on the same roof. And then VSK and Mike Knox wanted to make it about themselves at the suspense of Bully Ray through a table.
So it is 317 back there in the UK. Camille's in the main event. She's defending the NWA Women's Championship against Taya Valkyrie. And hello to our friends on Bourbon Street. All 176 of you in the club with Zach there, our buddy out in New Orleans. We actually, Newton porn bots, bots, bots instead of botch. Anyway, we're actually talking about because the next NWA pay-per-view, Hard Times, is that what they said it was going to be? Hard Times is going to be in New Orleans, Zach. So I was saying if I didn't just get hired at a new job, I'd be down in the Big Easy in a heartbeat, brother. I'll be in New Orleans Square at work. A little bit different, though, like I said. How many more matches? There should be at least 2.
I think 2 more, if I remember correctly. Isn't the tag team title match tonight?
Yeah, tag title and the women's title. That's it, JJ.
Yep. So we're nearing the end. So it just
the end is near.
How long it comes down to how long it takes one of these 2 men to put the other through a table.
And remember, there'll be roughly a 10-minute intermission after we wrap up the main event talk to run trailers for JJ, and then open mic night is in effect.
And meanwhile, Bully Ray's in effect with the cap flipped to the back.
There you go. And James is James back on purpose? Does he want to come on camera? Yes, he does. Okay, very good. Okay, just checking.
Did I hear you guys be live in New Orleans?
Yeah. We got the bar of the club there that Zach runs. 176 people watching us in that place alone. Can we get all of you on your own individual devices?
Yeah, right. Please.
Jeff, you'll crash your StreamYard.
The views would be tremendous.
There would be. Question.
No, I don't want them all in the room. I want them all watching.
I need a couple things for the people on Bourbon Street, Zach. Zach,
Lord.
First question: when does the bar close? If that is the case, I think we should probably tackle the AEW stuff right out of the gate first. If it closes as early as I think it might.
Well,
I know
I
know Bourbon Street don't sleep, but I gotta be sure. I gotta be double checking here.
Well, the showrunner of Open Mic Night has asked me to do AEW drama last because it's going to get good, as Booker would say. But yeah, if they're going to bed early and if they're not going to bed, yeah, right. If they're going to close early, although no, it's James, it's Saturday night. They're not going to close early.
Well, yeah,
and
still, but you know.
Well, but even still, it's only figure this way. It's only 10:20 right now where you guys are. So they're, and it's they close at 7. We're okay.
Yeah,
okay. Cool to know that.
We are good to go.
Never mind then. I had to double check that. You're gonna want to stay tuned to everybody in New Orleans. We got some
for the record,
stuff we talking about.
They close at 7 New Orleans time. If we're on the air till 4 a.m., you're gonna have to get some oxygen in here for me, along with Noah, for calling this stuff. So
Yeah, I know.
What is sleep?
Oxygen, stomach pump for my liver, all the things.
I got plenty of Mountain Dew, so don't worry, I'm ready to go.
Hey, I already said no sleep till Labor Day. So,
and I am always ready. Meanwhile,
that's right. Unlike Cardona, who lost.
Oh man!
All right, you guys have fun. I had to double check that. All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Good.
We'll see you early.
Oh man!
Very good. Yeah, as of now, we've got. Yeah. Oh, by the way, all y'all in New Orleans, if you're watching, get on your devices, super chat, please. Subscribe and super chat. I can take it. James, JJ's account can take it. Man, throw it our way, brother.
And right now, Mike Knox working Bully Rays. He's in the ropes. Oh, driving his leg into the back of the head after wrenching that steel chain in his jaw. Again, Mike Knox is out to embarrass Bully Ray. That's what this is all about tonight. Well,
because he went. I know we haven't talked anything about this match at all till now. So sorry about that in advance.
That's all good. I mean, again, it's a tables match. What do you expect? Oh,
right. It's one of those. Mike, according to his rhetoric and bullshit, was talking about Bully, disrespected him, held him down. It's like you weren't even in the same company until Aces and Eights, and you wouldn't have had a job if it wasn't for Aces and Eights.
There's continuity that you wish There's continuity that you wish wasn't brought back up.
Right. And again, I didn't have a problem with the Aces and Eights story. I thought it was great when it was working, but by the time Nux joined it, it was useless.
Pretty much.
So, And
meanwhile, Mike Knox is trying to set up another team on the outside of the ring while the fans in attendance at the Chase are trying to get Bully Ray back up on his feet. A little bit of a fan encouragement participation, and there's a kick to the midsection.
Zach, as far as coverage, if you want to do me a solid for that,
Uh-oh.
find a way if you can to get a good image
Oh,
of.
Not
Well, we'll see what happens here with this table spot first.
They're going for the suplex. Knox trying to do it. Bully trying to counter it on the outside of the ring. Oh man!
So what you can do, Zach, try to get a really good shot of the bar itself. You don't have to. Clientele is fine, but the bar itself can be the background behind Noah and James, or Noah and whoever's calling it. If it's me, cool, that's cool too. But whoever's calling it, and then when I'm on camera, definitely, because I like having the synergy of the town behind us. The logo's cool. I don't mind the logo being back behind us like it is right now, but definitely want to do more of the bar shot if we can for New Orleans, because it's the Big Easy, baby. And again, I won't be at that show. I'm not trying to discourage people from watching because I don't want to be that guy, but I'm not going to be doing pay-per-views after Labor Day because I'm going to be working weekends.
And meanwhile, Bully Ray's working the weekend, bringing another table in the ring after a ridiculous counter suplex on the floor that got Velvet Sky out of her seat. That was nasty.
Aces and Eights was the best thing during the Hogan era, Jay. The problem is it completely destroyed the AJ Styles character in the process.
That's exactly right. Again, there was unfortunate circumstances during that time. And there might be unfortunate circumstances with that chair in the midsection by Mike Knox and Bully Ray.
And again, they tried to do Sting versus NWO with that twist on the angle, but, AJ was so disenchanted by then, it just came off way forced. So anyway. Man. And much like the force that Knox is driving that chair into Bully's back right now. Not the point of the chair. Come on now.
We saw that last night on SmackDown, and that really rearranges your spine and your kidneys, apparently.
That's unsanitary.
Okay.
That's unsanitary.
Okay, that's just brutal. Unnecessary. This is getting a little bit unnecessary.
Now, again, I'm not hearing Velvet's commentary, so forgive me, but it's got to be interesting for her. Her and Bully are broken up. But in storyline, she hates the Cardonas. So it's like she's got to be sitting there going back and forth in her brain.
Talk about blurring the lines of reality. Meanwhile, Guzzo, Bully Ray up. Counter. Oh, man.
That's just a side suplex there. Nothing pretty about it.
That's a big man to lift up and drive down.
It's a big man doing it.
And right now, Bully Ray just trying to regain his focus. Again, crowd is solidly behind Bully Ray, who finds his way to a chair. Looks like he has that far-off gaze, and he hasn't even put somebody through a table yet. Again, how much more hardware is underneath this NWA ring? I mean, seriously, how much did you really prepare for this match? Oh! Warping that chair over the back of Mike Knox.
Oh, yeah, remember, Billy Corgan was ECW fan, so he loves him some Dudleys. So, he's got plenty of wood for Bully to use.
One more time.
Especially against Cardonas.
Yeah. One more time, the crowd's asking for it. Oh. And they're getting it.
Knox sold that one like gangbusters. I'm not going to lie.
Well, he might be selling again for the third time. Then, Bully Ray, are you taking too much time here?
Oh! Yep, that'd be a yes.
Hello!
Ding dong, hello. Sorry, wrong show, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's not like she does that gimmick anymore as far as I know. Meanwhile,
Front-row.
Bully Ray is very prone.
He's very vulnerable with his head being so low.
What the hell are you figuring, Mike Knox? Mike Knox looking for the run in. Oh, my gosh! Oh, that's it!
That's it.
Wait. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. You have to drive your opponent.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
And right now, Mike Knox doesn't even know up from down. And meanwhile, Bully Ray.
Okay, now it's over.
Mike Knox for the table. That's it.
Yeah, now it's over. There you go. So, for the record, much to Velvet's delight, hey, there's a shirt there somewhere. The Cardonas went 0-3 tonight.
I still think tonight was a pretty good night for Velvet Sky.
I would say so.
At the chase.
Even with Austin Idol being up in her shit for a brief moment there, the Cardona family went down in a blaze of lack of glory.
Really? And again, that was not a pretty victory for Bully Ray. Mike Knox is going to be filling that one for a while. Yeesh. Mike Knox driving himself through one table, and then Bully Ray driving him down for another table. It's a double whammy.
Definitely didn't get Bully Ray in the WWE tanning room again, though. That boy is white.
Meanwhile, Bully Ray.
No, let's not. I was going to say, let's not. No more table use there, Bubba. Come on now.
He wants to give a souvenir, apparently, to the people in attendance at the Chase.
Hey, why not?
I mean, if you break that table enough, you might have enough to give everybody a piece.
Yeah, it's not that big an auditorium. Why not?
Well, I mean, I guess my only concern is watch your fingers, splinters. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, splinters suck. That's bad.
And meanwhile, Bully Ray is just holding up a piece of the carnage as the table takes over the Chase.
Gotta love the NWA anniversary show being held mid-court, held in court in the middle of the ring with a freaking piece of a broken table.
Give it to a little lady, a little child. What a moment. What a souvenir. And what a picture.
I'm just thinking back, Noah, to your neck of the woods out in Dayton 20 years ago, or almost, no, more than 20 years ago now. And Bubba right here in that guy's face, just daring him to hit him. Now he's handing a piece of the table to the fans.
With a fist bump to Tim Storm, Velvet Sky, and Joe Galli as he takes his leave.
Well,
all right. Well, that's how you make an impression in the NWA at the Chase. All right.
That's it. But now we got the world, in theory, the world tag titles, because you got the main event being the women's championship, and a match that we weren't expecting to see tonight.
Exactly. Yeah, due to unfortunate circumstances. But again, you have to keep going.
Yep.
And again, it's been a wild, fun, exciting night. Definitely an engaging one, to say the least, from our conversation standpoint, if nothing else. And we still have 100 night of this.
I was going to say, tomorrow night's going to be even, there it is. There we go. This is all tomorrow. Of course, we all know it's going to be Maxie and Paler now challenging the winner of the main event tonight. Women's tag titles, MLW. What the hell's the name of that title? Help me out here, Noah.
The NWA, the MLW National Openweight Championship.
There you go. Davey Richards defending. Looks like Latimer's going to face Judaius tomorrow, but Latimer had a little bit of a run-in with EC3. We'll see how that plays out tomorrow. You got to
wonder if that's wearing on his mind.
Yeah, Colby Carino taking on Caprice, with Caprice picking the stipulation, picking the poison there.
Yeah.
And, the U.S. tag title battle royal again, or the gauntlet match, we're going to have a new U.S. tag team champions for the first time in the NWA-wise since 1990, I believe. Wow. Which is going to be crazy. You've got, of course, Mercutio, everybody's favorite pretty boy, against Magic Jake Dumas. And, of course, the national treasure, Nick Aldis, going in there against Flip Gordon, a rematch of one of his many defenses during his 1,000 Days of Domination. So we are not done by any means when this night is over. Even when Open Mic Night's over, we still got a whole stat card to go tomorrow. We've got Clash at the Castle a week from today. And I say today because we're going to be up earlier than we should be. You damn NWA UK, NXT, WWE UK people, you. Whatever the hell I'm trying to say. I ain't drinking yet. And then a double shot next Sunday. Yeah, for the record, tomorrow, next Saturday, a week from today, we're going to be on the air. Damn it, didn't fix that thing right. Anyway.
Oh, boy.
Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. we'll be on with the pre-show, and then we'll be off and running for the pay-per-view, the premium live event. And then, like I said, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern next Sunday, we are going live, kids. So, but right now, as we talked about, Noah, Commonwealth Connection is out. They are no longer the tag team champions, but unlike AEW, we are not having interim champions. We are going to crown new champions right now, as the former champions, La Rebellion, will be out momentarily. They're facing the Hawks family, Hawks RE.
Son and father tag team here. BJ Hawks been a very bright prospect in the NWA, recently challenging, as we know, for the NWA Junior Heavyweight Championship. We also saw this team literally win a four-way, I believe, tag team elimination match at the NWA 74 Power Show celebration, literally just this week. So they definitely earned their shot for these titles. It's just, I guess, a bit of a, full throttle ahead with the circumstances that we face tonight. But the thing is, I don't think these two have faced La Rebellion at all. And La Rebellion have been one of the most dominant tag team champions in recent NWA history.
Yeah, and you think about Luke.
They want those straps back.
There's our boy Damien. All right. It's funny I mentioned that Damien was an acquaintance from XPW. First time I saw Luke, Altar Boy Luke, XPW, 2002, 2003, man. He goes back a long way too. This is going to be good. This is going to be a good, solid tag team semi-main event here to crown new NWA World Tag Team Champions.
And again, we know what La Rebellion brings to the ring. They bring speed, they bring aerial agility, they bring a mean physical attitude, and incredible tag team synergy. But again,
they bring the carnage, my friend. That's what they bring.
You got a team as close as brothers versus a team that literally is family.
Yep.
So we'll see who deserves the NWA World Tag Team Championships here shortly. 20 minutes, 30-minute time limit. It was due to illness, apparently, that the titles had to be relinquished.
Yes.
So with that being said, I wish the Commonwealth Connection all the best. Thank you for your run. I know they definitely will be back to go after these. And may the one who's fall under weather get well soon. Wait, what? Hold on. Why am I here? That's Doug Williams.
Oh, it's Doug. So Harry's the one that's sicky.
Doug Williams wearing one of those straps proudly over his shoulder.
And again, you talk about the belts they use in the NWA. These are the old, early to mid 80s belts. The Rock and Roll's held, and the Russians, and the Briscoes, and the Steamboat and Youngblood, and the Andersons.
Wild card from Strictly Business when NWA really kicked off.
Yes.
In this era.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's got to be a bitter pill to swallow for Doug Williams, though. And right now, he looks at both teams.
In case you're wondering why I'm looking down, folks, I'm trying to forward the graphics JJ sent me regarding open mic nights. I want to make sure I have them loaded in order.
Respect shown by both teams as Doug Williams willingly hands off the NWA Tag Team Championship to Gerald Fritz.
Wow.
Much respect shown. Very humble man.
You know
Very
what?
noble.
There are very few people, Noah, and you know this being a fan as long as you have, very few people you don't hear at least something shitty about. Yeah. And Doug's on that list. You never hear a bad thing about Doug Williams, ever.
Well, as Gerald Fritz holds a singles tag team title.
Well, I'm sure Harry's got his belt, wherever he is.
Right. But we know what this match is about.
Oh, yeah.
Again, impromptu circumstances, but we have to crown NWA World Tag Team Champions as the bell raises are underway. We got Luke Hawks. Very curious what the approach is.
I botched that one.
Yes. Ooh.
Oh, no, I didn't.
I was say, BJ definitely probably has more experience with these teams because he did go solo against La Rebellion after, of course, father couldn't go through. Oh, shoulders down.
And those of you that are watching on Fight and watching our coverage as well, you might recognize Luke Hawk just a little bit. He was the stunt double for a certain 316 promo on Young Rock back on NBC.
Oh, well, there you go. Hey, get where you take the opportunities where you can.
Hey, I tell you what, when Klein Rock announced that, we were all giddy for Luke, man. That was friggin' awesome.
That's good exposure for the NWA as well, for those that know what Luke is all about and where he is. Again, both men staying on their feet right now. Ooh. A little bit of a one-upsmanship game here being shown. Who's going to take the other one down first?
Right.
All right, now you do it. Show me what you got.
Right.
All right, you go. I follow. And meanwhile, falls in. Oh! And now we see who has the right away. Meanwhile, Haas with the drop down. Playing some mind games, it looks like here. Getting a little bit of the mental game going here. Oh, nice roll through. Land, head over, take over. Oh! Beautiful move. We're going to hear a lot of those yes tonight.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it.
For those that are wondering, this is not about the mark of the beast. This is literally the team member's name. I don't know necessarily if that same number in Spanish works in Mexican culture. Just saying. Meanwhile,
they've got enough death in their culture as it is with the freaking Dia de Muerte and all that other stuff. So I probably not.
Well, that scoop slam, though.
That'll bring death for sure.
Again, this is really about family at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, on both sides.
Tag.
Absolutely. Can I argue with that whatsoever?
Might get the other side for both.
Yeah, it's again, you've got. I mean, there is no greater bond, I think, in life than parent and child. And you've got one team in there that is father and son in the ring as a team, and Bestie is fathers at ringside for them. So it's definitely a family affair here when it comes to the World Tag Team titles, as it's been for so many years. The Briscoes, the Andersons, the Funks, all these teams that have been brothers or fathers and sons or whatever the case may be. It's all about family, and wrestling brings people together. Wrestling brings family together. And God, that sounded like a Hallmark card. Good grief.
It surprises me of how many sponsorships you see for certain companies. Hallmark is not one of them for any wrestling company.
Well, yeah.
Nope,
although, if at one point they were, I'm supposed to didn't go the route of the the Star Trek stuff and have like WWE superstar ornaments. I think that would have been a brilliant marketing thing.
Well, again, missed opportunity or too expensive.
Wrestling is what it is, and a lot of times wrestling isn't exactly holiday friendly, shall we say? Except maybe Halloween.
Well, that's probably accurate. That's probably accurate to a degree.
Yeah. Whether I agree with it or not, it is what it is.
Well, all I know is GCW, they sold out their Japanese tour.
Yes, they did.
Record time. Congrats to them. And with their current champion of Ultra Violence, forget her name, Yeesh. Then meanwhile, Deep Arm Drag, and she actually showed up in Stardom, which I find very interesting. Oh, look at this trade for trade with the arm drags.
Yeah, I'll ask you. I'll go more in depth with you later, but I like the look of the IWGP Women's Championship personally.
Yeah, I do too. It honors, like I say, it represents fighting spirit. When you look at the middle emblem, and that move right there represented going on your head. The cover,
right?
I got that too.
No kidding.
Ooh, turn him inside out with that. Again, there was not a tag, but we got a face-off here. Feel like someone's got to give eventually. But again, this is about the NWA World Heavyweight Tag Team Championships. And here we go.
It's just throwing down now, folks.
Well, I mean, at this point, you got to give everything you got.
Yeah, you're on
a drop kick.
You're on a major anniversary show. You gotta do your thing.
I mean, if you're going to make a moment, this is the stage to do it. This is the night to do it. Oh, look at this.
That's it.
Double team. Oh! Double bat breaker. The cover by Luke. 1, 2, no. With all the confusion, I'm just going to put it out there. Well done, Gerald Fritz, knowing who is legal, because I would have easily lost track by now.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Blind tag, blind tag, blind tag. That just shows the awareness. And again, the referee, right spot, right time.
Yeah, it's one of those, when you're refereeing, you have to, and again, this is coming from the breaking that fourth wall, if you will, you have to be aware of what's going on in the ring, but you also don't want to take away from the presentation that the 4, the 6, the 2, or whatever are trying to present. You are very much part of the presentation, but you're also not the focal point, nor should you be. Unless you're a special referee, then it's a whole other, a whole other can of worms there. But, in this case, Fritz is not there to, be the attraction. He's just trying to make sure that and you got to remember, a lot of times referees got the earpiece in because he's trying to direct from the back too.
Well, I'm about to say, I mean, they're literally looking at the front and they're getting word from the back as they approach the way the match is basically told and done.
Yeah, because, you got a match going over time or not running on enough time that, he's got to be the one to have, put
cover
Billy, whoever's running Gorilla, whether it's Billy or whoever, like, hey, go home. Let's go. Let's do this. So very challenging role. Very challenging.
There is professional wrestling fans that are all about staying there to the very end, and then there's the human nature where it's like, I need to go home and get some rest.
Right.
Then meanwhile, double team right now. I'm looking. Dropping. Yes. The Mega Wolf and the cover. La Rebellion gets a 2 count.
Well, it's my family's always been the sports fans that stay till the end, no matter how one side of the game may or may not be. The game last week, I mean, preseason, I grant you, but it was the first time my dad was even really saying, and
baiting him in right now. Once again,
absolutely.
Isolate and dominate. Use the ref to your advantage. Oh, wait. Oh, come on. Cheap shot on the outside. But again, PJ has to keep his emotions in check. The longer he does this, the more advantage his opponents can get. Anyway, back to the point you were saying about staying into the very end when it comes to events.
Oh yeah, it was the first time that my dad ever even remotely said we were going to leave early because it was just. Again, that stadium is so big, and it was such a long walk from the car. So
I can only imagine how people survive walking from the front row of a stadium seat up to the exit and to their vehicle.
I'll tell you what, when we get off air here during your break, Noah, look up the seating chart and not seating chart, the map layout for the entire property where SoFi Stadium is. Look where the Hollywood Park casino parking is, the garage or the structure. Okay. And look where the stadium is. That was our walk.
Will do. Oh,
and back.
For me, that's probably like a normal Sunday afternoon. Oh.
Well, for you, yes, I grant you. But when the advertising says, "Oh, it's 0.4 of a mile,"
the cover, two, and he had
the front of the garage is at
the lights.
Yeah, that's crazy. Darren, actually, the big gold was commissioned by Jim Crockett as president of the NWA back in 85, 86, yes, but actually Conrad Thompson owns the belt now. And of course, son-in-law Ric Flair owning the big gold is kind of poetic.
And right now, looking for a meeting in the middle, baby. Oh, but collides with Char's knees. Double DDT!
Are you saying he was searching for the meeting in the middle? Looking to change their ways of the match?
To a degree, as you see, his son is definitely ready for the hot tag. He's fired up. This is the moment that Luke needs.
He wants in, man. PJ, there it is. There it is.
There's the tag. And PJ is fired up, ready to go, taking him on 2-on-1. No stranger to that, clearly.
He's a house of fire.
But this time it's for the titles.
Yes.
Ooh, look at this. Take him around and over. And
man. Nice suplex there.
Very impressive show of strength.
Oh.
Looks the leg.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Kind of a fisherman's exploder, I guess?
Yeah, I would say a fisherman exploder. Suplex regardless, to say the least. Wait a minute. Set over the top. Lands on the apron.
Oh. That's just a club into the head. Don't mind him.
Well, I mean, that's just awareness right now. And look at this. Oh, it was a messy double cross body, but go over the double cover too. New champion.
That was messy. Was a nice way of putting that one. Oof.
That was just a human collision. That
just straight up.
Work. Right now,
look at Papa here.
Luke going for here. Oh!
Nice.
From the middle rope, the moonsault to the inside of the ring, and not enough.
So actually, Darren, the defending champion, it was vacated. Commonwealth Connection. Doug Williams and Harry Smith had to vacate due to illness to Harry Smith. Doug actually came out there and handed his belt off to referee Gerald Fritz. So.
And that was just a collision off the turnbuckle into someone's arm.
All the collisions tonight in this match alone.
And again, we still have the main event following this. And right now,
that'll be a collision and a half between the Brick House and the Wera Loca. Good lordy.
Oh, neck breaker splash combination.
That's a collision between the guy's neck and the mat.
The cover. 2. No. Kick out by Luke. Still in this.
All right. No, I've decided whatever happens in this weekend, I'm going to get a GoFundMe going to get Fritz a proper haircut, get rid of that man bun. Oof. That's bad. I just noticed it. Like, Jesus. Oh.
I mean, Bryan Danielson does it. I feel like Pete Dunne does it to a degree. What the hell is this?
Yeah,
oh, my gosh.
Yeah, but I'm not going to criticize Bryan Danielson or Pete Dunne because I know Bryan, he'll kill me, and Pete Dunne will break me in half first.
My new champions. Oh, 2 count. Continue.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with either one of those two guys. I mean, for all I know, Gerald Fritz is tougher than either one of those guys. I just don't know Gerald very well. But yeah, just the man bun's not a good look. I don't like the thing on Brock Lesnar, but I'm not going to tell Brock Lesnar that either.
I'm about to say, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Again,
like we said when Brock came back last year, from the neck up, Brock looks freaking idiotic. From the neck down, I'm not telling him he looks freaking idiotic.
Exactly.
Not even going
there.
Oh boy.
Oh, wait a minute. Look at PJ. Whoa, stopping the double team. Back body drop by Luke. And right now, PJ looking to take advantage. Inverted atomic drop. With the leg lariat. Spinning heel kick. In the cover. 1, 2. Oh!
Damien with the breakup.
The ankle.
He hooked that ankle, man. It's all it takes.
Last second. saving the match. I'm surprised that wasn't a disqualification. Again, we know how important this is, though. Gerald Fritz showing a bit of leniency, it seems.
Well, maybe the referee didn't see the actual involvement, so he couldn't call it. Like we saw earlier, you can't call what you can't see.
Well, yeah, of course, the referee has to focus on the shoulders, and that's what's most important.
Exactly.
You're
Shoulders
not
and
beyond that.
Oh, here we go. And again, referee being distracted.
And you see what Damon's doing. Oh, the miss!
No!
The miss! Again, the miss!
Oh.
Right in the eyes of Luke Hawx. And PJ taken out with the tope suicida. And Shars are down. La Rebellion steals it back.
They got the belts back. Man, they got Luke square. Damian got Luke square in the eyes with that shit.
That was the definition of highway robbery tonight at the Chase. Stole it. La Rebellion. Call it brilliant strategy. Call it just, the last plan in their arsenal. Either way, they reclaimed the NWA World Heavyweight Tag Team titles.
Like I said all night, Noah, doesn't matter how it gets done, just that it gets done.
Well, Kenzie Page summed it up perfectly. Action speed louder than whoa, wait a minute.
Well, now you pissed Doug Williams off. Now you've made Doug Williams mad.
Even Doug Williams has to realize this is technically 3-on-1.
Yeah. Yeah, Doug does not need to get involved in this shit.
He may not like the way things went down tonight, but discretion the better part of that. Wait a second.
What?
Well, I mean, Jeff, you would know this man's past. Again, you do what you have to do to win the tag team champ. Wait a minute. Who's coming down the entranceway?
I don't know.
I just saw that. You just saw that, right?
I just thought I did. Maybe
That's
not.
Billy Corgan.
Oh.
What's this
Billy,
about?
What is Billy doing?
Well, I'm not sure what's happening there, but regardless, La Rebellion are your new NWA World Heavyweight Tag Team Champions. Big assist for Damian.
Yeah. What?
Heartbreaking loss for the
Hawks boys. Yeah, that's tough.
Game effort brought by them tonight.
But again, man, Damian sprayed that miss square in Luke's face. You're not going to recover from that. It's just not going to be a thing.
No, absolutely not.
That's tough.
You may not agree with it, but again, you do what you have to do sometimes in this situation.
Hey, I've not been shy about cheating to get my boys to retain or gain a championship in my day. So, hey, it is what it is. Hey, put it this way, not to be completely un-PC in 2022, but I helped my team defeat the tag team champions in the company I was working for, and they were African American by throwing powder Kool-Aid in their face. So, hey, and that's profiling, and it may be wrong, but my boys won the tag team titles. So, yeah, there you go. And Kyle's back.
We go back for a legend. We go back to Kyle Davis in the ring. Talking about the main event ahead tomorrow, as Austin Idol Enterprises comes out bearing the NWA Television World Heavyweight Championship with the challenger still holding it, Tyrus.
This is just a mean man here.
And Black G's, of course, in the front. What a name, by the way. Holding the strap.
That may be the single greatest and single corniest name combined in the history of professional wrestling.
Hard to argue.
Right? So bad. So bad.
This theme and these sunglasses being shared by everybody, it seems.
Right. Why not? Well, I'll go ahead and give the world title match a little rub here since we're talking about it right now anyway.
You feel like Austin Idol literally could take over the NWA at this point.
Hey, he got his son.
Nightmare.
Right. The one thing worse than Cardona's getting the belts back, it would be Austin Idol with the World's TV, the National TV, the National Championship, and then the World's title tomorrow. Velvet would get hooked on Excedrin. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, about to say she would need more than melatonin to actually sleep peacefully that night.
Yeah. Maybe morphine for the pain.
Possibly. Take that in her veins. See what's going to happen here in this interview.
Highly likely in all likelihood, Aaron.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Well, here come the champ.
The most unlikely of individuals you would ever think you would see in the main event of a pay-per-view as its world champion, burying the 10 pounds of gold with roots back to Harley Race. Believe it or not, Trevor Murdoch. Hey,
St. Louis's own.
let's
Let's not forget Missouri's own, brother.
I was saying, yeah. And I think last year at the Chase, as Nick Aldis alluded to, Nick Aldis and Trevor Murdoch went to war, honoring the legacy of Harley Race in the name of the 10 pounds of gold. And Trevor Murdoch came out victorious.
It's amazing how far Flair's career went after defeating Harley at Starrcade and how many times he brought that, not that exact belt. I'm not stupid, folks. Don't write me hate tweets. But that championship to this building alone, let alone the city of St. Louis and around the world. Oh, that's why Billy came out there and had the world title match talked about. So, Billy's going to have to have his face in there somehow.
Or just make sure that this doesn't, get obliterated into.
Well, when you think about it, Noah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 or 6 on one here. Not that Murdoch cares.
Again, Murdoch, he's willing to fight everybody. You saw how much Murdoch was driven to get this title back. And again, it was an impromptu 5-way dance at Always Ready that crowned a new NWA World Heavyweight Champion. And Trevor Murdoch came out with a victory. So
Trevor's officially my spirit animal as world champion. Suit jacket, decent shirt, and jeans. He is my spirit animal as world heavyweight champion.
I can respect that. That's like a country form of a business.
That's right. That's right. I'm here for it.
Now, making sure that this...
Billy, with all due respect, if Tyrus wants to run over Trevor, you ain't going to stop him, Bubba.
Wait a second. Tyrus saying this between me and him? Okay.
Ooh, I like that. Good on Tyrus.
I can respect that.
For now.
Thank you for finishing my sentence.
You're welcome.
Billy Corgan, the mediator.
That's my job, color analyst. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Yep. Good house there tonight, Corgan.
Billy got his own freaking nameplate on the screen. That's tremendous.
Well, for those that don't know Smashing Pumpkins or pop culture, it's probably a wise move.
Or a mark for himself, one or the other.
Yeah, you got something going, especially in your women's division, but I digress.
Buy the shirt.
Yep, recognize the title, recognize the name. Just waiting for Japanese influence to get involved again. NWA chants, respect.
A lot of history in Japan, good and bad with the NWA. Keep that in mind also.
But 10 miles ago, too. One X for a reason. Trust me, I'll talk about that when she comes out because I am ready for this match. You just look at this picture and you're like, this is a world championship match? Yes, it is.
Yeah, the Funkasaurus against the guy that was best known as tag team champions with Lance Cade. Crazy. I'll give it 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's get a stopwatch on that. Again, the NWA is not about chaos or breakdown brawls. You want that? Go watch something else. I'll tell you that much.
TNT, TBS, USA, Fox.
Just name a few. Best-selling offer.
It's true, though.
Yeah. Fox News representative. All right. Let's see what the big man's got to say here. Trevor's all ears. And so are we. That's debatable.
Arn Anderson's got a few things to say about that.
I could name 5 other champions I've seen recently with that belt that definitely out to you.
Fair enough. Yeah, you know.
About to say, yeah, he should already have cashed it in by now. He's already defended over 7 times.
Just
Even
want to
if
make
some of
that.
those matches went
Want to
down.
take the RVD route and make that the title of the watch.
Yeah.
Gotta respect it.
Either that or he's scared that he's going to lose. Again, what are you without a strap?
I think Tyrus is scared of very few things, my friend.
Fair. When is a challenger afraid to come out with nothing?
But this Trevor Murdoch might be one of them. As opposed to last year's Trevor Murdoch. Let's not be silly about that. Trevor Murdoch is a changed man.
Mm-hmm. Is that fool's gold?
Paid it fool looks like that.
Two-strap Tyrus.
Well, we're all glad of that, Tyrus. Thank you.
All right.
Ding dong.
St. Louis's own.
Oh, cool.
Home city boy.
I was about to say, I'm pretty, if not St. Louis, he's damn close.
Boy, what a year makes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Looking forward to calling it, Trevor.
It'll be an interesting call.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't want to be accessory to murder, Noah. I don't want that to be a thing.
I completely agree. And Corgan, you remember what was Corgan? Yeah, how's that decorum going for you? Uh-oh.
Corgan, you were the smallest guy in the ring. Please don't die, Billy. Please don't die.
Trying to restore some order.
I was going to say, Tim's right. He's in the middle of 2 gargantuan men. He may want to watch his ass here. I don't care if he is the freaking president of the company or not.
In the middle of them would be an interesting sight. Right, take that, though.
Can we not encourage the death of Billy Corgan on my show? Can we not do that, please?
I wouldn't say that, Jeff. Just temporary indisposed.
Oh, God. Okay, fair enough. I still don't know if I want to advocate for it or not, though.
Fair enough.
I cause some trouble as it is, not even trying, Noah. I have to have a good image now. I work for the mouse. I have to be a good boy.
Fair enough. I don't think these two can wait 24 hours or less from now.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's go that story and have another Mox Punk moment.
Let's try to get a photo op here. He wants to get the poster shot. Put this on the front of whatever newspaper St. Louis is known for.
Are you ribbing me, Billy? Give me a break. Billy's getting upset himself.
Oh, boy.
I know you ain't backing Trevor Murdoch down, Billy. He will punch you in your face.
Blood being brewed between these two. Over 10 pounds of gold. And Tyrus is dead.
I understand that reference, JJ. Very good.
All right. There's been a war of words. Actions will define the strap tomorrow. Okay, well, maybe not. Tyrus like, man, I ain't for that.
Hey, you know what? Tyrus is going to fight when the money and the gold are on the line. He's a smart man.
I'll give Tyrus that. He definitely is a businessman. If he's definitely going to wait until the pay booth is actually at the forefront.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's what he's all about. It's the money, brother. Hey, it's.
Use your head. It's mind games right now. Yeah, the challenger is in the champion's head. There's no doubt about that.
Which is exactly where the challenger for the World Heavyweight Championship should be on the biggest night of the year. And the champion's letting him, which is even worse.
Well, I don't think it helps that the crowd is
Well, no.
instigating this.
No, well, the crowd's trying to get their own boy, his ass handed to him by a big old freaking dinosaur.
Well, that could have ended a lot worse, but thankfully it didn't. But
this one should end great no matter what happens here. We got the Burke on the line, my friend.
We talk about wanting the prize, who wants it more, who is willing to do more to gain it. That, of course, is going to be represented by the 10 pounds to go tomorrow night. But it's been a long, fun night already. But we finally have reached our main event for tonight. But before we get there, again, the next time we'll be back with you as far as the NWA brand goes. They will be back on pay-per-view in the Big Easy, New Orleans, for Hot Times in the month of November 12th, 2022.
Yes, and again, our participation is still to be determined based on what is handed down from the House of Mouse to my work schedule. So we will see.
Yep.
Want to, because I always like watching NWA pay-per-view, especially with being able to be on the call or you with you, Noah. It's just a matter of logistics. It really is.
I completely get that. Well, I don't think you're going to need to put logistics towards this.
No, this is something I have looked forward to since I found out it was going to be a thing. I've always loved Taya Valkyrie. I thought the Frankie Monet thing was such a freaking mess, and she is back where she belongs, wrestling all over the world as she always should. And then you've got Camille, like you said, and still 1X over a year. Nobody's been able to even come close.
It's happening. It's happening. It is happening. Cindy G, this is for you because I know she's one of your favorites, especially when it comes to the fashion appeal. La Huera Loca, Taya Valkyrie, now has entered the chase. It is time for our night one main event here at NWA 74 as Taya Valkyrie earned number one contendership, beating Kylan King to earn this opportunity. Since coming back on the wrestling scene in true form, she is currently the AAA Reina de Reinas champion. She also was a former Impact Wrestling Knockouts champion. She also has the accolade of being an Impact Knockouts champion. And Jeff, as you and JJ alluded to, an independent all-women's type promotion and tournament. She also is now the owner of, I believe it's now the XPW Women's Championship.
She is Taya Mucho belts at the moment, and looking to add the Burke, man. And hey, you know what? If you can't get a fair shake in WWE, which a lot of people aren't right now, even now Triple H back there, maybe it'll happen, but you can reign in Impact. She did that. She went back and won the tag titles with Rosemary. God bless her. She could be the NWA Women's Champion here when this night's all said and done. And you know what? I've had the honor, the joy of meeting both of the former significant others of one John Morrison. Melina's an absolute doll, friend of the show. We love her. Taya was extraordinary. She's an amazing talent, and I cannot wait to see Taya against this woman who, as you said, Noah, you were going to talk about it, 1X for over a year and still. There you go, JJ. I like that. Ultimo Valkyrie. I like that. That's awesome. That's a cool moniker. I'm going with that.
You could consider this woman coming down to the ring right now, donned and ready for a battle as the face of professional wrestling to a degree. She is 1X. She is the Burke. She is the Brick House, holding this title for 448 days, beating the likes of Reigns, held by previously Thunder Rosa, Allison Kay, Serena Deeb, and even going back further to the late, great Barbie Hayden, Santana Garrett, Fabulous Moolah. She's going up there to reach all those accolades. Maybe even surpassing Jazz for 448 days, only 5 years in the game. You think about this prestigious title held by the likes also of Awesome Kong, Amber Gallows, with 21 successful title defenses. Her longest one being against Kylan King. This is Camille as we go to Kyle Davis with the introduction.
This is your main event, folks.
Oh, boy. This is what we've been here waiting for all night. 1 hour time limit? Oh, Lord. Damn right she's La Huera Loca. Taya Valkyrie is going to be in for the fight of her life. And I don't think she's any stranger to it. And I think Camille more than welcomes it. Speaking of which, NWA Power Couple. Oh boy. Deanna Purrazzo, Rachel Ellering, Kylan King, Legit Later Hirsch, Chelsea Green, Melina, Kenzie Page. Ever since beating Serena Deeb last year at When Our Shadows Fall, Camille has been absolutely unstoppable.
Did we ever think, Noah, at NWA 70, when she was brought in to countermand Brandy Rhodes' interference involvement, that we'd be sitting here and she'd be main eventing night 1 of the anniversary show? I didn't think so. It wasn't even a thought in my mind.
This just goes to show how prestigious, how important, how much the identity of the Burke, the NWA World Women's Championship, has grown being around the waist of Camille. Main eventing at the Chase.
And don't forget, coming up, as soon as we get this match over, we will take an intermission for trailers, and then we'll be back open mic night. We do have a lot of topics, yes, but if you want to have your topic introduced, you want your question brought up there, super chat along with us, folks, and we will definitely get your shit in as opposed to get our own shit in. So, but yeah, man, there, the handshake. I like that.
Handshake, respectable.
Again,
Camille, he is a fighting champion. She welcomes all comers. She fears and doesn't back down from anybody. And
as much as, strictly business, as much as her and Tom and whatever were what they were as far as their tactics for a good chunk of all their reigns, you have to respect, admire the staying power over a year as champion. And Taya's definitely, I think Taya's her toughest test to date. I really do.
Agree. Here we go. The bell rings. This title first established back in 1954, being defended in the main event of the Chase. At NWA 74, we got a Continental tie to kick things off. Camille's longest match so far has been 17 minutes. Taya Valkyrie, no stranger to long tire bouts, though.
Oh, no.
Going longer, if not double. Tonight, it's going to be a match of endurance, if nothing else.
Oh, absolutely. You figure, Camille documents being in game shape every step of the way. She's a fitness competitor. When she's not doing this, she's always in the gym, all about the nutrition, all about everything. And Taya has shown that you can have that, that Barbie doll style, fashion style, and the beauty queen presentation, and still be a badass bitch. And Taya has definitely been that.
Mighty Straw Cradle, roll up by the champ, gets a 2 count. Takes the leg down. As we know also, Jeff, regardless who wins tonight, Max the Impaler awaits the victor tomorrow night for the Burke.
And I don't care how professional these two are. And no doubt about it. These two are pros. These two are studs, the two of them. That a small piece of rent space in the back of their brain is going, shit, I got Max tomorrow if I do this. So it's
about to say,
definitely on their mind.
Endurance and perseverance might be key because, again, they will be in action tomorrow night.
Yeah. With any luck, Billy will have them be the semi-main so they can rest. Because going in against Max, good grief.
Is Max been watching this match? The cover by Taya hooks. Ooh, gets a 1 count.
I'm sure Max is just trying to make sure Sal doesn't pull any more of his hair out right now. Is what they're doing backstage.
I think Sal right now is already gone further than recovery as possible. But that's a conversation for another day.
Yes.
And meanwhile,
speaking of topics, yes. And again, as we see the women's championship match again, JJ reminding us there are 7 topics for open mic night tonight. The first 4 are what they are, their chat points, nothing that'll get heated, but things are definitely worthy of discussion. The last 3 are the, as we like to call it on this show, the meat and potatoes of the show. So we've got quite a bit left to go here tonight. But again, you want your own topic introduced. And here's the thing. If you introduce a topic, we will stop and talk about what you guys want to talk about. So throw it out there for us. But yeah, this match, again, I think I'm looking forward to this match, and I have been more than the world's title match, as awesome as that's going to be between Trevor and Tyrus tomorrow.
Completely agree. This is professional wrestling. Camille using her long reach to get to the ropes. And that
ring awareness again.
Her advantage.
Again, as little time as she's had in the ring, 5 years, the ring awareness is there. The championship awareness is there.
Well, again, you talk about that cloak of invincibility that you get when you become champion. Honestly, that is pretty much what Camille has become, and I felt has grown to feel herself to be. You see the confidence now in the champion's face. Valkyrie falls up, though.
And again, we're talking about during the Burke. They're hitting each other right here, and there's just a solid bone. No matter how endowed a person is, there's still above there is that the breastplate. It's a mucker feather to get hit in that thing.
Well, again, you're knocking the wind out of your opponent. Need a woman right now.
That was
that was smart.
That was slick by Camille. Nicely done.
And now the champion using the environment to her advantage, driving Taya face first into the ring, bringing her back inside.
That's the awareness and experience. Even 5 years, when you're a champion, you get another mindset. Your brain just shifts.
Well, also, of course, testing yourself with multiple disciplines against multiple opponents across many foundations of wrestling. We're talking about independent promotions, CCW, Impact Wrestling, and, of course, AEW. Remember, she defended this at Empower back-to-back nights.
Yeah, and, it doesn't hurt to have, Tom Latimer, who is a seasoned, well-experienced veteran, at your bedside, every night of your life.
That's a hell of a part. That's a hell of a part, not only to encourage you, but help train you. As we know, Camille never takes a day off when it comes to her well-being and body.
And Taya's not exactly built for the parkour stuff, but Morrison's been having her, do everything she can to get ready, because this is. You said it, Noah. This is the biggest championship opportunity Taya's had outside of Impact Wrestling.
Look at the face of Taya, though. She definitely got worse, but she's still fighting back. Shots to the midsection, clubbing shot by the champion. I woke up the challenger.
Pretty sure I think she's still in Rosemary's environment right now.
That's a whole different word right there. Oh, wow.
Looking for Jessica.
By Camille. Slides in from underneath. Looks for the roll-up. Roll through. Oh, went for the big pump kick. Misses. Rolls underneath the clothesline. Gets her on the follow-up.
She got her there big time.
And that might be it. Hooks the near leg. One. Oh, no. But
she kind of cradled the thigh more than hooking the leg. She really didn't give it all of her hook there.
No, but I do like the fact that she was aware of the legs to prevent a possible rope break.
Yes, again.
At this point right now, I feel Camille is trying to wear down the challenger. We all know that Camille relies heavily on the spear.
Yes. Ugh. And Taya has such endurance over the years. She's not going to be laid out by this. It's going to take a lot to bring Laura Loca down.
Well, again, we've seen Taya Valkyrie most recently in action against the likes of Deonna Purrazzo, Fabi Apache. And calling out
to the back of the head.
A challenger too, and she might be looking for that slider. Oh man, release suplex.
Now, I have to correct myself from last time we were talking about Taya and Deonna. Apparently, Taya is still the longest reigning singles reign as champion in Impact Wrestling. I thought Deonna had surpassed her for some reason, but no, Taya's still.
Deonna just has probably most days with her 2 reigns. She's 2-time.
Right. So, yeah, cumulatively, Deonna's definitely there, but the single reign mark is definitely Taya's, and that's a long way to go.
And you look at Camille's single run, 1X, as we said. And that's just a mean shot right there.
That's a hit where it hit, and it hurts. Oofa.
And right now, trying to take out the base of the champion. And
again, 10 count, Noah. You only get a count of 10. Even in the NWA, there's only a 10 count outside the ring. She got to get her back in the ring. You're not going to any championships beating her up at the guardrail.
Right. Championship cannot change hands via countout or disqualification. Champion's advantage. But we haven't seen Camille exploit either of those at all during her reign.
Interesting. Camille rolled in the ring first there. That's the championship competitiveness right there. She didn't want to try to, get counted out and save her title. She wanted to go in there and take that blow, which had to hurt.
I'm not even going to talk where that was. Cover. 2. No. Whoa.
Call it a lower body owie.
That's a PG way of putting it.
That'll work.
Look,
I'll keep PG enough for the boss. It'll be okay.
Let's go back to Hard to Kill and look at Deonna Purrazzo versus Mickie James and just point out that one spot where she needs lithium and go from there. Meanwhile, might be looking for a camel clutch here. Oh, wow.
I think we established Mickie needed lithium back at the Allstate Arena in 2006, so there is that.
Fair point. And, of course, she'll be on Impact Wrestling this week with an announcement. Very curious what the future holds for Hardcore Country. But for right now, what about the future holds for the Burke with the cover? The 2 count, again, wearing down the champion. I'm kind of surprised that Taya released the accolade / the camel clutch as soon as she did.
Yeah, well, maybe she again, she's been around so long. Maybe she sensed she wasn't going to get the submission or even get the. Camille's just so strong and powerful and built throughout. It's you have to wear the entire. You can't take a brick house down by taking out one brick, right? You got to take out the whole thing,
right? And
that's the way to do it.
And that is a rear view with a bonus. Woo.
Bonus points are a thing. That's okay.
Valkyrie and Fuego right now falling off the offense with the double knees in the corner. And Taya is feeling it right now, firmly in control of this match, it seems.
It's a good thing for Camille. The freaking the shin pads are padded, and what she did before that's also padded where it wouldn't hurt.
And meanwhile, I'm not sure what Taya's looking for here, trying to rip her off. Camille fighting back with some up kicks, single leg up kick.
Right in the shoulder there. Notice that. Taya's favoring the shoulder now. That could come into play later.
But also, I wonder if someone's going to get a broken nose at this point. Oh, my gosh. You talk about the
strength.
The power of the brick house.
God.
And look at this. Oh, man.
That
Big
is just
power bomb.
I don't care how much they showed Taya, helping along there. I'm not going to try to, bullshit myself, but that's just unadulterated strength. Because, Taya's doing the help along there, but Camille still picked her up off the mat.
And drove her down into the ring, but now it's just trying to regather her bearings.
Power lifter. Let's just call it what it is right there, man.
Powerlifting background. And bodybuilding background, per se.
Camille's a badass. I love everything about her, and I have from the beginning.
Agree. Woo. And right now, Taya and Camille meeting each other in the middle of the ring, trading bombs with these forearms, and neither trying to give an inch. Ooh, that one wrapped the champ, though, in the ropes.
They are taking them on the chin, man. On the
Taya welcomes it. Oh.
Jeez. Well, she got it. Son of a bitch.
Well, again, she is a wear loca for a reason. Yeah. And you see Camille just trying to get her breath back. Oh!
Again, though, we were talking about it. It doesn't matter, man, whatever. You get hit in that breastbone, that chest plate. The wind just leaves your body.
Oh!
You can't breathe.
As you talk about getting the wind out of you, ripping the arm down to the mat, and then working the challenger in the corner, kicks to the midsection. And right now, Irish whip again.
Oh, and again, look at that. Look at that.
You're looking for the power slam. Or, sends her to the, and there's the power slam. The cover, 1, 2, and Taya gets the shoulder up.
That was smart by the champion there. You knew she had her up in the power slam, but she knew she wasn't, 100% out of it. So she made sure she bonked her head to make sure she got a little bit more of a confused state there before she drilled her into the mat with that power slam. Nicely done by the champion there.
Rock the equilibrium to a degree.
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Still inside this match. And meanwhile, looking for something out of the corner again. Oh, good.
Oh, my God.
No. What? The torture rack? Argentine backbreaker? What on earth is Camille thinking here? Look at that.
Oh, man.
Yep, there it is.
Pulling a Lex on her. There it is.
Argentine backbreaker. And the spin out. Oh! In the Thunder Bomb, the cover too. Oh! Wow.
That's crazy.
Went from a submission-based maneuver into a straight-out power-based signature finisher. Still not enough to put La Loca down, but look at Camille.
She set up for it.
In position. Oh! The spear! But Taya rolls to the outside.
Taya with the awareness. Taya with the veteran know-how. You get to the outside.
Like you said, Jeff, that veteran awareness.
And Taya knows Camille as champion. Yeah, she'll want to retain, but she also won't want to take the lot. Although she's letting her count. So what do I know?
I say, is she letting the challenger though get back into this?
No. See, nope.
Nope.
See, told you.
Camille has proved herself to be a fighting champion with nothing but an absolute resolve in any match she goes in. She will not take anything less than absolute victory. Wow. Nice slide out. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute, though. Up on the shoulders of the challenger, Taya Valkyrie. What are you doing? Drops the champion. Jumps first on the apron.
I'm glad. I thought yours was an electric chair because, like, that's just the guardrail. That's going to break somebody's neck going backwards. So good thing they went forward. I'd have been freaked out for sure.
Yeah, no kidding. And meanwhile, Taya Valkyrie's whacking herself in the head, just trying to get herself back into this match.
La Huera Loca, dude.
Yeah, she's crazy. Why? I don't know.
She looked cray. She looked cray.
Porque. Hello, Simon Miller. And meanwhile,
No, parkour.
2, no. Barely gets that left shoulder up. Camille rocked off that last impact.
She did, yeah. She was definitely feeling every bit of that last shot.
But again, what more can either of these two do as they're going back to... Wait a minute. Working the arm. Oh, just rips her down. Oh, the double stomp. 1, 2, no!
I don't care how big or how impactful you are. The Kevin Sullivan double stomp straight out off the mat onto the person's midsection is just going to just drill you.
Back press cover, too, hooking the near leg, but leaving one leg free. But it was the shoulder of Camille that broke the decision.
And again, yeah, you're tired. Yeah, you're fighting your heart out. You got to do the fundamentals, kids.
Sometimes I feel like the fundamentals play, back seat to the absolute moment you're trying to capture by any means necessary.
Well, agreed. But if you're on the fundamentals, you're not going to get that fall, and you're not going to be a success, no matter how many high spots you hit.
Well, there's one thing the NWA is not. It's a glorified spot fest. And meanwhile, oh my word! The superplex by Camille, but can she go for the cover? Slow the ball, crawling into it. Finally gets it. 1, 2. It's not over.
Man. Frustration on the champ's face, man.
Close call after close call after close call tonight. Still not enough for either to claim victory yet. What's it going to take? And meanwhile, Camille trying to use her power again, but Taya slips out of the back, and that's just a clubbing shot again. And both with a kick.
Camille cannot get frustrated. Camille has to stay focused.
I think Camille is looking for... Wait a minute. What?
Oh,
no way. No way.
Oh
my God, a destroyer!
Canadian destroyer on the Canadian Taya Valkyrie.
The cover. 1, 2. Taya survives.
Every early era TNA fan that knows that move is the end of the match is going, how in the hell?
And once again, we see the continued evolution of Camille doing anything possible that you haven't seen to try and prove why she is the face of professional wrestling. And Taya Valkyrie now looking to trap her in the bow and arrow. And it's in once again, but look at Camille crawling to the rope.
Yeah, and there's no way. She's too strong, and she's too aware.
But again, how much damage? Again, second by second, further wearing down the challenger. And right now, Tyler's going to fall up. Oh, gosh.
That's a knee to the chin. That's night-night time.
That could be a knockout shot. The cover. 1, 2. No! Wow.
And she laid that knee in with everything, and she still didn't keep the brick house down for the 3.
You saw Kyle Davis with the mic in hand.
He was ready. He was ready for that championship announcement right there.
Again, Taya cannot be frustrated. She's been in this situation before, but she's never been in the ring with Camille under these circumstances. They've only had one other singles encounter, and it was just tournament implications, and it ended in no contest.
Careful.
Meanwhile, the ref is in view. And Taya, oh no!
Oh.
And meanwhile, the roller by Camille trying to take advantage cleanly, but the referee's not down, and that was a 3 count. Camille, Taya speared the ref.
That was a mistake on Camille's part. She saw that spear go down. She's doing for the roll up. She should be taking advantage and beating the dog out of Taya right now.
Champion intention right there. Oh, and that was a freaking heel kick to the side of the head. Taya looking to tie her up once again. Ref incapacitated though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if she taps out now, and Camille knows that.
And looking for golly, that was nasty.
She is gonna stomp her way to the world.
Stomp her in the mat, and again.
She's gonna stomp her way to the world's title right here, Noah.
It just went from civil to violent, beyond professional.
Oh my
word.
That's 3.
This is what it means for either of these two to be declared the champion tonight.
That was not a good idea.
I don't think how wise this is. The hubris of Lavera Loca taking. Oh, what the world is she doing now? With the title in hand, no, you do not want to win like this.
Sure
This
she
is
does.
not what the Burke is about. Camille, though, sees it. Oh, no! The belt to the face! The referee's still out, though! Covered by Taya! Trying to get the official
Oh my God.
in this.
Oh my
Not
God.
like this. Not like this. 1, 2, and no!
Whoa.
Camille kicked out. Camille kicked out.
The chase is lit, man. They are excited.
Unfreaking believable.
Well, here we go.
Might be looking for the road to Valhalla. The only avenue might be left for her to claim the championship. Camille, though. Oh, God, what a headbutt.
My God. That was ugly.
And meanwhile, Taya looking for her for this. Meanwhile, Camille. Spear! He got her with the spear. The Camille hooks the far leg. 1, 2. Camille does it once again.
Wow. Jeez. Unbelievable. She took 3 curb stomps down on her face and a shot to the head with the Burke. And she is still, again, 1X, man.
She is 1X. She is the Brick House. She is the Burke. She is the face of pro wrestling, showing absolute resolve and a championship mentality, unmatched. Camille still NWA World Women's Champion. It would have to be her toughest test to date.
Oh, no doubt. And again, oh, here we go. Here comes the roster.
Look who's coming out here to honor what we saw. The entire NWA Women's Locker
and Jazz.
Room.
Jazz is out there too.
Jazz as well.
Right on.
You could definitely see the disappointment in her face. Look at this. This is amazing. We got Maddie, we got Kylan, we got Natalia, we got Taryn. It doesn't matter at the end of the day what you are once that bell rings. You gotta respect professional wrestling, and you have to show absolutely the respect to Camille. She is the NWA Women's World Champion for a reason. 1X and still.
See, I'm worried.
Tremendous.
I'm worried now though. She's having that honor walk. No Max out there. Oh, whoa. Everybody's out there.
And the entire NWA locker room. Again, that is what it means to be in the NWA, in the main event of the chase, where once again the NWA proves that this is professional wrestling the way it should be. As NWA 7491 goes off the air for Jeff Meacham on the Smithville Foster, saying thank you for joining us to this first half of this Jeff Meacham Network production. Stay tuned for part 2. And again, I have to say it, that's professional wrestling, damn it! But I digress.
That's it. All right. As we said, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. So stick around, kids. We got the Renegade coming in. We got James coming in. It's time for open mic night on a Saturday night. We're going to start right around 8:45 or so. So stick around. We will be back. We'll be back here in a short. If you're not, did I get the graphic loaded? I hope I did, because that'd be neato. Oh, I did. I'm so proud of myself. Woohoo! We'll be back, kids. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Where's my music at? Oh, I can't play that music anymore. It's copyrighted.
You'll get it.
There it is. Stand by, kids.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
realize that I ever do this ever. I don't know why I'm the only one that ever does this, but that's okay. Botch. All right.
Right off the gate.
20 seconds into the goddamn show. Okay. So anyway, all right. So we're back, obviously. And yes, it is time for open mic night. James is allegedly on his way. We know how James goes. But we are joined, of course, by the simple man with a spectacular voice, the man who called NWA 74 Night 1 for us. We appreciate it, Noah Foster. And the man, the myth, the moderator, the renegade, JJ Williams, to kick us off here, off and run it, man. You have stacked this night for us, my friend, and I appreciate the hell out of that shit.
No worries, dude. You know, it's funny because 3 days ago, I'm like, there ain't shit to talk about this week. Like I've got like 2 things, maybe 3 things to talk about. And then James pitched something in the group chat and I was like, okay. And then like some of the other shit just fell right into my lap. And, you know, like I said, there maybe not be like real big meat and potato topics, but they're definitely worthwhile chat points that I feel we need to talk about. We need to address.
Absolutely.
You know,
Always,
I mean,
there's always something to talk about in the world of professional wrestling.
damn it.
Buy the
Buy
shirts.
the
shirt.
All of the shirts. For love of God, buy the damn shirts.
That's right. Then maybe
beg
Mickey
of
the
you.
Mouse will work for Meacham instead of Meacham working for Mickey the Mouse.
Hey, I am not going to disrespect the boss today. I just got hired. Give me a week. Give me a week to get back on the gravy train, at least.
Do we have a problem here?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lord.
Anyway, here we go. That's it.
Angry Mickey.
That was way too
And if
close.
you know,
That was
you
way too
know.
close. If you know, you know.
Oh, good
When,
Lord.
when my daughter spent the night here, before Jeff and Dylan made their first trip up here, I showed her that episode of South Park with the Jonas Brothers and Mickey Mouse because she's been watching South Park on her own,
Oh, Lord.
Mhm.
but she's been picking and choosing and like hopping around. I was like, "Have you seen the one with the Jonas Brothers?" She was like, "No." I was like, "Sit down."
Dear
I
Christ.
put it on for her and she was doubled over. Like she legit needed an oxygen mask to be able to start breathing again. She was cracking up so
Jeez.
hard.
It is
And
so
then
funny.
I showed her the Kanye West episode afterwards.
Well, you know,
Fish sticks.
that one's
Yep.
okay. I will say this.
To the point where like a day or so later, she messages me, Dad, I have something to ask you. It's important. Dad. I'm like, what?
What?
Do you like fish sticks?
Oh, fudge.
I was
Oh,
like,
God.
I'm not going to let this conversation go on any further. I know where you're going, but yes, I do like fish sticks. And that's the end of it.
Oh,
That's right.
fish sticks.
I was like, and don't you ever do that to me again. Because the way you came at me with that, I thought some shit was going down.
Right?
Oh,
And don't
God.
you ever do that again.
Don't scare me
It
like
just
that, you
goes
little
to show
shit.
that South Park is not educational material.
I don't know, man. There's been some episodes of South Park that
Howl.
just had me thinking.
Yeah, you know.
But that's not why we're here. We're here to
No.
talk wrestling, to coin a phrase.
And I will say this, JJ, to my knowledge, and correct, even though I'm, under the umbrella of the House of Mouse now, you're a bigger expert on a lot of stuff than I am when it comes to Mickey and all his crazy shenanigans. Although after the training, probably not. They're probably going to drill that shit into my brain at this point.
You will be.
They're going to
think
have
he's
you
only-
believing that Song of the South didn't exist, even though you've seen it.
Oh,
Hey.
boy. Here we go.
Like I said to you on the air during the pay-per-view, I had a cast member admit to me that was bullshit. So I know this is true. Anyway, to my knowledge, Mickey has only appeared as the actual boss of the company on 2 occasions on any broadcast. That god-awful South Park nonsense and the Muppets at Disney World.
Sounds accurate.
Could be wrong
Sounds
about
accurate.
the actual portrayals. The South Park thing is what it is. But
Well, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I honestly can't think of off the top of my head another opportunity where they portrayed Mickey Mouse as the actual owner of the company.
it's just so
Maybe-
funny.
Maybe SNL. I don't know if you remember that Saturday TV Funhouse episode where they actually went inside the Disney vault.
Oh my God, I do remember that actually. I
I
don't
and
think I
it
don't
was
think
the
they had
little
Mickey play the
kids
boss.
with Mickey, and he was
Yeah.
kind of like taking them around. And they're like,
He-
they found Jim Henson tied up in the vault. He wouldn't sell.
Yeah. In that case, I think he was the boss because he's talking about he wouldn't sell. So, okay, so that one too. But
There you
actual Disney licensed stuff, I
Only
think it's just the
once.
Muppet special. I think it's just the
Yeah,
Muppet
that
special.
Muppets Visit Walt Disney World special. But
Good
anyway,
Good stuff with
What a
Charles
wonderful-
Grodin there. Anyway,
let
I
me
digress.
just say, I listened to you guys for the majority of the broadcast. I did step away for a little bit to eat, and I had my headset off because I didn't want to drip food and everything as I was trying to eat breakfast for dinner.
Right.
Oh, there you go.
Masterful job, you two.
Thank you.
Hell of a job calling the show. I feel like I was there. I feel like I was watching a televised broadcast, even though I couldn't see what actually was going on. I akin it to the olden days when people would still listen to like the broadcasts from the Olympic on the radio.
Right.
And I got able to envision the match without seeing the match in front of me. So well done, gentlemen.
The Jeff Meacham Network, making radio WWF relevant again. Anyway. JR's going, I hate that canny country bastard. Anyway, carry on. My God.
Oh, God.
So James, welcome.
Hello. I'm here
Hey.
finally.
Yes.
That's all right, brother. You've been kind of popping in all night, brother. You're good to go.
Yeah. And I've been chiming in during the comments. I've had my own little bits to spew here and there.
Yes. Some of which didn't
Ultimo
get posted because I
Valkyrie,
know better.
we need
but,
to make that a t-shirt, damn it.
Yeah.
Man, but
Well,
you
it is,
digress.
man. It is
Again,
Ultimo
I
Valkyrie.
just love doing this type of stuff with y'all and just getting these different backgrounds of wrestling and kind of seeing how it kind of like conveys the way I give my take along with y'all, no matter the background. I just enjoy doing it, so I'm happy to bring forward a blind but positive and somewhat involving engagement to you. And Jeff, this was a hell of a lot of fun. I definitely look forward to doing this again down the line if time presents itself to do so.
They say every week on Power, on USA, and the pay-per-views, NWA, the way wrestling should be. And I'm here for it. Every step of the way, guys. One way or the other, I will find a way. If I can't run the button, we'll find a way. Because I think that these should continue, whether I'm pushing the buttons or doing the calls or not, because I think they're too much fun. And I think that the people that stick around for the pay-per-views for the open mic nights definitely at least deserve to have it, whether it's on my channel or not. You do an awesome job. You always have. You and JJ are a great WWE team. James, when he's here, does an incredible job on the non-WWE stuff. And, with Hemsley at the helm, might get James back for WWE stuff too. Why not?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Seriously.
Shoot that shit down right now.
I'll explain. I'll explain
Yes.
I'll explain.
We are going to bring up
towards it.
Yeah,
we are going to bring up
James can do Raw. I'll do SmackDown because I thought that SummerSlam plan went really well, and JJ being the Corey Graves of the broadcast, being kind of coming in the whole night, you did brilliant.
I will say that we'll definitely talk about, as Mr. Backlund dubbed him, Mr. H, later on in this broadcast. So,
all right.
All right. Well, like I've stated a couple times, James, I don't know if you saw it or heard this, but we've got 7 topics tonight.
Yes.
Most of them are just chat points, just little things that I wanted to bring up and discuss. We're gonna try to run through those as quickly as possible so we can have the most amount of time for the meat and potatoes, the main course, if you will.
Yes.
The first topic I wanted to bring up is we just unified one set of interim championships, and now we're about to crown a new interim champion. And is Tony Khan relying on interim champions too much, or should he just have people forfeit the title, strip the title if they're injured, can't perform, and just crown a new champion? Like, in my opinion, the interim champion is a cool novelty to do every once in a while if it's going to lead to a bigger and better angle. But to do it every championship, and especially to do it this quickly, like there's literally 2 weeks between the crowning and unifying of Moxley and Punk and the crowning of a new interim women's champion. Noah, what are your thoughts on this?
I feel that the word interim is definitely overplayed here. They're doing it with the TNT title first. They're doing it with the NWA World Championship, resolved that in a quick fashion. And now they're doing it with the AEW Women's World Championship. And unfortunately, I feel that's literally becoming a crutch. In situations like this where you have an injury, the best thing to do is not go necessarily off a personal agenda that you still want to carry out, even if it's going to be delayed. I feel like you need to reset and reorganize yourself and readjust to a new game plan, maybe push somebody new forward. The only thing I could hope for, especially out of the women's division, is that we do get a new face to drive that division forward as their champion, and may it not be necessarily an interim thing. I honestly hope, because this is the first time in these championships run, that this is literally a one and done thing. That's the only real criticism that I could give here. That'd be like, but it's the first time. Okay, true. But in the span of a few months and almost all, I feel like nearly in the same year, they've done this now with 3 of their 7 AEW officially sanctioned championships. It's getting a little bit overplayed, to say the least, especially when it comes to the fact that you're doing this right around a pay-per-view. It's one thing to do it on TV and Battle of the Belts. This is pay-per-view. Nobody wants to see that situation carried out on a pay-per-view to a degree. I think about what Always Ready did with the NWA 10 pounds of gold. It wasn't necessarily about interim. They crowned a brand new champion on the spot that night, despite the begrudgings of a certain Matt Cardona. So, yeah, it's becoming a crutch, and it needs to stop. But all I'll say based on this graphic, Jamie Hayter for the win.
There you go.
I mean, Toni Storm is the number 1 contender, correct? She was the one that's supposed to be getting the shot at Thunder Rosa.
Yes.
Yes.
So why not take Jade Cargill, who's the TBS champion, the mid-card women's champion, so to speak?
Yep.
Put her against Toni Storm, winner becomes women's champion.
It's
because
one of
then
those
you're
things where
like-
I feel like you would be developing an agenda, though, that pigeonholes, because the way I see it in AEW's ecosystem, they're trying to define 2 divisions in the women's division, the TBS Championship division and the World Championship division. And necessarily speaking, I would think your network-based champion would work to bring more eyes to the product, and then go after the key prize of that division. Who does not want to be the AEW Women's World Champion in that company? I still think that down the line, there is room for Dynamite DMD and Jade Cargill to happen. So I do understand your point, but in my personal opinion, the last thing we need is unifications of 2 titles in a division, or somebody literally holding hostage an entire division of World Championships. Hello, Reigns. So,
Well, no, my suggestion wasn't necessarily to unify or to hold hostage to, but Jade is undefeated.
Yeah.
And almost get into the point like Roman Reigns, where who's going to be the one to beat her?
Well, I knew who it was.
So have her go against the number 1 contender, winner becomes champion, and then if Jade is the one to win, surrender the TBS title, a la Ultimate Warrior. Bad comparison, I know, Jeff. And then have a tournament or something. Then have a tournament or something to crown a new TBS champion on the TBS show, which could help thereby boost ratings there. James, your thoughts?
Well, as far as the interim title thing goes, let's just call it as it is. If you get rid of the interim stipulation, then you have to make UFC do it too.
Well,
that's the thing. It is a sports-centric thing that AEW's kind of novelized, even though it really started on NXT with the Cruiserweight title. But you'd be forgiven for not remembering that.
Don't remind me.
So they did what they had to do. And the only one that was really rushed as far as an interim goes is probably the TNT title. Everything else has been done properly. And I've been saying this for years anyway. Like the whole idea that we got to strip the champion because of injury when they won the title is, UFC does this interim thing and they've been doing it for years. So why don't we do that? It probably happens a lot more often. Maybe you need to lessen it with the championships or whatever. But at the same time, it's like you have to do something that isn't just, okay, we're going to strip them of the title because, at the end of the day, how fair is that to the person who worked their ass off to get to that point of getting to the championship? Like, I get, injuries happen, so why get punished for it? UFC fighters don't get punished when they get freaking injured. They just have an interim champion in the meantime, and then they unify the freaking titles, and in theory, gets eyes on the product.
Right.
That's
At the same time, though, James, the UFC fighters don't fight every week, every month. A UFC fighter may have 3 pay-per-view fights a year.
Well, yeah. I mean, other than the fact that they are on TV every couple of weeks now with ESPN.
Well, right, but what JJ's saying is, these guys are actually, and the gals. Let me not be gender exclusive, excluding here. They're fighting 3-4 times a year. So if they get hurt in the process of training or in the process of defending the title, and they are interim champion is crowned when they come back, it makes more sense. But when you've got CM Punk winning the championship at pay-per-view, getting hurt in the process, coming out here to LA, getting hurt even more in the context of the match he had on Dynamite, having to relinquish it by Friday, and having Tony telling him, well, we have plans for you as champion, so we're not going to do that. So it's, and again, I'll wait till my turn, but
go ahead, Jeff. You can take your turn now.
Well, hell with it then. Okay. Also keep in mind, and we're going to talk about the AEW drama here later. Rose, to kind of give a little bit of a spoiler tease, Thunder Rosa has not been stripped the title because she's injured. Let me just be clear on that right now. There's a lot more shit going on, and we're going to talk about that later. And if that's the case, she shouldn't have been stripped. There should be no interim. If she's suspended, like James is going to talk about later.
Oh, she's not. No, she's not suspended.
Oh, I could have sworn I read that on
this injury. No? This injury is fully legit. Like, there's no BS about it. No.
Oh, okay, I could have sworn. Okay, I just read your notes wrong. I'll let you do your notes later. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Trust me. The notes are going to be revealing for sure.
Got it. Okay. Either way, I do agree with the room. The interim thing is overused. Now, Punk, I understand. They didn't want to, have to put a new cartridge in the gun 3 days after they did it, after they pulled the trigger, right? That's just, oh shit moment. Rose has been champion a while. Like, I would have been okay with her not having to defend the championship and having a new champion, not interim champion, crowned in this 4-way battle we've got coming up in Chicago.
Yeah,
which, by the way,
lose it in 2 weeks. In fairness,
yeah. And you know what? If she was going to lose anyway, then it should just be for the vacant title, not for the interim title.
Agree.
I think that's ungodly stupid of Tony to do that, or whoever's made that particular booking decision. Let me not throw Tony under the bus every single time we talk about AEW. Virtue.
Right.
But yeah, the TNT thing I kind of got, because again, they had a program in mind, and they wanted to make sure they got back to it. Same with Punk, although Wednesday completely blew my thought process out of the water. So we'll see what happens on Dynamite.
Yeah, I was about to say, big time.
I can't fathom a situation where they're going to go into Chicago and Punk's either not going to regain the title, or it's going to be a better match, but he'll still lose. I think the end game always was Punk losing the title in Chicago just to throw everybody off, because Punk has to win Chicago. It's Chicago.
Right.
But Tony not getting the moment, because if Tony does indeed win, which I still think she should, Tony not getting the championship is bullshit, because if she was going to lose a title anyway, Thunder Rosa, then it should just be for the vacant title. Give vacant another prestigious run here for a week, damn it, like he deserves, and then have Tony become the champion.
Vacant is the plague of the wrestling industry that has more titles than his body has bones.
Vacant is the goat. You put some stank on that name. You shut your mouth, Noah Foster.
The reason why interim exists is so Vacant could finally retire. Okay, just let him fucking retire. God damn.
Shit. Yeah, but the problem is, he gets all butthurt when he can't retire, but when he can't defend the title.
Right?
Oh, well.
The man has feelings.
Oh, Lord.
He's a person, too.
When are we going to get that triple threat between the Invisible Man, Stan, and Vacant? We got to have it.
Oh, God.
We can't have that because Randy Orton already had his moment with the Invisible Man with the peach tights. We talk about that every week on the show.
Yeah, true. Don't get hepatitis.
Damn it.
Well, he's not wrong.
We're going to go to hell when we die.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. We're in trouble now, folks.
That's what that's what they get for supporting the hepatitis. Heal.
I talk way too much like Mickey. I had that voice down. Okay, never getting. Okay, all right. Okay, fine.
Can we
Fine.
get Porky Pig to sign the
Okay, there we go. Donald Duck for a moment. There we go. Okay, next
Jesus.
topic, please. That's all.
All right. Well, kind of segueing from this into the next, just kind of like shoot the shit topic. Who in their right mind thought it was a good idea to put the American Dragon versus the Dragon Slayer on the House of the Dragon themed Dynamite with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat at ringside as the fucking curtain jerker?
I love it.
Count. Okay.
Ding.
For real.
Yeah.
Hey,
Me and Cece were sitting here watching this, and it's like, okay, I get you wanted to save the Omega thing for the main event.
Right.
This could have been Rampage.
Aw.
Like this could have been.
Aw.
And I say that in order to A,
That's
give it a main event spot,
Okay.
and B, give it more time.
Can
These
I
guys already went 30 minutes.
Hang on, guys.
Okay.
They easily could have given them the full hour of Rampage. Still themed for the House of the Dragon because it was all filmed at the same time.
Right.
Had the Omega Return be one main event and this be the whole other show.
Right.
To make this match the curtain jerk with all of the dragon synergy that was pumped behind it, I thought was ridiculous. Jeff, you're laughing. What do you got to say about this?
Okay. I'm not going to do the thing where it's single anymore. It was too weird. Okay. First of all, I think it's funny that we always talk about Brian Cage versus Christian Cage versus Ethan Page versus Adam Page with Diamond Dallas Page as referee in a steel cage, no less. But we'll never get that match. So we got the Dragon match instead.
The triple cage, no less.
Oh gosh.
What show were we on? Were we talking about that their favorite match was the triple cage? Who said that?
I don't remember.
I wanted to shoot that person. Like, what is wrong with you?
I still wonder if that person actually had brain cells.
It was on freaking. It was on the Nudie review the other night. That's what it was.
I say just bring back the triple cage so we could just get rid of the Russo
Bot
that was associated with it.
All right, from botch to bot. Jesus Christ.
Bye bots.
That's okay. The bots have been hitting us all night, Noah. So it's all good.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
Yeah,
Anyway,
again, JJ, you've been watching long enough to know. You and James as well, Noah. Wrestling on television is all about that marketing, all about that synergy. And I don't disagree with that. I do agree with JJ that a match of this caliber should have gotten a longer slot. They went. What did you say they went? They went for the first half of the first hour. So at least that's
they went.
30
something.
They went 30 minutes according to Garcia in the promo with Jericho this week.
Right.
But it was the first 30 minutes of the broadcast.
Okay,
at least make it the main event of the first hour.
Okay, but in defense, and again, I trying very hard to ride that line here like a show pony. You have to remember, as much as wrestling is trying to, garner ratings throughout the night, they're also trying to start the shows off hot. It's like pay-per-views back when pay-per-views actually meant, something WWE would start off with the Intercontinental Championship match. Because you send the workhorses out there, they're gonna get people to sit down and go, wow. These guys are wow. As far as for the wrestling fans. The sports entertainment folks, they're not going to get into this near as much.
No.
Right? But AEW fans, according to, the rhetoric that we've been handed the last year or so, are more wrestling fans than sports entertainment fans. But I don't mind starting off the show with this match. I have no problem with it personally. I think it was a good idea to get people to watch Danielson, who is still among the top 5 wrestlers in the freaking world right now, even at his advanced health situation or whatever. And Daniel Garcia is just on that cusp of just complete greatness. This kid, and yes, I'm almost 40. I can call him a kid. Kiss my ass. This kid can go.
He really can.
And he went with the American freaking Dragon. So I got no problem with him starting the show off with this whatsoever.
personally, they already kind of got that audience in the beginning portion. I think you should have rearranged things. I really think you should have just actually had that Gun Club Varsity Blonde squash. As stupid as that was, by the way, that was dumb. Don't care. But regardless, I'd have it started there after the Punk thing. Then do the whole Moxley comes out. There's a big schmoz, right? That should all be in the first hour. By the time 8:55 hits, that's when the entrances for Garcia and Danielson should happen. This should have, if for nothing else, should have been right at the top of the 9 o'clock hour to me.
I think if they were going to have, I lost my train. I completely lost it. There we go. If they were competing like Raw and Nitro were, maybe, then yeah, have them start that hour to counteract the programming. They're not battling anybody but themselves at this point on Wednesday nights.
I have some.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I didn't think about that.
I don't. JJ brought it up because he doesn't agree with the decision. I agree with the decision, so it's going to definitely be a polarizing discussion.
Yeah, I said my thing. I think it should
on the
9 o'clock hour. Even if they're not fighting, like, get people that are switching to channels.
Yeah, and I also wonder if they wanted it to be at the top of the first hour because they knew they were gonna do what they did with that second hour. Which, I mean, again, it was the worst kept secret that Kenny Omega was going to be the third man. I mean, that's
exactly.
So, I guess I can also see the point of, okay, everybody knows it's going to be Kenny anyway, so just have the Bucks started out, have Kenny come back, pop the show off, and then, end it with this or end it with, the Mox, Punk. I don't end with the Mox Punk promo because that was just out of hand. We'll talk about that later too. Yeah. I can see both sides. I don't disagree with them starting it with this, but I also can be okay with them starting with the trios match, ending with this. Either way works for me.
It's just one of those things. I think if you're going to build the show off of this whole House of the Dragon,
right,
this needs to be the main event slot.
Maybe, yeah.
Do we know anybody in the chat or anybody in... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, JD.
No, go ahead.
Does anybody in the chat or anybody in here know what the ratings differential was between the 2 out of 3 falls match and the segment where Kenny came back?
Well, as far as I know, Nielsen is never good at measurement, but if that, where they did lose like a couple 100,000 actually, and then they regained those when the Mox and Punk thing they went back to that.
Reignited.
Yeah, and if they're losing points at the end, then maybe they should have gone with this. And because people, this was advertised. This was a guarantee this was going to be a thing. Whereas Kenny was all but absolutely Kenny Omega, like you don't already know.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, this week they advertised a world title match and it was over in 3 minutes. So
I saw that.
Advertising is not always the best way to go.
That's very true.
Because that was very polarizing finish in of itself.
Noah, any additional thoughts you want to add to this?
I feel it just comes down to the fact that we can all at least agree that there definitely is flexibility when it comes to AEW and the way they can handle their booking. It's not like necessarily you have a one-way road, in which case this match could be portrayed. But thinking about, publicity on behalf of Warner Discovery and your partners, and they respect the way that they carried the fact that you were, of course, advertising for House of the Dragon, as you got Dragon here on the graphic 3 times. For me, it comes down to, okay, when do you want to draw the attention towards this match in a semblance to Dragon to raise the value of House of the Dragon? Will you have the freaking Ricky the Dragon Steamboat there for the old school wrestling fans? Be like, oh yeah, the man still got it. So for me, this match, it had the most freedom of booking possibility for this 2-hour show. Either case, I could definitely see and appreciate this match being. But again, for me, when I think about House of the Dragon, the best thing on that show that night was definitely this. In and out and afterwards too.
Yeah, it really came down to, though, because we don't even consider this factor. Turner could have also said, hey, we want this right after the Punk thing.
We all know how much networks can influence the direction of a wrestling product live.
Funny you bring that up. Should we go ahead and move that up now, JJ?
No.
Okay. Just
Again, I know
wondering.
zero things about this topic. I'm just speaking my mind.
And that's all we want
but it
from
works
you,
out.
Noah.
That's right.
That's the best part. It's like none of us really are in the know about any of these topics. It's just
Right.
personal opinions, and that's
love
why we do open mic night. That's why we have 4 people. It should inevitably lead to 4 different opinions. Even if we agree on certain points, there's other points where we disagree or think it could have been done differently.
A different outtake.
Yeah, for sure.
That's professional wrestling fandom. Damn it!
But you digress.
Buy the shirt.
There you go. Yep.
So the next shoot the shit topic, we're going to transfer over to WWE for a little bit, and
I'm gonna enjoy this one.
And the challenger for Clash has been teasing some broken dreams as of late. You guys may remember I threw this into the respective chat rooms
A little bit.
and I even said in the chat rooms, and the main reason I wanted to talk about it is because I wanted some accountability. I want to throw it out there to the world. If this man comes out to Broken Dreams at Clash of the Castle, I am going to be Pat McAfee up in this motherfucker on my coffee table, dancing, playing air guitar, and acting the goddamn fool.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, for real. I mean, I don't know if you can make the image bigger, Jeff, so people can see what we're talking about. Those of them who may not follow Drew's Twitter, but he is literally quoting his old theme song on these 2 posts.
I think
Verbatim. All the time, so say goodbye. Verbatim.
Yeah.
And then the other one, what is yours now is mine.
I dream broken dreams.
Like,
when does he just say broken dreams on Saturday before the match?
Is this just wishful thinking, guys? Or is this something that may actually happen? Is there a probability? There's always a possibility.
Yes.
But is there a probability that he will come out to this song?
Yes.
Whether Shaman's Harvest plays him to the ring in his home country or not, or even if he comes out to his regular music, wins the belt, and then this drops for his celebration.
If that's the thing. If you're gonna have him come out to this and the band's playing him to the ring, you have to have him win.
Yes.
Like, you can't have it any other way at that point.
No.
That has to be a moment for truth. And quite frankly, I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, Roman at this point is a made man. He doesn't need the belts right now.
No.
You absolutely can give the belt to Drew if you give him that theme song. And quite frankly, the dude deserves that WrestleMania moment that he never got.
Yep.
And this is the best way to do that. What?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm on the air.
Exactly.
Granted, it's not going to be at WrestleMania, but it's going to be in his home country where he started his career and his journey, and he began to make his name, man. That promo they did for him on SmackDown this week.
Yep. And Jay, when you think about it, the bloodline damn near bloodletted that back of his last night.
Yes.
I know.
Like,
it's funny because Brendan was sitting here with me kind of watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was commenting to me about how the beatdown that they were giving him made him look weak.
Oh.
And I was like, BB, you got to understand.
Yeah.
That's just going to make the victory
that
much sweeter.
That's what we call storytelling.
You got to remember, the kid is 13, so he's just kind of getting sucked into it.
Yes.
So he's still learning everything. He's asking questions. He's making comments like that. But just the fact that it had him roped in enough to where he was making comments tells me that Triple H's storytelling is going down the right path. And again, we'll get to Triple H a little bit later.
Yeah.
Well, but let me in the era of social media where the story continues after the TV show goes off the air, did you show him the aftermath and Drew's back on social media?
Not yet.
Because that was more telling, I think.
I saw it this morning, and then I had to go work for a little bit, so I have not had the chance to show him yet.
Yeah, I mean,
Come
and again, JJ, I know you're not fond of SmackDown spoilers, but do you know what's going to happen next week on SmackDown?
I heard you mention it on the air earlier. Yes.
Okay, I forgot I said that. Yeah. So hang on. SmackDown spoiler impending. Drew lays them all out on Friday. So 50-50 booking, maybe not, but they've all laid each other out now at this point going into the Clash, right? And the way Drew does it on Friday is very telling. So I look forward to actually seeing it play out before they go over there. But man, if anything were to make the Stadium Championship victory moment that was taken from him by this damn pandemic any better, it's this song.
I agree, because you go back and you watch me and Jeff do our top 10 underrated theme songs. First version. Both of us had this song on there.
And yes, we did pre-tape it. So yes, we did not know because we always went live to tape. So we didn't know what we were going to say. And this is when we were still in the same room. Well, but we still did not tell each other. We were very adamant, always have been about that, unless we're doing a collaboration show. But this song has always been one of those that just, it hits. And it makes sense. And it makes more sense now. Because he's on a big old redemption story now. Exactly. You know, he had to sink to the bottom. You guys were talking about it in the chat earlier. Was anybody else, hit the bottom of the rung, had to fall from grace, and then, had to fight his way back like Drew and Bobby Lashley mentioned. But Bobby left on his own, and rightfully so, after the 2007 bullshit booking over the summer that he got handed.
Chosen one.
But this guy legitimately was he just had a bad luck, and he and the wife got into it over a mania or whatever the hell. Jesus Christ, it's getting all crazy in here. But it's just crazy. Again, another reason why I may not be over JJ's place and I might be broadcasting from a different location, because if he jumps on the table, he might fall into me. I don't need to be dying on the air. I'm kind of good. Because if he gets up on the table, we might have a situation where I'm like, don't fall, just do the thing, but okay. So yeah,
don't break your neck.
And that's why I don't dance, because I'd be doing the same thing, and I might break his and I might break his apartment. I don't need to be breaking his shit.
Fair enough.
Don't need to be doing that.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
But by the way, chat room, I see the bots. It's okay. I don't need you guys telling me the bots are there. Just makes it worse.
And if you're going to tell us the bots are there, super chat to tell us.
I'm about to say, yeah.
That's right. If you want
some money put up in here,
you want to talk about the porn, pay for it. I mean, wait, no, I'm sorry.
What?
Came out wrong. Never mind.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, I'm fired. Okay.
All right. So
what the hell are we doing? Okay.
The last shoot the shit topic I have.
I think
it was announced Thursday that Bianca Belair is now the EST of WME. And for those of you that may not know what that is, WME is the William Morris Agency / Endeavor Talent Agency.
Oh, okay.
She has signed with them to manage her career. And just to give you guys a little idea how major this is, I'm about to rattle off a list of names that I pulled that William Morris Agency and Endeavor represent, just to give you an idea of the caliber of talent that she's joining. And this isn't even everybody. Tim Allen, Josh Brolin, Russell Crowe, Brendan Fraser, Mel Gibson, Eddie Murphy, Queen Latifah, John Travolta, Denzel Washington, Eminem, 50 Cent, the Eagles, the Foo Fighters, Taylor Swift, Kanye West, Amy Adams, Ben Affleck, Christian Bale, Willem Dafoe, Matt Damon, Robert De Niro, Anthony Hopkins, Hugh Jackman, Keira Knightley, Ewan McGregor, Adam Sandler, Patrick Stewart, Tyra Banks, Kim Kardashian, Gordon Ramsay, Kat Von D, and more.
What the fuck?
Right.
I recognize some of those names.
I recognize just about all of them.
Right.
Right?
That's wow. Okay.
This is huge for Bianca.
Yeah. It is.
Now, the Endeavor portion represents UFC and WWE as a whole, but there were no like individual superstars names. This means that they are going to be managing any outside gigs that get thrown her way. She very well could be the next one to join a Mandalorian or an
Right.
MCU project or a DC movie project or something along those lines.
Right.
Which that's great that she got that too. But the fact that that this is happening now and it's not as much of a fight as it was before, this wouldn't have happened if Vince was still in charge. We're lucky we got that exception with Banks when we did. Like this is this was a rarity before. This might happen a lot more often than we think.
Yeah. This is a huge step, I think,
Right.
to the superstars being able to branch out. I mean, Triple H is allowing them to do Twitch and stuff again,
True.
which again, we can get more in depth with that down the road because we're going to get to Triple H in a little bit.
Yes.
But this I feel is huge because I've always kind of said for when Sasha had her issue and left with Naomi,
Right.
I always kind of said that now they've got Bianca, who's kind of risen to that level and is even starting to supersede and pass Sasha to an extent, especially when you look at the way the young fans and the young female fans and especially the young African American girl fans are responding to her. You know, that picture when we talked about the fans that stalked her and the girl that was dressed up like her and her friend dressed as Becky or whatever, like this is going to be big for Bianca, and I am excited to see what projects come her way.
I agree. There's nothing much I can say to that.
Yeah, it's very much a big thing, and a lot of people that aren't in that are in wrestling they're okay. Jesus Christ, Jeff. A lot of people that focus solely on wrestling or are only fans of the wrestling and don't really follow the outside projects. The William Morris agency is huge. It is so. I mean, JJ gave up the name of talents, yes, but it is a big friggin' deal that this is happening. I'm so happy for Bianca because, you know, this shows that, again, not only does she have the talent to obtain outside projects, but that she can show and can be shown there is life beyond the WWE.
Big
It's
time.
life beyond wrestling, period. Yeah.
But
Yes.
yeah, you think about what people do when they can't do what they wish to do and dedicate their lives to inside the squared circle, how you still bring that same passion, that same representation to a degree of anything's possible if you put yourself towards it. This is a whole different thing that goes beyond pop culture, entertainment, even sports. This is inspirational, definitely, to say the least, and a very honorable recognition accolade. You don't have to be a fan of wrestling. You don't have to be a moviegoer. You don't have to be a sports entertainer. You don't have to be somebody that just binge watches something on TV to understand, based on that list you gave, how big of a deal this is for this individual and what it could lead to and who it could encourage as well. So all I got to say is congratulations.
Yeah, you think that in recent years, a lot of the superstars, I'll say ever since the Ruthless Aggression era, have kind of gotten their start in Hollywood thanks to WWE films, which isn't really a thing anymore.
Right.
And
that
there
out
have been some that have been successful. You know, Cena, Batista have been able to make pretty decent careers out of it. We won't even talk about The Rock. That's a whole other entity.
Trying to match somebody up
And
with
then
The
there's
Rock.
other
Hell no.
people whose movies haven't fared so good. Triple H's movies were questionable at best.
Yes.
You know, Ted DiBiase Jr.
Yeah.
You know, I prefer the Marine 2 to the original Marine, but that was also back when I was completely anti-Cena. It might be a different opinion of going back and watching it with fresher eyes.
Right.
Agreed, for the record, because I did the exact same thing going into it. So
the Big Show's movies,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So for there to be an outlet now for these superstars, these wrestlers, these entertainers to have an agency as prestigious as this. I mean, like I said, we're talking Tim Allen, Taylor Swift, Eddie Murphy, Queen Latifah, De Niro, for Christ's sakes.
Eminem.
You know, the same people that manage Robert De Niro are going to manage Bianca Belair. Like, can we just have a moment here?
That's huge.
That's huge, no matter how you put it. Even I can understand that.
You talking to her? Gotta be talking to her. She's the only one in the room.
If you talk to her, you got to talk to me.
You gotta talk to me.
I
That's
just-
right.
Hey,
I just don't want to see them do some stereotypical something with her and see her in like the
God,
next
right.
Tyler Perry movie
Right.
Oh,
or the
God.
next Jordan
Oh,
Peele
God.
movie. You know,
Medea.
unless,
Jordan
Oh,
Peele,
Lord.
that's his friggin' name.
unless
That's wrong.
it's something that really works for her personality, that's one thing. But I just don't want to see her fall into the stereotypical
Right.
casting decisions
Right.
based off of her look and appearance.
No horror movies for the first 2 years, Bianca.
Yeah, please.
Please.
Yeah,
Don't
Because
do
you
it.
did.
mainly
It's over.
because
Forget it.
Halloween Ends is already wrapped and about to come out in 2 weeks, and there's no room for
Wait.
you in that franchise.
That's
No,
right, that's right.
no, hold on. That's a bad idea because what if they pitch her in a role where she actually survives in the horror film?
You got
Ah,
you.
yeah.
It'd be
right.
the first.
Have her be the killer.
Oh, jeez.
No,
Okay,
That's
bad.
double profiling, and
We
that's
got down a
wrong.
dark road. Let's move on.
But I digress.
Buy the
Oy
shirt.
vey, ding.
Buy the shirt if you still care at this point for us being so bad. Okay.
But yeah, at the end of the day, I
Damn it.
wanted to bring this up as a
Yeah,
huge
it's definitely cool.
congratulations to Bianca
for her, man.
because
Yeah,
this is major, and I only see bigger and brighter things for this young woman.
So
Definitely agree.
before we
And
move on to the
Roxy-
next topic, I just got to say, Jay, somebody left a comment in the room. I went to go check out this channel. These guys are actually on the air right now, live streaming, and they still take the time to come over here and pop over and say hello. So,
Nice.
oh,
That's
that was
awesome.
awesome. I was like, right on, dude.
Thanks,
Y'all.
y'all.
Multitasking by watching the Jeff Meacham stuff. That's good shit, pal. Oh
That's
my
right.
Appreciate
god,
it. Swift Show, I'm subscribing.
appreciate that. Yeah, I'm
You
going
and
to,
Keith
absolutely.
Lee come and join us.
If
Oh
it's
wait, not
actually
that
him, I'm
swerve.
down for it.
Never mind.
No, not that swear.
Who's
But still, go ahead and subscribe by all means. We'll definitely subscribe back.
Hey, listen, I'm just saying, if you have Swerve have his house and Keith Lee's rooming in it, that's a big freaking room in the house.
That's a
Yeah, no
huge
kidding.
room.
That's a
big
limitless
man.
That's a limitless
It's a
room. It's a hyperbolic time chamber. Let's go.
Where there's no
Damn.
walls and no end, it seems.
Multiverse of media, not multiverse of madness, James.
Are you sure about that?
No, not
Alright.
one bit. Not even
Exactly.
remotely sure.
So
Not
we're gonna switch over to transition into the more meteor, main course type of topics at this point.
I'm thinking about media
And-
man. We're talking about Keith Lee again, but go ahead.
A couple weeks ago, when it was first started to be talked about, the AEW Warner Brothers Discovery thing, Jeff really wanted us to cover it, and I wanted to kind of wait until we saw what was going on with it. And I saw an article from Frightful with a lot of information regarding how Warner Discovery is feeling about the deal and everything right now. And so I figured now would be a good time to discuss this.
Okay.
Yes.
Forgive me, this is a lengthy article I'm going to try to read off. So give me a few minutes to get through this all. But it says Warner Brothers Discovery is said to be pleased with AEW, according to Frightful Select. A source inside Warner Brothers Discovery noted that AEW programming in its current form makes no negative waves and overall holds up their end of the deal quite well, particularly when it comes to ratings performance. Virtue.
Thank you.
Both sides talked about how
Behave, boys.
pleased they were with the House of the Dragon and Shark Week integrations during AEW's summer programming, noting how those are two of the most important properties in the Warner Brothers Discovery wheelhouse, and there was a high level of trust in having AEW handle them. Regarding some of the rumors on social media about upcoming changes to AEW programming, including one about Dynamite being cut to an hour, Warner Brothers Discovery was completely unaware of the rumors, while AEW officials knew of their circulation, but both assured us that they were false.
Thank God.
It was stressed to us that the notion of the two sides having an adversarial relationship at all is not accurate, as the two sides meet frequently to discuss AEW programming. The Wrestling Observer newsletter today noted that word had come from Warner Brothers Discovery that they'd like the language toned down. AEW tells us that they believe this was a quote taken out of context from the all talent meeting on Wednesday regarding promos and talent going into business for themselves. The point was to stress that they could get network heat if they fly too close to the sun, but we're told this was not an edict from the network.
Okay.
So that directly ties into the main event topic, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
The thing
I'm glad I got my notes for that one.
The thing that I found interesting about all this, because I don't read every rumor mill article that pops up.
Yeah, but Fightful's pretty good. So,
I try to support, the boss, good old Aaron Rift as much as possible, but I can't sift through and read everything while I'm out there trying to work on a daily.
Right.
Yep.
But the thing that really caught my eye was about Dynamite being cut to an hour. And if that was something that were to happen, as far as I'm concerned, that's a nail in the coffin for AEW.
No doubt. No.
I mean, they've already got way too many talents to try to deal with and book on 3 hours of television.
Right.
Let alone going down to
5
only
or 6
2
if you count
hours.
Dark and Elevation, actually.
Well,
yeah, it's accurate.
That's streaming, that's YouTube. I was mainly talking about TV time.
Right.
Well, even then, as someone who had to watch Dark, Elevation, and Dark a couple times, that adds to your point, in my opinion, because I've seen their shows. They don't do a good job there either. Sometimes.
No, it's
bad. Sometimes.
We've gone around and around about AEW having too many damn people on the roster. To cut an hour out of primetime television on TBS,
that would
yeah. Definitely not the end, but definitely put it on life support at best.
I guess so.
James,
adding an hour. By the way, adding an hour does the same exact thing.
Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
Do not do that.
But to counteract JJ, if I may, we've been talking about making Rampage the Ring of Honor hour. That doesn't help AEW's roster either. So there's a lot of good and bad that can go either way when you're talking about the networking stuff. But JJ, you were going to present the point to James.
I was going to say if Rampage went to 2 hours, I don't think that would kill it. I think that would help.
Yeah.
Making Dynamite a third hour would hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
But adding an hour to Rampage, I think would be a good thing.
When they had the extra hour, the 2 times they did it in 2021, there was the 0 hour on YouTube or whatever, and then they had the 1 hour extra on Grand Slam.
Right.
That was the best Rampages from top to bottom.
Yep.
Bar none.
Right. They need to do that. They
Bar
need
none.
to do that because it's just one of those things where you were able to feature a lot more than you were able to without that hour. And the more time you have right now, the better. but it can't be on the same show.
No.
Except for Rampage. Yeah. Add the hour to Rampage. Do not add any more time to those two main products. And then, for the love of God, get this shit situated with Ring of Honor already. It has been months now. Months.
Yeah. I still say, and see, it's hard because we were talking about this a lot in the chat rooms today. WWE moving their premium events to Saturdays has really messed up my mindset on where to put Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Because, Saturday's right there.
Jeff. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff. HBO Max handles Warner Brothers.
Other way around now, but yes. Make
a live show on HBO Max.
But if because HBO is a page, I'm not going to pay more to watch the goddamn wrestling. I pay enough in these damn streaming services as it is. For the record,
and streaming is the future, anyways.
I have a problem with the streaming part of it, but putting it on HBO proper, no,
right.
Do that.
That's my point. He's saying to put it to HBO, and I'm just like, streaming is the future.
The thing with HBO Max is this, and I saw your hand, James. Just give me a second here because I want to make sure I made the point before I forget because my brain is what it is. They're talking about they're starting to make a list of what they're going to pull from HBO Max when this new streaming thing launches next year, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
so
combining their streaming services.
So I wouldn't put anything new until they actually. Okay, we're going to keep this. We're going to move this. We're going to keep it, because there's a lot of cool stuff on HBO Max right now. That freaking DC hub is my jam. I love that because they've got all the animated stuff. They've got all the different DC heroes. Hell, I get to watch Lois and Clark on streaming. Finally, thank you for that, HBO Max. I appreciate that. So if they take that away, I'm going to be pissed. But they can't, at least from my perspective as a fan, no inside information whatsoever as far as this stuff goes. From my perspective, they can't add anything new to a streaming platform if it's going to disappear in 6 months or whatever it's going to be. So, yeah, Ring of Honor Tony with Ring of Honor needs to shit or get off the pot. There's no doubt about that. But where do you put the product? Because if you put it on every single Saturday at such and such time, number one, it competes with pay-per-views. Number two, it competes with our asses. So, James, go ahead.
Here's an idea. Put that shit on True TV. Put it an hour before Impact. There you go. That's the only network Turner-wise that they have not put anything on, and they had Dynamite on there like one time on there, maybe.
But okay, true. But that was hey, we've got the hockey messing with us. We've got to move Dynamite. Here's where it's gonna be.
Which, by the way, they ended up not having to do when they aired on both networks anyway. which actually got them over 1 million.
Which is tremendous. But the thing with True TV, and again, this is me going back in time and having perspective now to look back. Oh, wrestling will never work on TNT. This is the drama network. TBS is where wrestling is. And yeah, Nitro says bullshit. I just don't. It's how thin do you want to spread your product? And granted, Ring of Honor is a different product in theory.
Right.
But Ring of Honor's, for me, other than management shenanigans over the years, and there's been plenty of that with Ring of Honor, their biggest problem is they haven't had we're on in every single market. Period. Sinclair was a wonderful owner for them, and they were damn near everywhere. Guess was one of the markets they weren't in? LA. They never got into LA fully. And when they did, briefly, when they were on Destination America, I think it was, before Impact got their deal with them, I think I caught maybe one episode because I completely forgot it was there. So they need to, and again, I don't know how far-reaching. If True TV is in every market, then yeah. But
I think it is.
But the other thing to consider is this, and you guys all remember because you were fans of when this happened, or at least you were watching enough when it happened. When the WCW sale went down, even after the TBS TNT thing fell through with WCW, Viacom did not want WCW on their network because it was a proven failed botchy shit. So that's why we didn't get WCW Saturday. We got what the hell was Excess or whatever the shit that was. And again, not a bad show, just not WCW like we wanted.
Right. Yeah.
So I think the hesitancy of, yes, Ring of Honor has that core fan base all these 20 years, but do you want to, whatever time slot you carve out for them on True TV, TBS, TNT, the other billion channels that Warner Bros. Discovery owns, do you want to carve out TV time for that? Or do you want to play the patient game, not quite shit or get off the pot yet, and wait till the streaming shit is sorted out and then go, boom, one of the premier shows, Ring of Honor. That's what I would do personally. It's just wait.
I think a lot of it has to do with how long it's going to take for the streaming service to launch.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up while you guys provide your answers, because now I'm genuinely curious.
So here's an interesting fact here. I just looked up TBS and TNT numbers, and this is a little bit. I don't know how. I think they're all relatively the same. So True TV, TBS, and TNT are all roughly in 90 to 91 million homes worldwide.
It's not bad at all. There you go.
So that's why I'm saying just put it on True TV, because it doesn't make sense not to at this point. It's the only other Turner, station that you haven't really used, and they bought that years ago. And here's a fun fact. True TV, like, I used to watch that as a kid. Like, that was home with some crazy characters that weren't even wrestling, but you thought it would be wrestling. Like the freaking crazy Lizard Lick Towing series, that spawned from All Worked Up, World's Dumbest. They had all those like B-list comedies that were able to actually have freedom there. Like, they actually had some pretty entertaining stuff there. So I'd watch it all the time. So, not to mention Impractical Jokers is home there. So right. You might as well try to go for that market, because if you were to do Impractical Jokers and move it to a night and do like a 2-for-1 deal, right? Have Impractical Jokers to do the first thing, and then Ring of Honor follows it. Then the guys would, Impractical Jokers in theory promote Ring of Honor. There's a lot of ways you could go with that, and I think there's a benefit, there's a plus to having it on True TV as opposed to HBO Max or HBO or any other network, really. So
the merged streaming service is going to be next summer at best, as far as the United States. Right. That's too damn long.
Yeah, exactly.
For the record.
So that's why I'm saying put it on True TV.
So do they have any other subsidiary channels besides those three?
I mean, they have Discovery. They have Discovery Maine. I can look up the viewership on that.
Well, Discovery Maine, I think, is going to go by the wayside. Am I not reading that correctly? Just trying to see here.
I'm not seeing anything on it right now, although I didn't type it right. Hold on. I'll do a little mic thing. How many homes is Discovery in?
Well, yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. This changes the whole thing. Okay. Internationally, Discovery Channel reaches 431 million homes in 170 countries. Tony, why aren't you able to go on here?
Okay, so just Warner Brothers Discovery, you've got Discovery, TLC, Animal Planet, the Oprah Channel, Investigation Discovery, Food Network, Cooking Channel, Next Star Media Group as part of the HGTV, and then the Turner channels, which is TBS, TNT, True TV, Turner Classic, and Cartoon Network / Adult Swim. So there's a lot of options there for Ring of Honor to land somewhere.
And Tony should be looking for some more cross-branding opportunities too.
Well, yeah.
HGTV, Animal Planet, Food Network.
Yep, seriously. Jay, how often, we're dorks for the mouse, how often do ESPN, Hulu, and Disney cross-brand on the regular? Like all the damn time now with that freaking bundle they're offering. It's not difficult to cross promote the brands under your umbrella, especially with the umbrella as big as Turner and Warner Bros. Discovery has.
Yeah.
It's asinine to think they haven't even talked about it, at least in a public format yet. So
Noah, you've been awful quiet on this. Your thoughts?
Again, it's one of those things where it's like it's the Ring of Honor thing, just something that patience is a virtue, or is it a time sensitive thing, especially if you do try and approach the streaming route, especially if you go through HBO Max and they're not trying to do anything as far as reshaping goes the next summer. You talk about all the real estate that AEW could play with, whether it's cross branding or buying TV time just for an hour slot. I mean, it's not like we're looking for another 2-hour project, just another hour slot.
No.
And you look at all those channels, and there is a lot of possibilities there. And you think about how much content on the mainstream is just rerun publication of stupid nonsense. Why not try and put something fresh and new on there? Even if it's like pre-recorded television. I think about Impact Wrestling. They found their comfort zone. They found their home underneath their umbrella. That's like, okay, you guys are fine here. And they use their tapings to give you 3 hours of content live while you're there that they turn into over a series of weeks. 2 hours, less than that, of wrestling broadcasting every week. It has its own niche. It has its own thing. But, I mean, again, it's under network umbrella. It draws our attention. It meets the qualifications. So that's all you need. But bottom line, if the next thing going forward for AEW is some other content, it should be 1 hour rebooted Ring of Honor to finally reestablish that roster of champions we haven't seen since Double or Nothing.
And then that helps with their talent issues, because then you can send like 20 or 25 guys to be Reign of Honor and get that real estate freed up off your television.
Yeah, and you figure about, being led by the likes of Colt Cabana. You have commentary led by Caprice Coleman. You might get Maria Kanellis involved, which I figure would be a great idea. You already got your starting business structure of leadership already helping you get it off the ground. At this point, I'm just hoping, again, sooner rather than later, definitely something needs to be announced, and they definitely have the possible real estate. As far as Thursday, best day to do it, and just do it before Impact. I mean, again, Impact, they do the BTE thing on YouTube, so you got that 7 to 8 o'clock hour to bring people in, and then maybe you can try and, encourage something else that you work with once in a while, too. But, yeah, they definitely need to do something with Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor is gritty enough still where they can be in that 10 o'clock time slot after Impact.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose. As far as the earlier comment, though, as far as, adding an hour to Rampage, I mean, can you watch a 2-hour product weekly, even if it's pre-tape, 10 to midnight?
I mean, I can because it's wrestling. But
I was going to say,
too, but I can't speak for the amount of viewership at the end of the day that the networks want to constantly see sustain, and that's the key.
Exactly.
Think about this, though, Noah. Back in the days, the early to mid 2000s, for years, SmackDown was taped on Tuesdays, aired on Thursdays.
Right.
And it still was drawing better than Rampage numbers.
Way better. Well, yeah. While saying
granted, the times have changed. I'll give you that. But I think that if they get that extra hour, and then they can start to divide the rosters up more again, not necessarily do a draft or a brand split.
No, that's not neat.
But, if you've got the TBS title that is going to be defended on Dynamite, if you've got the TNT title that is going to be defended on Rampage, if you've got the tag titles and the trios titles on like separate shows, let the champions bounce back and forth. You're going to see different fresh faces as opposed to seeing the same people all 3 hours every week.
That's true.
That's true too. But I also think about this: can you keep the attention as well? Because in today's society, there is so much to distract us. Where wrestling is not the only thing to go after, or the focal point, or the only thing to talk to. Is that attention span still there, especially at that time of night every week, 11 p.m.
That's a fair
I think
point.
that AEW is popular enough that it would be.
Yeah. Well, to go back, it's funny you mentioned other content and Noah, because I just looked this up to go back to why isn't AEW's main programming on Discovery, and here's why. Their main show that does probably some of their biggest ratings, Deadliest Catch, now in its landmark 16th season. This article, by the way, comes from like the Furton Critic, I think it's called, and it was from 420 in 2020. But this is just the earliest rating I can find that was easily accessible.
Yeah.
That episode on that was released that day averaged 2.2 million viewers.
Deadliest Catch was a big friggin' deal when it was on, though.
It still is.
It still is. Yeah. But
I don't know why you're not trying to get on Discovery. Like, I'm not. Well, don't get me wrong. Absolutely. If you want to keep your deal with Turner just for no other reason with, Brody Jr., fair enough. But definitely we should be doing big time special shows. Like the special Dynamites, these should be special Discovery shows.
That's my theory
on that.
There's a couple of reasons, and the main thing that I observed early on is, yes, that umbrella is gargantuan, but us old fogey wrestling fans associate professional wrestling with TBS and TNT.
Right.
Now, whether that should be accountable or factored into the decision to air the show currently,
right,
I think it should. Is that necessarily the right decision? I'm not a network head, except this one. I don't know. Right. I enjoy, I mean, God, there's so many moments, whenever Tony's out there, whenever JR's out there, we're back on TBS, we're back. It's a cool little bit of throwback, but you still get the current product being called when JR's not botching the names on commentary. That is. I love you, Jim.
I love it.
Damn, that hurts. It hurts me every time.
I know.
It's so frustrating.
Oh, JR.
Because he's such a wonderful, sweet man, and he's so good at what he does. But it's like,
God bless him. But yeah, boy.
Yeah. I don't mind. Again, I don't mind them being there. But yes, they're definitely. You think about when, as much as we shit on Turner's lack of support for WCW back in the day, there was always cross branding going on. Because Bischoff forced it down their throats. It was like, promote us, you shitheads. WWE's
Ready to Rumble is a prime example of that.
Ready to Rumble is a major example because that's a Warner Brothers movie. That's a major good point there. WWE's is the same way. You see their stuff advertised on Fox every single week, all through the week. Right. Same with their stuff on the USA Network. Hell, they even get Raw products on commercials on NBC. So there is synergy there. I will say this before we move on to the next thing, or somebody else talks about this. I forget who pointed out the fact that Impact's under their own is on the network that their parent company also owns.
Yeah,
that is the greatest example of the difference between why WCW lasted roughly 13 years and why Impact is still going on.
Sure.
Because yes, WCW only got support from Turner when Bischoff was obnoxious about it, but for the most part, it was shit.
Fair enough.
Impact has their parent company behind them every step of the way.
Yep.
If Impact was WCW and fight, there would be they would have been canceled multiple times over, especially in the post Hogan era when ratings went.
Yeah, when they first started Anthem, with Anthem, and they're trying to figure out their home, and they were on networks that nobody didn't know about because they were just so small in the ecosystem of broadcast television. Pop TV and Destiny Mare. I was like, I never heard Destiny Mare a day in my life, and when I learned what it was, I'm like, this channel is giving me a wrestling show a week. Ugh.
I forget when the Charter Spectrum merger went down. JJ and Teresa would know better because they were in Long Beach at the time, so they would know better when that happened because I'd have to worry about that shit. Right. But I couldn't find either Impact channel at the time, the Destination America or Pop. Could not. I had to watch that shit online. That's why I stopped watching Impact. It's like
that's why they went to Twitch. That's why they went to Twitch because they were desperate at the time.
It's like this is just too much of a pain in my ass. I don't deal with this shit, on a random Thursday night. Like, no, I'm good. And I stopped watching. So them being on the Anthem, on the umbrella, and Axis being a partner is so key for them right now. Whereas WCW never fully got that, because other than the people that were in that office in Smyrna, or the people that were advocating for them in the South Tower, WCW could not die fast enough for Turner's liking.
Yeah.
Except that Big Ted was, well, nope, I'm going to do the wrestling. Okay, Ted. Yes, sir, Ted. But as soon as the mergers started happening, they couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah. It was basically, they could have been still on their hot streak, and nothing would have been amiss if Bischoff changed his ways around 98. If he did that, it wouldn't have mattered. They were done the minute the merger happened.
Pretty much.
So, a couple things, and then I swear to God, I'll let this go. It wasn't Bischoff changing his ways. It was Bischoff having the success he was having, still riding that lightning boat, if you will, baby. And a bunch of suits saying, okay, that's nice. Here's how you're going to do your show now. In the middle of the run.
Yeah, pretty much. They were trying to kill it.
But what are you going to do? And keep in mind also, when did that merger first start going into effect? Really started the ball rolling. Oh, no.
I think it might have been 96.
Hang on.
After Hogwild.
They announced the start of it. I never forget this because it was in an article. JJ will know what I'm talking about. The old PWI Almanac that came out in early 96. Him and Levin were talking about this in 1995, before Nitro was even a blip in his southern head.
Wow. So
they launched a brand new television show on a network that had never been tested for professional wrestling before, with the very high likelihood of splitting rather than creating a new audience. And they were already on the path of destruction. And nobody knew about it.
That's sad.
WCW was never going to survive. It didn't matter if Hulk Hogan achieved freaking godlike status or had the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand to snap the fingers away of the WWF away. They were never going to succeed.
Damn.
Yeah, and if they did succeed and put WWF out of business, none of us would be right now, because WCW would have gone too.
I was going to say, it didn't matter if Vince McMahon, it didn't matter if you go back in time in your DeLorean time machine and knock Vince McMahon Sr. off of Vicky. Doesn't matter. WCW was never going to be a success, ever.
Unfortunately.
That's just long and short. People don't talk about that. The merger was started in 95. It didn't go into effect until much later. But that ball was rolling before Nitro was even a thing.
Jeez.
That's frightening to think about.
That is terrifying. Mm-hmm. Doomed from the start. Before the start.
Yeah.
That sucks.
And when you really think about the fact that, Turner only bought from the Crockett's in the first place because he enjoyed the ratings that the wrestling brought to TBS.
Yeah.
Otherwise, every executive oh God, Ted. It's like, I don't necessarily disagree with the people below him at the time. Because if you're only going to have one guy be your champion as in the corporate office, you're not going to do shit.
No.
It doesn't matter if your promoter, is a guy that used to run a Pizza Hut and is booking a team called the Ding Dongs, or if your guy used to work for the AWA and, sell pizza out of it. It doesn't matter. If the only person in your entire corporation, after you've made the unilateral decision to buy this shit, if you're the only guy that's really doing, and the thing is, he bought it and then he told, okay, you guys take care of it. They couldn't go, fuck you, Ted, we don't want to. So they just did everything they could to subtly just away.
Kill it away, man.
And it took 13 years, but they did it.
Wow.
Anyway. All right. There's your WCW history lesson for the night. Thank you and God bless.
All right. Semi-main event here before we get to the main event.
Oh, jeez.
And this is something that actually James brought up in our group chat. So I will let him take the lead here on this one,
Ah,
but
I need to
the
remember
the
my
question basically was: is Triple H doing too much too fast?
Mm.
Hmm.
Okay, so the reason I asked this question
And please
is
elaborate. I'm curious.
Yes.
I don't mind all the changes that he's doing, but there are instances where he went about it way too quickly. I'll give an example here. Let's just call it as we see it. That women's tournament, regardless of the result being right, was an absolute clusterfuck of a mess.
Oh yeah.
That's what it was. I mean,
No
that
lies detected.
you should have held off on this until, first off, you got Naomi and Sasha back. If they were indeed going to come back, you should have gotten some legitimate teams that would have made sense and not rush people like actual legit teams up to the main roster way too quickly. We saw what happened. You know, we understand freak accidents happen, but
I was going to say, I don't think Gigi being on the main roster had anything to do with the fact she got hurt.
Well,
but okay.
still,
No, not at all.
it's a bad omen. It was rushed from the start, and then that didn't help matters.
No.
So
I just gotta say before you go on with your point, like once Toxic Attraction got that spot away from Zoe and Nikita, I'm like, these bitches need to win the fucking tournament.
yeah,
I was
don't
back
give
interested
a
again
shit
last-
that EO and Dakota just came back. Toxic Attraction needs to win this goddamn tournament.
yeah,
I
right.
actually agree with you.
But go ahead, James. Continue your point because this
but
was
I
your
mean-
topic.
It would have been better served to have a slow burn to make legitimate teams. Like if it were me, and by the way, if you were going to rush it, you actually did have a lot better teams than what you ended up going with anyway, that you could have made into teams. Here's a great example. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. Where the hell are they in this entire bracket? Why are we still doing the Natalya crap? Why isn't Natalya by proxy teaming up with her former Women of Doom running buddy, Beth Phoenix?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Why
well, because Beth
is that not
is
happening?
busy. Beth is busy getting ready to take Rhea's head off, and Shayna's challenging for the SmackDown Women's Championship at the pay-per-view.
Okay,
And
so
Ronda's
have,
suspended.
So have Rhea team
And
up
Ronda's
with
suspended.
Shotzi.
Right.
Keep
So-
air quotes.
Okay, so here's a solution to that. Have Rhea bring in Shotzi to the Judgment Day and have them as a tag team for the women's division.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Shotzi needs something.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
like
gonna lie.
Shotzi,
when-
but I disagree with 100%.
I'm not gonna lie. As much as I love Natty, and my love for that woman has been proclaimed from here to the moon, as Cameron Grimes would say.
Grimes.
Yes.
I'm pissed that she and Sonya won.
Thank you. I agree.
Right.
I think it should have been Shotzi or trying to remember who the other team was. Not Tamina's team, not Natty's team, but who was the other one?
Nikki Cross and Piper
Yeah,
Niven?
Nikki and Dewdrop.
All right.
It should have been one of those two teams. I
True.
know that's
know.
just what I know her as, Noah. I
know.
don't need
I
the
don't
tongue.
Look,
But
I don't hold it against you, but as soon as I hear a slave name, I'm instantly.
Like
Slave
I
name.
sat here watching with Cece, and I'm like, I love me some Natty, but it should have been Shotzi.
The bottom line
Or
is
it
this
could have
before we
been-
hand it back to James. This tournament, no matter when, how, what, whatever, insert some sort of question here, Simon Miller, should have been used to push forward new faces, young, hungry, unknown to a degree, talent.
Yep.
Now continue.
Word.
Or even then, like you could have just waited until you could make legitimate teams. I don't know how hard this is. You have women you could just make good teams with. I don't get it. This isn't that hard. I could do this in a night.
There we go.
I have.
We have done
It's
it.
not hard to book it. It's just hard to finance it.
But what is there to finance? To have all the finance in the goddamn world.
I agree.
Hello.
Here's my 2 cents, and I'll try to be brief. God help me.
All
You know how that goes with me.
good.
First of all, as far as the team members themselves, you've got established teams or teams you can put back together. Why, in the name of everything that is pure and good in this world, are we having to deal with Piper Niven? You're welcome, Noah.
Thank you.
Teaming with Nikki Cross. You're welcome, Noah. When Alexa's gained enough of her sanity back where she could team up with Nikki again.
Former
actual tag team. Let me make my point on my own. Tag team champions right there. Boom.
Right.
Okay. If they're going to bring Sasha, I still say the moment JJ presented was great, where you had the tournament, you had the winners, whatever, and then Sasha and Nikki, Naomi pull the Punk Cena thing. Like, that's cute. That's the moment for me.
Cool. Yep.
Io and Dakota's fine. You put Nikki back with Alexa. Okay, I forgot it's a different command word. There's ways, and again, I don't mind Natty being in. I don't even mind Natty not being with Beth, because Beth is now a key ingredient to the storyline with the Judgment Day. So I'm okay with her not being involved.
Right.
Shotzi was with whoever she was with in this tournament. She, that's fine. There's actually, I take it back. They put her with the Savior or whatever, the rescue, whatever the hell they call her damn name.
Xia Li.
Xia Li, thank you. Shows you how much it actually is important, the fact that she brought up the main roster.
Right.
There's so much, and hell, if you're going to bring Dakota back, James talking about waiting. Raquel was brought up to the main roster, and I will wait until you tell me exactly what the hell the point of that was. Right. No point yet. She hasn't done anything except flex her back muscles and try to be all badass looking.
And have one match with Ronda Rousey.
And not for nothing. Here's a better team up just for those women in general. Dakota should have teamed back with her old running buddy Tegan Knox, and freaking Raquel could have teamed up with Io Sky.
Well, but if you want to bring back Tegan, and Tegan doesn't want to come back, she's whatever about it. So again,
fair enough.
They could have done a lot of different things, and James talked about waiting, and that's fine. But the thing is, how long have we waited already? Sasha and Naomi walked out of the company before Mania, if I'm right.
After.
Okay, it was shortly after. And again, April. Guys, I know about the spammers in the chat. I don't need to be reminded. I can do two things at once, despite belief to the contrary. Just stop pointing them out. It only makes it worse, because then they get the attention they want.
Christ almighty. Do not acknowledge the bots. Continue, Jeff.
Yeah,
acknowledge Roman Reigns.
Do not acknowledge them.
That's right. Acknowledge Roman Reigns, not his tribal chief. Anyway, there you go. Thank you very much. That was bad. That was a bad dad joke. Well, I apologize for that.
I can make that worse. Hold on. You can't acknowledge that tribal chief, but you can acknowledge the tribal chiefs. Hi, Rikishi.
Lord, we apologize for that. And
James, you freaking idiot.
Okay. Anyway,
and don't acknowledge either of the Usos as little Jimmy
or Jay. Anyway,
wait a minute, little Jimmy. Wouldn't that just be young Us?
I'm gonna do a dad's walk off for about 20 seconds.
I swear I'm gonna walk out this room and not look back.
Go ahead.
Okay, so May 16th they walked out for sure. Okay, whatever the hell it was. Jesus Christ.
Man,
either way, we've been sitting here, all of us at some point have been bitching about what are they gonna do the tag belts? What are they gonna do the tag belts? And then they do something. It's just not the right thing. Yep. But again, I hate that I am the anti-current fan. I am. We are not happy unless we're bitching about some way or the other. Do something about the tag belts. Here's a tournament. Do that tournament better. It's just, we're not happy.
Okay. In this particular case, let's just isolate this incident.
Okay.
You could, even if you had to rush it, you could have made teams that make infinitely more sense than the teams they ended up ultimately making.
Okay.
Seriously.
They could have. I've played a game that does fantasy booking. I've created teams like it was going out of style. Like
Okay.
that's a field day for me, you know?
And there's no reason why you couldn't have brought some legendary female talent
Trish
back.
Stratus and Lita. And then if
to-
you wanted your young team, where's Kaden Carter and Casey Catanzaro? Hello?
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been a total haha, but I wouldn't have minded seeing Nikki ASH team with Mighty Molly.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we laughed and we
even
roasted.
if they just jobbed out in the first round, it's something that makes sense.
Yes.
Right.
Almost superhero with an actual superhero, even though they
Exactly.
attack each other at the Royal
Yeah.
Rumble.
Nikki ASH would have been her shit.
And even if you didn't want to do Ronda and Shayna for whatever reason, you could have Ronda lead a group of badass MMA fighters and have her lead Sonya Deville and Shayna Baszler.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I'll do you one better.
Done this.
You want to talk about formula teams? You want to talk about continuity? You want to talk about actual teams that make sense? Shoot, we're blurring the lines with Not My NXT and Triple H's main roster trying to reshape into his vision of what was NXT at the ground and what he wants to bring now to the world stage. I'll say it. Mandy Rose and Sonya Deville.
Right.
And you know, if you hadn't had freaking Cora Jade turn heel 3 hours after winning the tag straps with Roxy, you could have had them in the tournament. Like, seriously.
Or quite frankly, even if it did happen, Hunter, just retcon it. Say it didn't count. You did it with Tyler.
Diddle the dude.
You did it with
This
Tyler
did not
Bate. He
happen.
hadn't even
This
won
did not
the
happen.
UK title yet. And you put him on TV as the UK champion. He
This is
hasn't
not
won
the
the
show.
belt yet.
This is not the show you're looking for.
Bring
I
some
would've much
talent over from
rather
NXT. Bring some talent over from NXT UK. Like I said, you had Zaya Brookside with Eliza Alexander. You had Saray and Michael Satomura together to a degree. Again, we literally talked about maybe representing all branches, all brands of the WWE, and I went on a freaking rant about this.
Yep.
Yeah.
And go back and check out that episode if you guys missed it, because holy hell, was it awesome.
It was
He went off.
Dude,
it doesn't take
God bless him.
Key moments. There are points that break me. That was one.
Now that's the reason.
Good and bad.
That's the reason I brought it up. Now, most of the changes that he's done on a whim have been a net positive.
Yes.
But this was a net negative. I think a lot of people are in the honeymoon phase, but this was a big, big misfire. It was. And I feel like he was just trying to rush to the end instead of building an actual tag division. That made sense.
Agreed.
The only thing I think of that can save this, not Chris Jericho's return, but the only thing I can think of that could save this at this point, since we've heard rumors that a deal is all but done for the return of Trinity and Mercedes.
Yep.
Is if they come on Raw on Monday, attack Natty and Sonya backstage, take their spot to go up against Bayley's led team of Dakota and Io.
Maybe. But then here's a question for you. If you do it like that, you just nullify the tournament. So you're kind of in a tough spot there too.
No,
you nullify the tournament if they come out after a champion's been crowned, because then you've got to unify the titles.
That's
and we get back to the interim bullshit we talked about. No, here's they don't nullify anything. They made it a point on television to say that both ladies handed Johnny Ass the titles on their way out of the building.
Exactly.
They relinquished the titles flat out.
Yep.
So they are no longer the tag team champions.
Yep.
So it's not like Punk, who he only walked out with the title. He put the goddamn title in the refrigerator.
Right.
Trinity and Mercedes did, and they're like, bye.
Yep. They left the prop.
So by coming back and winning this tournament, they reclaim the titles that they gave away.
Yeah. They didn't lose them in the ring, but they did give them up.
I guess so. I don't know.
And then with Triple H's booking, they can actually make the belts mean something, which was part of their whole gripe. You don't have them be tag champions and then split them off to face the Raw and SmackDown's women's champions just to have them job
Yeah.
in a summer program. Because why are they tag champions if they are in a singles program?
Yeah.
Exactly.
If they're going to be tag champs, let them be tag champs. Let them bring some prestige to the tag title.
Yeah, and by the way, it's shocking when I saw the brackets that they didn't actually use teams that actually were established. I know they probably broke them up, but it made no sense anyway.
Well, but
like I don't like the team, but where's Carmella and Selena Vega? It's just like they just half-assed this entire thing.
Well,
at the end of the day, we don't need Corey Graves having a freaking orgasm the entire time his wife is out there.
Yeah,
it'd be more interesting than what they're doing with it now.
Which is
barely.
But, hey, barely's there.
Yeah,
barely's
there. So is Bayley. She's leading the winning team.
That's right.
No one else makes sense now.
So here's James. You mentioned the point about what he's doing on a whim is working. I don't know because I haven't asked the people that do know that I know. I don't think anything he's doing other than the women's tournament because they knew they had to do something because we've all been bitching about it for 4 months. I don't think this has been whim stuff. I think they've known a lot longer about Vince and his shenanigans than we're being led to believe. So I guarantee you right now, somewhere in his house while he's been on heart repair timeout and Stephanie's been home with him, they've got a notepad going, okay, we're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. And how long do we have? Okay, cool. Okay. This is again, regardless of what you think of the man personally, and I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of it, James, there's always strategy. There's always if shit goes sideways, here's what we do.
Plan B.
I mean,
Paul Heyman said it himself. I read that long ass freaking thing, Paul, that Aaron posted on ODQ. He is always preparing Hunter, Bruce, Stephanie, everybody for the inevitability. Because unlike we think of Mr. McMahon, Vince McMahon knows at some point he's going to die. It's going to be a thing. We've all joked he's going to freaking keel over at his desk, right? He didn't get the chance to get that far. But he's still been educating everybody else. All right, if this shit happens, you need to be ready. And whether you implement my vision or not, or whatever, stay the course. And Paul and like Paul said, are we going to see the exact same things we've seen the last 40 years? Of course we're not. Are we going to see a complete 180? Of course we're not.
No.
We're seeing what we're seeing, a hybrid of, okay, we're going with what Vince has booked into this, but we're trying to change it enough where it's not going to make people want to vomit in their damn popcorn buckets again.
Hi, Russo and WCW 2000. How you doing? Let's reboot the show and strip the championships. That was a great idea.
That's another story for another day. Do you want to get Jeff on that tangent?
Listen, man, I know people are friends with Russo, but that's...
I'm not friends with Vince Russo at all. I happen to like the guy, but I wouldn't call myself a buddy.
Russo was handed a complete steaming pile of shit and given like 2 weeks to try to turn shit into gold. And when that didn't happen, they took it away from him again.
And like I said earlier, every single person that was given that you're in charge of the division of WCW was handed exponentially growing piles of shit to turn into chicken salad. Every single, even Jim Herd. You know, I can't, and again, I hate to be a corporate shill. I'm already going to be one enough here in about a month and a half for the mouse as it is. But
oh boy,
here comes a Conrad promo.
Oh god,
seriously, y'all need to subscribe. And I can't. His conversation with Jim Herd and his conversation with Jim Crockett is insightful as a muckerfuther because we've heard from Bischoff a lot. We've heard from Russo a lot. We've heard from the guys that were in charge of the WCW bullshit after the sale a lot. We ain't heard a whole lot from Crockett prior to the sale. We ain't heard a whole lot from Jim Hurt, who's been just buried because Nate hated his guts. You hear those conversations with Conrad, you hear their side of that story. Like I said, it was never, ever going to be a thing long term. Ever. Every single person that was in charge of that division was told, make this better. Well, how do I do that? I don't know. You're in charge of the division. Do what you got to do.
Maybe there was a point. I'll even go as far as because it was so mismanaged and because they wanted to kill it off so bad. Maybe there was a heart in Vince in that regard. Maybe there was a heart in Vince after all, because there was a point in time where the brand split was supposed to be WCW and WWF.
Well, yes and no. Yes, and had. Okay.
That Buff Bagwell not happen apparently.
Well, no. Okay. Please don't get me down that rabbit hole. I will end this YouTube channel for the rest of the day. I swear to God, because it's not just like a Mark Paul. It's not.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, seriously. And if you briefly, let's book the first WCW match on WWE television in fucking Tacoma instead of, I don't know, Atlanta. Anyway, next week, FD? By the way.
They were in Tacoma. Where was FD?
Right. Yeah. The fact that they were in Tacoma for July 2nd and they were going to be in Georgia the next week and they booked the WCW match. Vince McMahon proved he was worthy of WCW because he booked it as bad as the rest of the bookers did. Anyway.
That's a whole different sub-tangent.
But getting back to Hunter.
Yeah. Are we... this only kind of dawned on me here recently, but is it not at all a little bit ironic that Gargano, Cross, and some of the other names from Noah's NXT had yet to sign the dotted line with Impact, NWA, AEW, so that they were available once Triple H came into power?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm back.
Right.
Yeah.
He did say he's in close communication with several of these people.
Yep.
Even Bray Wyatt.
For the longest
has yet
time,
to sign a deal anywhere. And he's been gone for a year and a half now.
Yep, pretty much.
So how long could they internally have known about this if Bray has yet to sign somewhere? Because he definitely would have, pun intended, made an impact if he had shown up on either that show or Dynamite by now.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Especially after the death of Brody. Like, Bray could have easily taken over the Dark Order.
True.
Oh, yeah.
And it would have made perfect sense.
Absolutely would have. But
he's still available.
And not to mention this as well.
And supposedly,
there's rumors Jonah Rock's coming in. The former Bronson Reed's going to be coming back too, and he was never tied down to New Japan, apparently. So,
no, but he was an Impact for a while, so
he was an Impact, but he's not anymore.
That was short stint based on appearances and how long they wanted to utilize him for, book him for.
And keep in mind, there's a chance too. I think there's contracts coming up in New Japan as well.
True.
There are.
And supposedly Bray is close to a deal with Triple H and stuff.
There you
go. I mean, we keep talking about it. It seems like every week Jeff and I do a show, somebody talks about Bray Wyatt's return.
Yeah.
But, if you believe what you read on the internet,
which I don't,
it's closer to happening now than it ever was in the past.
Well, JJ, you got to remember, they had to ask us something besides Sid and Paul Roma because we got out there both their asses because the Horseman show is over. So they had to bring up something.
This is accurate. I know. This is accurate.
Again, you draw the attention of the masses to let their minds wonder, and then you got the fools that try and turn it into a twisted narrative worse than what CYN has been through the brains of EC3.
Hey,
that being said, suspension of disbelief, seeing is believing, and that's what I live by and stand by. It's as simple as that.
Hey, if Santa Claus
isn't believing, believing is seeing.
That's right. Judy the Elf said so. And hey,
Does anybody else have anything they want to add to this Triple H topic?
Well,
I've
since
covered
James
everything.
kind of brought it up, I can kind of understand where he's coming from. But again, it just comes down to how close the Triple H stay in connection with those he believed had a chance to move forward the identity, the direction of the WWE. We've all seen for the longest time, Triple H has 100% a different take on what he believes a product should be shown as to a degree, when it focuses primarily more so on not just entertaining, but actually engaging in wrestling. There's a reason why several of the decisions, booking, internally and externally, that I have seen, I've completely agreed with. But yes, the biggest botch of the Triple H WWE is definitely this WWE Women's Tag Team Tournament. I completely agree in the synopsis, though, pushing the likes of Killer Cross, especially if you keep that entrance in play with Scarlett Bordeaux. Thank you. I do agree in the idea of building the tag team division, bringing back an original product like Hit Row. I agree in the aspect of pushing for the mid-card division, making the United States Intercontinental Championship matter, and booking it for a freaking premium live event. But I digress, in a capacity that actually makes sense and is worthwhile. I agree in pushing forward younger, hungry talent that's just been, going along the company's lowest margin, it seems. But now you're finally showcasing the capabilities of Ricochet. You're finally trying to bring Finn Balor into a different light, even if it's purple. So a lot of the stuff I've looked at lately, more so from highlights, because again, don't have Fox, and I only did that one Raw as a test, because 3 hours is still too damn long. A lot of the stuff Triple H is doing has definitely intrigued me more in the WWE, but still not my NXT.
I have a couple things before we move on, JJ. First
Go
of
ahead,
all,
Jeff.
we have a new sub, so thank you for that, Anthony. Appreciate that. And he brought up a question. I'm going to give it a hard no really quicker and then move on. But, Jeff, is there a possibility that you can see Triple H maybe bringing in Billy Corgan to head a creative NXT and have Sean and everybody? No.
Absolutely not.
Billy's perfectly happy running the NWA, and Sean and Hunter and everybody else in DX eventually, I'm sure, is going to be fine running WWE.
Pretty much.
No, you made a really point that kind of made me go ding here. Triple H's approach is different from Vince's. Why do you think the SummerSlam 2013 finish worked so well? We had all been led to believe that Hunter was behind Bryan and that his arguments with Vince and Stephanie were legitimate because Hunter was not, fit to compete anymore, blah, blah. And that moment where he spun Bryan around and dropped him on his head, people that were there were what the hell, and I was what the hell at the Hooters down the street waiting for the party to start afterwards. It was a beautiful oh shit moment because we all know now more especially that their philosophies are completely different. Yep. That's why that moment works so well. And to answer the comment about Craig, the problem with Kip Fry running WCW was he was the complete opposite of everybody else, Jim Hurd and Bill Watts. He was too much of a nice guy for his own damn good. Giving out the bonuses for everything. It's like, dude, he was so much more of a, I'm going to be buddies with the guys and pay everybody. It's like, dude, it's not UFC. You don't give a fight bonus for the greatest. No, stop, Kip. That's a bad Kip.
Kip was a few fries short of a Happy Meal.
Hey-o.
We got to know them folks.
Short of a full wallet.
There you go.
Oh, WWE was not a problem with WCW was a full wallet. Okay, now JJ, you said that was the semi-main event. We've got actually two more topics here.
The last thing is more of a conversation piece. You'll understand when we get there.
Fair enough. Okay.
The main event, though, the drama within AEW.
Oh boy! Okay,
shit!
It's time for James's notes, everybody.
It is time for my notes. All done by me.
Yes.
Here's my screen. It's ready to go.
Oh boy! Here we go. Game on.
Here we go. I have all of the drama in.
Jeez, I can't even see that. Okay.
Separated chronological order of things. How, is it bad on here? Okay, here we go.
No, I'm just looking at like bullet.
Yeah. There's a lot of
bullets in here than a freaking revolver.
Yeah.
Let me just say, for the record, it looks a lot better blown up on my flat screen TV.
Same with me.
Yeah, so, probably. If you're watching this on a phone, I apologize.
If you're watching a phone or a computer,
don't
blow that
worry.
shit up to full screen for a
Don't
minute.
worry.
Then-
Yeah, about to say, blow
Don't
this
worry,
full screen,
just
pinch zoom it,
just
screen cap it,
really-
whatever you need.
Just really, really pay attention to what I'm reading, and then you can follow along as it goes. All right, so here we go. The Hangman Page and CM Punk drama. This was done by Liam Wibwood of WrestleTalk.com. The article is linked right above here. Last night, and I don't believe it was last night, but the night, I believe this was the Thursday after Punk did his shoot on Hangman. CM Punk cut his first promo on AEW Dynamite since suffering a broken foot over 2 months ago, and he already made headlines. Before Punk turned his attention to Jon Moxley and their upcoming match, Punk called out Adam Page for a rematch for their title match at Double or Nothing and said it was coward shit, a spin on Cowboys, Hangman Page's cowboy shit catchphrase, when he didn't come out. Well, there's good reason he didn't come out, and that's because Punk went into business for himself, or so we think anyway. And nobody knew he was going to say that. Speaking on Wrestling Observer Radio, our good friend, and I say that
Uncle Dave,
Uncle Dave said,
"Oh Lord, that's salt of the earth right there."
Hold on,
we're being nice for now.
If you're wondering about the CM Punk thing at the start of the show with Adam Page, that was weird for everyone, as in. Nobody knew he was going to do that.
Don't do the impression. Please don't do the impression. Oh my God, it's bad enough when he does it. Jesus Christ! Please don't do it.
How much you gonna like stutter? I was like, oh well, no.
That's Dave Meltzer, and
Dave Meltzer has a certain way where he delivers his verbal illustrations. James, be yourself.
Yeah, pretty much.
Be yourself is all that we want you to do.
Good pay-per-view theme.
Anyway, here we go. So, if you remember months ago and when they were feuding, and I said there was a lot of reality to it. Well, there is a lot of reality to it. So I don't know what the deal was, and nobody else does either. But Punk was supposed to go out there and talk about Moxley and the build to their match, and he did after he talked about Hangman Adam Page. They may build something from it down the line, but it's not scheduled for this pay-per-view, and nobody knew he was going to say it. There was one particular incident during the Punk-Page feud a few months ago where Page pretty much said he was fighting on behalf of AEW to defend it against Punk, and it all seemed a little bit much out of place, and it seemed to be controlling fallout from that. Either way, it was spicy, and by all accounts, it was real. Well, so you think, and the reason why I say that is because now we have heard from Evil Uno, who was at a convention promoting the AEW video game in Germany. This article is also by Wrestling Inc., by Eric Murder. And this is transcribed from the Headlock interview show. In an interview with Headlock Podcast, Uno revealed that he is what his fellow Dark Order members and Hangman were up to when Punk cut his promo, and Uno gave his perspective on the whole situation. Truthfully, we were in the middle of training when this happened, Uno said. So I would say everything you hear is possibly hearsay. To be honest, I think who knows? From my side, that I think there was nothing, but who knows? That's the beauty of wrestling. You never really know.
Yep.
In this article, and this is the big key, is the third bullet point here. Regular viewers of the YouTube series Being the Elite will note this past Monday's episode where Hangman was seen helping Uno and fellow Dark Order members 10, Alex Reynolds, and John Silver prepare for their upcoming AEW World's Trios Championship tournament match. Page scolded away a person who burst into the room to inform him that Punk's promo was happening in the ring.
Yep.
I mentioned this because nobody has had this go with any traction whatsoever. This is a big thing. You don't put that on Being the Elite, and it's not a freaking work. That's why I'm still convinced that this will work. I am making all of these isolated incidents, which is what most of the IWC on Twitter should have been doing. So that's what we're going to do here today.
All right, then.
Next up, speaking of isolated
Jesus.
incidents, is
Good
the Sammy Guevara and
God.
Eddie Kingston.
Good golly, man. Oh
situation.
God, fucking Sammy and Kingston. Here we go.
Yeah, so I'll
Oh God.
I will be quick with
Buckle
this.
up,
Please,
Jeff.
please. Oh fuck the pair of them. I swear. Anyway, go ahead.
Well,
carry on.
okay. Hold on. Let's just straight up say to begin with, Sammy was 100% in the right of this situation. Let's not even kid that.
No, I know he is. I just don't like
so-
Sammy anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. So let's begin here. AEW Sammy Guevara has issued a statement detailing his side of the story following a backstage incident with Eddie Kingston that led to a Kingston suspension. In that statement to Fightful, Guevara said that incident with Kingston stemmed from verbiage that Guevara used in a promo to set up matches with Kingston at All Out and probably beyond. Guevara said that when involved in storylines, AEW talent communicates certain subjects that they don't want to be used for a promo or material in building to a match. That's going to be key for one of the later situations. Guevara says that he communicated things that he did not want Kingston to say about him, but that Kingston did not communicate what he thinks should be off limits, or let's be honest, probably did, but he didn't communicate that aspect. Communicate that aspect of it properly.
Communication is key, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. As a professional, you communicate things you don't want to be said. You know, like other people have been in programs. What is that? Why is there parentheses with that one? And have worked with Matt Hardy, Jericho, and others. And I did communicate of what I didn't want to be said in this angle, and Eddie didn't. But Eddie did not do the same. And Eddie did not mention to me or the coaches or TK or to anyone in AEW what he didn't want to be said. Guevara's statement reads. So after Tay and my match with Sky Blue and Dante Martin, awesome. I cut a promo on Eddie Kingston, insulting Eddie and the fans as a heel, which I know the thing everyone loves to do is hate me and Tay. So I'm the perfect person to play the asshole character for Eddie to ultimately beat at All Out.
There you go. Get some money.
I see what people say online and see what they're saying about Eddie's appearance, which anyone who legitimately shames Eddie for how he looks can go to hell. It's the same people who shame me for being too small. So Sammy Guevara, the character, I could be the physical person playing that person that Eddie can shut up at All Out. But Eddie did not do the professional thing and communicate to me what his issue was, which if he did, I would have never said that and caused him actual harm is basically what this reads, because this is all over the place. I never want to hurt somebody for real. Guevara's statement reads. Guevara says Kingston attempted to pie face him. He actually did pie face him, according to other reports. But the two were backed up and kept apart. Eddie was then, by the way, silently suspended for 2 weeks following that. And then the second incident happened. So after the promo, I get to the back and Eddie is flipping out, yelling, "You can't call me fat," over and over as I'm trying to walk down the stairs. I'm in Gorilla making a big scene. He's making a big scene. People get in between us. Eddie tries to pie face me. More actually touches my face, which was weird, and everyone backs everyone up. The statement reads, Guevara says his promo calling Kingston fat ended up being edited off the AEW programming and it never aired. It was unfortunate because this promo was on a tape show and easily could have been edited, which they ended up doing anyways. Last bit of notes on this is Guevara said Kingston had not been aggressive or had been getting aggressive and getting out of control backstage in AEW before. Now, I think this is a line by Dave Meltzer. I'm still not convinced if he had been up to this point in AEW, but absolutely has been in wrestling. So I'm just going to say that until more news comes out.
All right.
I know this isn't Eddie's first time being aggressive and getting out of control backstage. I know he had some kind of anger management after this whole thing. The statement reads, Guevara says the situation with Kingston was unnecessary. The whole thing was very unnecessary, but it is what it is. Live and learn, I guess. On to the next thing. Here we go. Guevara's statement reads, Kingston's suspension following this incident with Cesaro had since ended. In a statement to PW Insider, Kingston said, "I was wrong for being unprofessional. That is a blind fact. He did what he did, and the public can judge that, but I know for a fact that I was wrong."
Respect.
So Kingston and him have calmed down that situation at least, so that's one less headache in that freaking locker room at least. But, you want to talk about freaking headaches?
Oh,
Let's
here
go to
we
this
go.
one.
Lord Almighty.
This is the thing that has concerned me the most, is the beef between Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa, and I will explain why at the end, and I'll give my thoughts after. Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa's drama by SP3 of Wrestle Talk, and also in conjunction with a Fightful article. From Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful, this is separate from the article. "We've had talent contact us on both sides regarding Rosa, with many saying she's worked hard to get other young women and talent booked with others that perceive her as developing an ego and being difficult to work with. Those that we've talked to who've worked with her at Mission Pro Wrestling have said positive things about her leadership when she is around." Following the announcement, which, by the way, I forgot to put that in here, but basically following the announcement of her having to relinquish the title, Voices of Wrestling reported that Rosa and or Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, can't stand each other. Fightful Select has confirmed the report, indicating that Rosa and Baker have had heat for well over a year now. However, the two have attempted to remain professional, supposedly. I'll get to that in the second page, and work with each other. The report also notes that Jamie Hayter has also developed heat with Thunder Rosa, following suffering a broken nose in their AEW Battle of the Belts 3 match earlier this month. Much of the heat between the two women emerged from Rosa working too stiff in the ring. Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter will compete in a 4-way match, and along with Tony Storm and Hikaru Shida, to determine an AEW Interim Women's World Champion at All Out on September 4th. Now, I read all that, and it says they are trying to remain professional. Well, this completely nips that in the bud. That's not at all the case.
Oh, God!
Okay. So,
Jesus Christ.
this is the longest part because there was a lot to write down. Now, normally, Off the Script never has a source, but they ended up covering the breaking news as it was happening, with Thunder Rosa being reported that she was sent home, and then Eddie Kingston saying he was suspended. They got the clarification of what was going on from a reliable source in AEW that will remain anonymous. So they never, ever say they have a source unless it's legitimate. Regardless of how you feel about Off the Script, this was absolutely crucial to get here. So I'm going to read it off here. From Mike Johnson of PW Insider. PW Insider has confirmed that the nature of Thunder Rosa's injury is a disc issue in her back, bulging discs in her back. In fact,
Oh, no.
we are told that it was something she has been trying to work through as of late. There is no word for a timetable on her return. It was later confirmed by JD and Jesse of Off the Script that the injury occurred after the stair spot that Thunder Rosa took in a tag match on AEW Dynamite. After a match on Dark, she was in a tag match and never once got tagged in.
I remember that match.
These notes are now all from Off the Script. All of these are from Off the Script. All of the source they have here.
Got it. Gotcha. Yep.
Understand.
They compare the notes from Voices of Wrestling's original article on Baker and Rosa with their source. They reveal to have a source that will remain anonymous, like I said. So of this report, Dr. Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa can't stand each other, described as mortal enemies. Very, very true. They have what is described as nuclear heat with each other, and it is based on Britt Baker and the way she conducts herself backstage. It comes off that she has put herself in a position to be completely entitled and spoiled, ... just has to get her way with things. Jesse goes on a little later on in the podcast to bring up the sandbagging story. The whole sandbagging thing stems from the match that Thunder Rosa had with Marina Shafir, which I have on this program have reamed Britt Baker out for personally, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He says that the sandbagging rumors were started by Britt Baker herself. She is also in the ear of Marina Shafir along with Jamie Hayter. With Rosa sandbagging, that rumor was leaked by Dr. Britt Baker. Now, the promo itself, where they came out and used the word sandbag in a promo, here's where I mentioned that talent communicate what they don't want said in the promo, right?
Yes.
That line was fought by Thunder Rosa to be removed.
Oh, boy.
She did not want that line in the promo. They went to TK Tony Khan. TK overruled it, overruled the request by Thunder Rosa and let it go. They discussed it, went back and forth a little bit, and she was overruled and it had to go in because Britt Baker lobbied for it. So it went in. Now, if you also remember, Thunder Rosa came out in a t-shirt that said sandbagging on it. That was Thunder Rosa's idea in an attempt to take the power away from Britt Baker by using that term on her like that. JD would also conversate with Jesse on the podcast as they read from the source that Britt Baker shot on Thunder Rosa this week after she announced her injury backstage. JD thought it sounded real, and Jesse confirmed with the source notes that the promo, in fact, was a shoot promo that did not get cleared ahead of time.
Oh, jeez.
Turns out you were right. That is a shoot. It appears that Britt Baker has been taking liberties on the live microphone as it pertains to her shots that she's fired at Thunder Rosa, meaning these things were not cleared ahead of time, not put there to, further a storyline or a match. They were just done because Britt Baker can apparently just do what she wants.
Right.
Talk about favoritism, GK. What the F, man, is what I wrote after I read that one.
Right.
They then compare their source notes on the situation with the notes of Voices of Wrestling's piece. In that VOW piece they're quoted saying that after she broke Jamie Hayter's nose on Dynamite, Rosa hid and cried in the bathroom in fear of getting her ass kicked. Jesse says, after Rosa broke Hayter's nose, did she go into the bathroom? Yes, but she did not go to the bathroom to hide from anyone, and Thunder Rosa was not in the bathroom in fear of getting her ass kicked from anyone. She, Rosa, was in the bathroom to remove herself from a situation that she felt was going to get volatile, so she went to the bathroom. By the way, there was another source later on that did confirm she then since apologized. That was not a planned spot by her. It was a botch.
Right.
I forget it had to be. Continue.
Exactly. Jesse also goes on to note that a lot of stories that have come out about Rosa have apparently come from and been leaked by Dr. Britt Baker herself. What is also coming out from the source is that Britt Baker also heavily rehearses her matches, Macho Man style, because she doesn't have the ability to go out there and call it in the ring like the other women do. Mm-hmm. And when she tries that, it comes off very sloppy and terrible, was Jesse's words. This was in defense of Thunder Rosa and her working stiff, and we found out she still isn't capable of calling a match in the ring yet. The final notes here, and this is a lot shorter than that one was, is all by Wrestling Hub transcribing off of Busted Open Radio.
Not a low bar to have to hit, brother.
No, it's not.
I am not. This is straight from Thunder Rosa here from Busted Open Radio. She said, I'm not the best physically right now. I was in a lot of pain yesterday. A lot has been happening in the past couple weeks. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of commission. I don't know for how long, for a couple of months, probably. I have a problem with my back, and yesterday I was trying to be strong. Back problems are not easy. Some days are good, some days are not. Yesterday was not a good day, and I was in a lot of pain. That's one of the reasons I'm taking time off. I want to clear the air. This is not fake. This is not a work. I'm not comparing injuries to injuries. That's a shot straight at Britt Baker. There's your receipt, by the way. If I could walk, I can work. Dr. Simpson, he did not clear me to wrestle. I'm not cleared to wrestle. It's not that I don't want to do the match on Sunday at the AEW All Out. I can't walk. It's a shame that this is being put on social media, not only to discredit me as an athlete, but also discredit me as a wrestler. I want to walk when I'm 40. I have the right to say, no, I can't walk. I can't do it. I don't want to have I don't want to have surgery. If we keep doing this and going through the pain, then I'm going to be out for longer. And I don't want to do that.
Wise move.
That is all the notes. That is every single situation broken down in chronological order.
Wow.
Damn.
When I work, I work.
Damn.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Well,
so I had one thing I needed to say before everybody takes the floor here, since I and allow me, because I did a lot of work on this and there was a big point that I wanted to make.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Jesus.
The fact that Tony Khan was in favor in any capacity of Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, is atrocious.
No argument.
On that promo, on that sample. That's absolutely wrong.
On
absolutely
any
wrong.
of that. The fact that you took her side shows blatant favoritism. No wonder there's dissension in the damn locker room right now. No wonder you're having all these problems. The minute you do something like that, it's over. It's kaput. It's done. You've already put that in people's heads. That is dumb. Period. End of story. At that moment, you should have taken Thunder Rosa's side, and just like you did with Kingston and Sammy, the line of it being fat, you admitted it from the freaking Rampage airing. You should have done the same with the sandbagging line. And by the way, let's talk about something that hasn't been talked about since Britt Baker wants to be such a stuck-up bitch towards Rosa. Shall we? Let's do that.
Oh.
If you recall, there was a match, and we have made mention of this on this very program, where Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker were going to have a cage match at St. Patrick's Day Slam.
Yes.
Right. We noted that Thunder Rosa had a minor leg injury, and it was obvious to anybody that saw that.
Right.
Yes.
She was not 100% to go.
No.
Now, with what we know now, that Britt Baker is known to rehearse her matches constantly, over and over and over again ad nauseum until we get the spots right before the match airs. Obviously, that couldn't happen if somebody was minor injury.
Right.
So I think this stems from that, because she's claiming that Thunder Rosa was sandbagging her, when the reality is, by the way, honey, she was injured. She was injured. And I know you're probably listening to this because I know you're friends with Jeff, so let it be known. Let it be known.
Not friends with me, for the record. I met her on the cruise. Good for her.
Met her on the cruise, so your acquaintances, I guess. Guess what? You were wrong here. 100% you were in the wrong. And TK, you should be suspending her for all of that. This shouldn't even be a discussion point. We know you won't, but that's what should happen. That is the reason I said what I said in the group chat.
Right.
If stuff like this is going down, and you're having all that crap go down.
Oh yeah.
If MJF does not show up at All Out or the freaking Aftermath show after, I'm gone covering wrestling. Because this is just ridiculous at this damn point. I'm not trying to be a bandwagon hopper. I'm not trying to go and watch the WWE because AEW is terrible. I want both companies to do well. And if egos are getting in the way of that, screw that BS. I don't want to cover it. I don't want to watch it. I don't even want to entertain the idea if stuff like this is going to go down. And because if it's going to happen in AEW, it's going to happen any damn where.
I mean, for all we know, James, right now, it currently is. We talk about Billy Corgan, and is there something going on between him and Matt Cardona, for example? We talk about the WWE, and you figure about, okay, Vince McMahon, he showed favoritism to one particular individual who's a Triple H, necessarily doesn't have underlying favoritism more towards others. There's one of those things where you have the power as the booker. You can get away with those type of decisions.
Well, you know what? We've had those happen. And they've not helped the product in any way when you pick favorites, especially on the AEW side.
Right.
And this is a clear example of that.
Right.
And when you have Tony Khan picking sides like this, it really does make me worry about if this MJF and Tony Khan thing is even a work anymore. For the first time ever, I have been saying from the word jump that this has been a work. Now I'm not so sure because of all this stuff that came out. That's the only thing I'm not going to deviate from that. Because if this is happening, who's to say that he didn't just let MJF walk all over him? He'll let Britt Baker do it all the time, apparently. Just go and shoot promos without any consequence. So who's to say he didn't let MJF do the same thing?
Is what it is.
Now I don't know. None of us do.
Well, first off, James, appreciate your inquiring above the Call of Duty more than anything else towards this self-made topic you did. And I hope that those that also stood around for the lecture and read along definitely appreciate your hard work too. I know Anthony and Safety have definitely had several things to say in the chat. Again, folks, you want to be more acknowledged, super chat, but we do see you. That being said, JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first
well,
on this one?
let's take the Thunder Rosa Britt Baker thing.
I feel that's the most serious one to talk about here. This one right now feels like something far from over.
No.
Yeah, and if, like we've said, if Thunder Rosa is that seriously injured, forfeit the title.
Right.
No need for an interim title because
I think
at
that's
the
just
end
a
of the
creative
day,
call. Let's make that clear. I don't think that was a Rosa call.
At the end of the day, the only way an interim championship is going to make any kind of sense in this case is if Britt wins the belt and then we unify it with Thunder Rosa and Britt, which based off of everything that was just read to us and presented is not going to be
the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Not
any
by a long
kind
shot.
of constructive to backstage anything because
No.
So that's the only way an interim champion makes any sense, though, is if we end up with Thunder Rosa and Britt.
Yeah.
Or maybe we just end
So
up
you
with Tony
take
and
the
Britt
belt off
and-
of Thunder Rosa, strip her, have her forfeit due to injury, whatever, and then you crown a new champion, and you remove Britt from the situation completely.
Yep.
Right.
You know, there's other women in the company. You know, put Ruby Soho in there, in Britt's spot.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely. Yep.
Put Athena in there. You know, granted she's fighting Jade, so there kind of goes that. But you've got Athena. You've got so many women that you could choose from.
Yep.
You don't reward Britt Baker.
You don't.
And you get a legitimate champion instead of an interim champion. That's the first thing that needs to be addressed right there.
I agree with that.
Especially in light of all this.
Right.
Yeah,
I also want to point out, I don't think that first part of what you're saying is going to happen. But if nothing else, then the interim champion needs to not be Britt Baker, regardless after what we've seen.
Right. No. I 100% agree with you. But from a realistic booking standpoint, where's the money going to be?
And I feel that's another way, because if you have that much of a drawing power, according to your booker, that again is going to probably yield a little bit of favoritism. You think about WWE in a Vince ecosystem. When it came to the women, there was one woman in particular that had all the favoritism in the world that people are like, she's being shoved down our throats. Charlotte Flair. And I don't even think Charlotte Flair, to a degree, has this sort of backstage heat.
No,
with
way.
anybody. It was just a Booker-driven agenda. This, on the other hand, though, is coming straight from the talent itself, it seems, and that's a dangerous thing when you let, once again, hey, Jeff, WCW, the inmate run the asylum.
The asylum, yep.
I'll go you one better. This harkens back to me to 96, 97 WWF and Brett and Shawn.
Yeah, this is exactly.
And at the end of the day, you knew that was going to be the money. You knew they were going to put on a banger of a match, but they hated each other backstage. Here goes Jeff with the banner count. And by the way, Jeff, I saw you leaning over when I had my stop camera on. It's me and Drew McIntyre.
Thank you. God damn, I couldn't see it. I was like, gee, it's driving me crazy. I knew it wasn't Vince because you took that shit down already. So
I changed it this evening. I was going to put me and Jeff Jarrett up there, you know, since you've acknowledged him as a horseman. But I was like, nah, Drew's got the big money match around the corner. We'll make it Drew. But that's what it goes back to me with this is straight up Brett Shawn level shit.
Yep.
Big time.
And the money is there. You know, Britt and Thunder Rosa is going to be a hell of a drawing match.
Yep.
So again, the only way an interim champion makes sense, especially if Thunder Rosa is only looking to be gone for a couple of months, maybe until the next big pay-per-view for AEW, is you put the interim title on Britt.
And
which screws Tony, who's supposed to be the number one contender.
Yep.
Right.
She was supposed to win.
You know, it's horrible. The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, I'm just going to call it like it is. Which one's the better smelling turd at the end of the day?
Thank you.
I can't stand either one of them. I've had issues with Eddie in person, and I might actually like Sammy if it wasn't for the force feeding of him and Ty getting shoved down everyone's throat.
Well, be mad, and they're making that money.
Sammy is a great in-ring competitor.
So is Ty.
But I don't want that shoved down my throat.
I agree.
No.
As far as the Punk and Page thing, you know, and I know Jeff has got a lot to say about Punk.
I have a lot to say on all three of these things for the record. I'm about to go off on a bitch here.
I will let him say what he wants to say regarding Punk. I may no longer be straight edge, but I still support the character of CM Punk. The whole thing he did with Page and laying down in the rain and calling him out and making snow angels in the rain, I was like, okay, this is kind of weird. Where are we going with this?
Right.
But after having witnessed the pipe bomb in Vegas, I expect nothing less from Punk.
I'll say this is the guy that changes the culture when you give him a microphone.
Exactly. Where the Punk thing really confuses me, and I guess we'll see what happens on Dynamite and Rampage this week, is the fallout of the match with Moxley.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because I believe, at least from what was played out on television, so either Tony did an amazing booking job, or Punk and Moxley did an amazing storytelling in the ring job. I believe that an audible was called.
Yeah.
In my heart of hearts, I feel like that was supposed to end in a disqualification, a schmoz, something so that the rematch could then carry over to Chicago at All Out.
Mm-hmm.
For the title to change hands and be unified that quickly?
3 minutes.
Did I just hear somebody say 3 minutes?
Yes. Yes, you did.
And if you get that reference, then you're cool for the room.
If you know,
but,
you know.
Jamal
but it's
Rose.
like if that was the book plan, you're gonna have to do some convincing with me.
Exactly.
I think Punk seriously re-aggravated himself. Maybe he wasn't 100% to come out there, and when he went for that enziguri and landed, he screwed himself.
Hold on.
And so they had to call an audible.
I don't think that's what it was, because here's the reason why I don't think that was a shoot injury. It was a work, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Has anybody seen the Chris Weidman Anderson Silva fight?
No.
Okay. Jeff has, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about here. When Silva went for the kick, Silva, had legitimately got his leg kicked before. And so when he went to step, his leg legitimately broke. and he couldn't fully connect with the kick. He connected, but it wasn't full on like a lethal kick to the shin.
Right.
He then just collapsed in tremendous pain, and the fight was stopped, and Chris Weidman was the winner by default.
Right.
When Punk went and did his high kick, he got the full step through, and his foot was straight. There was no possible way that you could have broken your foot on that landing. Absolutely none. That was a sell job.
I'm not saying he broke it, but I'm just saying maybe he came back too soon and re-aggravated the injury.
Maybe,
exaggerate it.
But I do believe that this was a plan. I don't think this was a shoot.
I look at the environment. I think of it like this: Jon Moxley, home state turf, day one guy, out to prove a point. He is AEW. He is champion for a reason. Now you move forward to week 2 in this continued saga.
Right.
And CM Punk's turf in Chicago on the Go Home show that leads to a pay-per-view in Chicago where there is not yet an AEW World Championship match. We've seen some teases of CM Punk asking himself and asking the fans, tell me if I'm telling lies. Am I the good guy? Am I the bad guy? There's something to be played out in this storyline, and I feel it will culminate all out. The season's been planted, and the tree will start to grow in Chicago on Dynamite next week when Jon Moxley speaks. Mark my words.
And here's another
we'll
thing.
See what happens.
Here's another thing as well. The only thing that would make me believe that this was a call on the fly situation is if we find out later on after All Out continues that Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega's match and the trios match got more time. That's about the only way I could see that happening.
That's a fair point.
Otherwise, everything looked like it was planned from start to finish. Nothing felt amiss. From a show formatting perspective, nothing seemed off.
Yeah. Again, I was there live, and we were a little confused, but then we saw basically that they had no other wrestling matches left of this except for the main event. And we got a 30-minute banger of a trios match that was so damn good. God,
I'm not really doing it at this point. I'm just
Before we go over to Jeff to bring us home on this topic, Noah, go ahead and you take the floor on this and the backstage drama. And since you went ahead and you mentioned being there for the show, which, screw you, by the way. Talk a little bit about the experience of the show and then give us your thoughts on this topic, since this is our main event topic.
I feel like I'm just the middle guy here, giving my 2 cents to a degree when I think about, wrestling and how, again, you blur the lines between what actually is false versus actually true. #reality. But that being said, as far as all this stuff goes, CM Punk is always one to draw attention. And whether or not it's good or bad, publicity, it is something. And it brings attention to your product. That demonstrates professional wrestling, the most polarizing thing in the world of entertainment, the most global, localized thing in this world today in the industry, to some form or degree. So that being said, I look at first the CM Punk, the Heyman stuff. If he did go into business for himself on Heyman's own turf, and they played off that on BTE, which we all know for those that follow it, Anthony, you definitely can tell that, okay, maybe they were aware of this. But also, BTE likes to look back at previous weeks and then play off it on upcoming episodes, too, to a degree, James. So, again, there might be a little bit of subtle tension there, especially maybe the way that Heyman and Page approached the promo up to Double or Nothing. Figured CM Punk is a threat to the brand. Now, as far as the Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara stuff, I'll let Jeff unleash his nuke on that. But as far as, inside the corporate environment, both men looking at this as this was a situation that got misinterpreted, and on the other hand, we must be professional, and it came to some sort of consensus in the end. I can respect that. As far as character direction goes and human morals, that's a whole conversation for another day, as we know the shady history and the controversy that definitely follows both these men in the industry for separate means to a degree. But as far as the Thunder Rose and Diamond Baker thing goes, if this is a situation where the inmate is in bed, figuratively speaking, with the warden and running the asylum to a degree out of some B-rated movie, maybe with a prison under a different mean, something's got to give very quickly. Because if others catch on to this and try and do this practice as well, then AEW can literally fall apart from inside the scenes.
No
so
shit.
Again, Tony Khan's not going to be a pushover, as someone alluded to me. Then this is the number one factor that you have to rectify to make me believe. And that's really all I got to say about that. Now, as far as my live experience, big fight feel. The crowd was absolutely electric for CM Punk and Jon Moxley. We watched the match, and I feel there was an audible gasp when it was done in 3 minutes with all the build-up. That the entrances combined was longer than that. The intros felt longer than that. And we're like, what the hell? Because that was the kickoff, of course, to the second hour. And I'm like, wait, there's only one other match here. You already
This was a bad
match before.
This was not great to me.
Again, I knew from this to expect some sort of impression. And there were 15 different ways of endings that I could see. This wasn't one of them. So again, Chicago has to be the proverbial period on the end of the sentence to really bring this thing together as far as storytelling. Because right now, this whole thing's a story. Let's put it out there. This isn't about the title. This is a story.
Right.
We want to see a very conclusive, logical, supported ending. And whether or not it includes a certain character you want to see added to the chapter, James, again, All Out Week is literally this week. We'll have to wait and see.
Sure.
But again, the Will Ospreay and the Death Triangle match, United Empire, I could talk about that match all night, but that's not what this topic's all about. But as far as my live experience goes, it was different, especially when it was all over. But as soon as the trios match pretty much happened, I feel like almost everybody forgot about that for 30 minutes to a degree. And that's really all I got to say about that.
Well, there we
Jeff?
go.
Yes. Now, before you let loose on Punk, because if anybody
Punk,
knows,
I promise.
I know you're going to touch on all of them, but I also know your stuff with Punk, and I've heard you say briefly on the review and stuff, a little bit of your piece about Punk regarding the situation. So before you really like lash out at everybody, and especially Phil, is there anybody in the industry in the last 15 years, maybe even a little longer, if you go back to the Punk Joe saga and the original Summer of Punk in ROH, that has given fans that water cooler talk than CM Punk? Hey, did you see what that guy did? Did you see what he did? Whether it was signing his WWE contract on the Ring of Honor title, or his debut on WWE CW, or the Straight Edge Society, or dressing up as Jeff Hardy, or the pipe bomb in Vegas that we were there for.
Nexus.
Yes, the new Nexus, to even coming on to AEW just over a year ago and making that debut that nobody thought he would do again.
And then everything in between with UFC and lawsuits.
Could this just be another opportunity that CM Punk is giving us for that water cooler talk? Go ahead, Jeff. I will try not to interrupt you.
To answer your question, no one has even come close to the water cooler stuff that Punk has done. I must be in a giving mood. I gave Jarrett the fucking Horseman title. Now I'm giving the acknowledgement to Punk. I must be in a happy place being hired by Mickey DeMouse.
Or you're
I'm
sober.
gonna whoop your ass next weekend. I'm gonna strut right into my foot in your ass here in about 20 seconds. Okay. Now, first of all, I applaud you for the work on those notes. Let me just say that right off the head here. However, everything on the internets is on the internets.
Yes.
Exactly.
And that is fair.
I will say that before I say what I has to say.
Seeing
I have to say that first because whatever.
Things can change, yeah.
Okay. Britt and Rosa. Met both of them. Worked the shows, both of them. I don't disbelieve any of it. I really don't. I think all of it is perfectly valid.
Yep.
Rosa's stiff. She always has been.
So
That's
is
why
Jamie.
she was Jamie's very stiff.
Jamie
come on.
being formerly
Yeah.
involved in Stardom.
But-
Hello, they are the
okay,
definition
yeah,
of strong style.
Okay, just hang on. Okay. That's why she was such a credible NWA champion, because it's professional wrestling, damn it. You got to be a credible champion to be the NWA champion.
Yep.
Britt is who she is, man. She just, and I don't agree or disagree with it. Britt is, who she's always been. Okay? There's nothing worse than an attractive person, except a attractive person who knows she's attractive. Same with the dudes. There's nothing worse than a hot guy that knows he's hot. Oh, terrible. It's the worst.
Mhm.
So I don't disbelieve any part of that. However, I agree with what JJ says, that if they're going to crown the interim thing like they're saying, it needs to be Britt. None of us need to like it, but it's the best thing for business, because then Rose can come back and want to whoop her ass. And if they can get those two on the same page, at least for that moment in time, go for it. If it was going to be a vacancy fill, it should have been Tony. But because it's not, it needs to be Britt. The backstage stuff between the two of them, it's just a microcosm of the bigger problem, like we all talked about.
Yep.
Eddie and Sammy. I haven't met Sammy yet in person. Haven't had a chance to work with him. Haven't had a chance to do anything with him. Haven't heard anything really bad about the guy other than the drama with Ty and all the, the gratuitous nonsense between the two of them. So whatever. Eddie Kingston, on the other hand. Okay. Oh boy. Look, I felt bad about shitting on him all these years after he went out with that report and made the article about him with his mental health issues. And, that's why he was such a dick all these years. Hypocrisy. Define. Eddie Kingston this year. Anyway. If you're going to apologize for being an asshole because you have issues, you show you're apologetic by not fucking doing it anymore.
Fair.
Yep.
Okay. Punk and Page. What do you think? God. Okay. Yeah, I was more upset Thursday than I am tonight about Punk. I'm not going to lie, because I've had a chance to really think about it and really evaluate my stance. However, I still stand by what I said, that, he sat there and bitched for 8 years about the company made him sick, and he became a bitter critter, and, he didn't want to go back and not get healthy. If this is a shoot, like everybody in the note said, then you're still a dick, Phil, and you were a dick before you got to the end, you're a dick after. So it's not the company, it's the business.
Right.
You can have the greatest series of matches in the world with Samoa Joe, but if you're a fuckface, you're a fuckface, dude. Like, seriously, it's just the way it is.
Yeah. Exactly.
Business does change.
And as far as Paige goes, I feel bad for Adam, and I only say that because I've talked about this a couple of times. I had to rack my brain watching Jack of All Trades this week because I had forgotten that he was AEW champion.
Ouch.
Because Greg, the clue that Greg gave to fill in to have people guess was AEW Women's Champions, which is an even easier category. No, I'm sorry, it was World Champions. And basically, the format of that particular round is you have to not match everybody else in the room.
Oh.
And so there were 4 contestants, and there were 5 champions. I'm like, who the fuck was the? Oh shit, Adam Page.
Yeah.
Because it was such a beautiful moment when he finally beat Kenny. And then it didn't matter. It did not matter at all because the summer of Punk had arrived.
Yep.
It wasn't even the summer of Punk. It was the year of Punk.
Well, right, but he won the championship going into the summer is what I was trying to get across there.
Exactly.
Because the first show he was champion was June 1st. I was there. So, and again, he went into that coming out of Vegas hurt and just exacerbated it with the trios match with FTR. Yeah. And again, people, oh yeah, you're saying this now. I saw it when it happened. He landed so bad more than once on that buckshot attempt in Vegas.
Yes.
And then you could see during the match with FTR in the trios match, he was having trouble the whole match. And the spot with Max where he was supposed to chase Max out of the form, he could barely hobble his crippled ass down the ramp to go get him.
Not to mention, he also smashed his foot on the freaking barricade doing yet another crowd dive, which he was told not to do.
Yeah, at the form. And I'm like,
you fool.
Like right on the freaking barricade.
Yeah, we saw the trip up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You could hear the ding from where I was sitting in the back of the building. It was like, that's going to hurt later. Didn't know how much. Yeah, I don't have all the 6 people involved in this bullshit we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes. The one guy I don't fault is Adam Page. Because, yes, he did speak. I'm defending AEW against this guy who's coming in. It's like, Punk, tell me when he starts lying.
Yeah, tell me when he's telling lies.
Company was fine, in my opinion, for 2 years. Yes, Punk created an enormous buzz, and I can't even remotely take that away from him.
Fact. But
I will give you a side-by-side here, and then I will try my best to be a good boy the rest of the night. I'm going to try. You notice I had a sip of alcohol tonight because I knew we were going to talk about CM Punk and Eddie Kingston. I did not want to be that guy. Punk and Bryan came back at the same time.
Yep.
Other than Bryan getting a little dinged up, he's been consistent in the ring, and he has not made any waves, and he has helped bring Wheeler Yuta to fucking here, and Daniel Garcia as an opponent to fucking here.
Yep.
Who has Punk honestly elevated to the point of they were better than when he came in? Adam Page? No. MJF? Not right now, sit at home.
Not right now, yeah.
Until
he comes back, then we might change.
If he does.
If he does now.
Big if, James.
And like you said, and like Cleaver said, if he's not the end game of All Out, I give no fucks about that program. Zero.
I give no fucks about the company, period, after that.
Well, but
it's gonna be
you're at that point.
You're at that point. You're at that point.
I'm at the point of I don't care about the World Championship if it's not the end game.
I agree.
I can still get interested in some of the other stuff in the company.
I agree.
And you're lucky, by the way, most people are lucky they're giving you till the go home or the aftermath show if it doesn't happen on All Out proper, because just for the ratings alone.
Right.
So nothing else.
Right. I was excited when Punk came back. I've never been Punk's biggest fan for a lot of reasons. It's well documented.
Yep.
And I've always been a Bryan Danielson friend. That's also well documented. So I can't even pretend to not play favorites in those two guys.
Right.
But again, tell me when I started lying about the two comparisons over the last year.
You haven't.
You haven't.
And the thing is, Bryan should be the world. No, Bryan Danielson does not need to be a world champion ever again.
Moxley needed to be.
Moxley needed to be.
And
honestly,
Yuta, even if it's not a world champion, needed to be.
Honestly, Punk's comeback and needed the world championship. Yes. And I say that because his WWE championship reign, he's 100% right about that.
Yep.
He was never the main event.
No, it was The Rock and John Cena the whole time.
Well, yeah.
Not even just that.
Even when Punk was on the main event of the pay-per-view, he was never the top guy in the company.
He was never the top guy, and the only times he had main events were with John Cena.
And The Rock.
And The Rock. I don't even count the TLC match because they had nothing else going for it anyway. So it was going to be the main event by default in their eyes.
Yeah,
it was a spot.
And his match with Survivor Series had nothing to do with him or Ryback. It was all about the Shield.
Exactly.
That's all that was.
Supporting role.
So I don't disagree with him on that. So his return to wrestling, he had to be the world champion. That was just fait accompli. But when you sit there and you're gone for, I'm being interrupted because I'm on the air because that's how it works.
7 years, but yeah, who's counting?
8 years now.
We're almost done.
Technically.
Turn that shit off. Anyway. he was gone for so long. He came back, got hurt right away. If you're gone that long and you have an inkling you're gonna, come back, you've got to keep your body. And again, this is the fattest dude in the room talking about this shit. So okay, I get it. You've got but I'm not going out there and wrestling the world champion every night on television either. Exactly, that's the difference. Yep. Okay,
big difference.
I'm not stepping in the octagon thinking I'm hot shit and getting my nose turned 3 different directions. Sorry, Phil.
Damn, in Cleveland.
I have a problem with the perception/presentation of hypocrisy. Mm-hmm. Don't rag on the company that made you sick. The business made you who you are.
Yep. There you go.
Period. You were a piece of shit on the indies from firsthand experience. You only didn't get the reputation you got in Ring of Honor because you were having phenomenal fucking matches, and I can't even take it away from you. And you were helping to train the future in that company. WWE career was what it was, and that's not entirely his fault.
No.
But to sit there and bitch and moan and groan about that company made me so sick and I can never get healthy in the place where I got sick, and then you're back less than a year in the business and you're the same bitter asshole you were when you left.
Shitting on Adam Page.
If that part of it is true, I don't disbelieve it's true because I've, dealt with Punk or whatever, but
yeah, it could be work.
If it is a work, then that's the wrong narrative to spin on television.
Yeah.
Because it just makes people like this. People that have watched him since he started his career, and it's like, I'm fucking doing it again, dude. Why am I even bothering?
Yeah, and another thing to add to your point. If this is about Colt and it's a shoot, dude, it's been 7 years. Get the fuck over yourself.
It's and again, it's one of those, James. God. He's such a professional. He's such a professional person. Why do you feel you already allegedly buried your your former friend's chance to get re-signed? What is the fucking point of going out on global television and burying the guy?
None.
Why?
None.
There is zero reason to do that. Number one. Number two, the only thing he said in that promo that made me chuckle was the Kingston stuff, because it's like
Kofi Kingston, Eddie Kingston,
because Eddie Guerrero is a much better person than Eddie Kingston is. Kofi Kingston's a much better person than Eddie Kingston is, and I don't know who the other Eddie was. We were speculating it was Eddie Fatu, which is like, again, Eddie Fatu was a much better person than Eddie Kingston is. So, other than that, it's like, dude, we get it. You're the master of the pipe bomb.
Third best member of your own faction.
Which, again, looking back retrospectively, he's not wrong.
Again, tell me when I'm telling mine.
But that's not Mox's fault either.
Again, no,
and not the first John that he'll beat in Chicago for the title either.
Which I sat there going, you know what?
That's a different spelling of John.
I sat next to
audible there.
Thank you. I love you for that. Thank you for that. No, but it's one of those. I sat with this motherfucker further on his couch. Fuck this thing. I can't point diagonally. I'm retarded. There you go. Okay, I sat on this and just like seething at Punk for that. So yeah, I know.
And I was laughing.
Of course you were. But yeah, it's just frustrating that whether it's a work, whether it's a shoot, if it's a work, it's the wrong narrative spin because you get the old school fans pissy. If it's a shoot, then he's a bigger piece of shit than he was when he left.
Yeah.
Yep.
So either way, it's bad. And what's worse, what's worse either way is it's bad for business.
About to say, if this is a work, you're working the worst part that's really bringing down the entire wrestling industry, and that's the internet wrestling community.
Yeah, and here's my bottom line on the whole thing. The fact that we know so much about this is bad.
Yeah.
You would never, ever, 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 even now, hear this much detail pages from James just now.
Not at all.
From WWE.
No way.
Freaking ever.
No way.
Ever.
No.
That's the problem. That is the bigger problem than anything I just said.
And
that's the bigger problem for AEW, and that's just the problem in general for wrestling today, because it going back to the whole Brett and Sean thing, there wasn't all of this shit coming out. The internet was still in its infancy.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Jay, I've
there
said
wasn't
this before.
All this shit during the Hogan and Piper and Hogan and Sheik days.
Yeah, there were dirt sheets around back then, but not like
And if the dirt sheets got it, it was months after the shit already happened.
Exactly.
And again,
not days.
Lord, forgive me for what I'm about to do here, especially you Canadian gods up there.
Uh-oh.
If Bret Hart doesn't open his big fucking Canuck mouth after Montreal and give Dave all the information, none of this shit is still going on with Meltzer. No credibility whatsoever.
Damn.
Zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
And the terms journalistic integrity just go down the toilet.
Well, okay, for both sides, because Brett gave it to Meltzer, and me having to say that takes mine away.
The domino effect. I was also thinking about this when you think about this type of stuff don't even emanate from mainstream like pop culture. You don't hear this stuff on like Entertainment Tonight or example. It's all driven by internet connectivity.
The most you hear
freaking put people on two sides.
Even with Hollywood dirt sheets, literally the thing that is not even comparable to this is probably the Ellen DeGeneres story, and that took ages to get out.
Yep.
That's the only thing I could compare this to that was as bad as this right now.
Now, see, I'm coming off hypocritical myself because where am I 15 years later without the immediate backlash from the Benoit stuff? I don't have the opportunity to have a farewell show on Tuesday without that shit going down, because we were already done with the media stuff on No DQ at that point. So I get that it has fueled my creative fire, my desire to be on camera all these years and whatever, but it's just infuriating that there's so much of it out there. And again, I know a lot of us and a lot of our friends and a lot of the people we care about, make a living by doing this stuff. And, they get that shit out there. And I don't begrudge anybody a living ever.
No.
But the fact that we know, especially this company, again, even now, you hear the shit at WWE more often than we ever used to. I'm not even going to try to front.
Right.
But to have that kind of detail on just 3 completely separate situations within one company is bullshit and should not be a thing.
And that's not even talking about the fact that we know so much detail about the Tony Khan rah-rah speech that happened on Wednesday.
Yeah,
I didn't even include that in there.
Yeah, that there is no reason that should have ever been known to anybody but the people in that goddamned office.
Tony, I'm telling you right now, you have done more damage if MJF does not show up at All Out. Because now, with all this shit coming out, you just pissed a lot of fucking people off. And the only way that you can rectify all of this shit is now, especially, creative, shoot, whatever, if there's a mix between the two, is Max has to come in. And if that whole promo was a fucking shoot, guess what, dude? Get on the fucking phone and pay him. Because you need to now. It's over. There's no other freaking way you can go about this.
Endgame.
Or you're about to lose a whole chunk of that audience that got Discovery and Warner happy.
Yeah, JJ, you asked me when I started my little diatribe 6 hours ago, whatever it was. Feels like it anyway. Has anybody been water cooler talk? I retract my statement because everybody I knew, even people that were still casual fans and not watch all the time, knew where I was Wednesday night, June 1st, and were asking me, dude, what the hell happened last night? Because of Max.
Yep.
If Maxwell Jacob Freeman does not show up between now and the end of our show next Sunday night, Tony and whoever else is helping him along the path of destruction here has shot themselves through the foot, not in the foot.
Yep.
Exactly. And that's the only reason why I don't count Max as of yet,
Exactly.
because he has to come through. If he doesn't come through at all out,
Then we know all this stuff was shoot.
then it's game over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's game over.
It's gotta
Yeah.
be.
If he's not in Chicago on Sunday or prior to that or at the Dynamite after.
Yeah, by latest.
Yeah. And again, I know that's, oh, well, you guys are just booking. It's like, no, it's not just us booking. It's like, we as fans are like, what the fuck is the point of all this?
Yeah,
It's
nobody
the
gets
only thing that makes any sense. If
And by the
y'all
way,
are going to
that means-
pull the trigger on this storyline,
Yeah.
you need to deliver. And there has been nothing.
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 And by the way,
Which is unbelievable for MJF.
regardless of how heelish he's been, there's no other way you can flip this now. There is no pseudo babyface pseudo. No, MJF's the face, Punk's the heel. There's no other way to go about it now. You booked yourself in that corner.
We did talk about it on Thursday. Max can not hasn't. There's the Botchamania moment there. Okay. Max can still come back and not have to tweak a bit of his character.
No.
But he's going to be cheered. He's not going to be a babyface because MJF is not a fucking babyface. But,
No, but
he will
in this
still
program-
be cheered by sheer default.
Exactly. Because everything he said, you want to talk about somebody that also didn't tell no lies. Everything he said in the Fabulous Forum, 100% fact.
And it's coming true, and it's truer by the second.
Fabulous form. Piss off, Kia. Okay, anyway. Just saying.
And
By the way.
you.
Very good. Yeah, I was sitting next to two people. I'm not going to throw them under the bus because I ain't that guy. But Aaron knows who they are because Aaron has been friends with both of them for many years through the No DQ stuff.
Oh, wow.
I hadn't seen either one of them since the PWG / early fans time of us going to TNA days. Even those two were buying into what Max was saying.
There you go.
And these are two of the most jaded dudes about wrestling, I think, ever. And they were all in on it. So
That says a lot.
if they don't load that freaking gun and pull that trigger between now and when we sign off next Sunday night, we will be having a memorial service for AEW that week. I guarantee it.
Yep.
Especially for the World Championship.
I sure as hell am glad I'm in Vermont that week because if he's not on there, I got an out.
Right?
What they need to do, and here we go doing our fantasy booking scenarios. At the final moments of the show on Sunday, whatever the end result is, whatever the match is that they're going to set up on Dynamite or whatever,
Right.
the final moments need to be Max coming out.
Yep.
And very much like the last Jedi and Luke, he doesn't say a fucking word.
Nope.
He just comes out, stands at the top of the entranceway, and they fade to black.
Yep.
They don't
Just
even
stand
play
there.
they don't even play
And
the
then
music,
you've got
just there.
all the internet talk the next couple days. MJF is back. MJF is back. AEW social media on Dynamite. MJF speaks. And there's your million.
Can I
It's
also
not difficult to book. It's just difficult to finance. And Tony, pay Max his goddamn money. Go ahead, James.
And
I was
pay me
gonna-
mine for coming up with the ankle for you.
The royalties.
Can I also say
Really can't retire then.
Yeah, no
there
kidding.
was a big factor that we're not even considering into all of this, and that's the casino ladder match, specifically the Joker in the casino ladder match. Remember, the last time there was a Joker, It was a returning Adam Page who hadn't been heard of from since he got assaulted by Omega and the Elite.
Yep.
Right.
Same thing could happen here with Max. And he could win, which honestly, with all the ill will you've really built up with this freaking backstage BS, would probably be the safe course right now. To be honest.
I still like JJ. I still like JJ's scenario better.
And
I
again,
agree.
don't do the music. I would not even
Well,
say
if
tease him.
that's
I
the
would not
case,
even
then
say
have Page
tease
win it.
him. Yeah, I would not even say tease him or even give a graphic about, hey, we'll be here Wednesday. Let people think on it. They don't even talk about it, acknowledge it at all on Wednesday, and he shows up.
What you do is take JJ's suggestion and go one better. Like have the camera show him, no music, no whatever, and then we get a cut like on some weird angle where it's like, oh, that one's supposed to happen.
No, what the hell is he doing here?
They're very similar to when Punk was cutting his promo and they cut his mic.
Exactly.
Because I'll tell you what, I've said this 100 times in the last 11 years. Freaking no DQ shut down. Even we in the crowd were going, what the hell just happened?
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And we had a whole 2-hour Raw after that to process it. So
I'm about to say, yeah, 2-hour Raw roulette. So again, it comes down to the execution. And they have to hit the bullseye now. This is their last chance.
There's no other chance. That's it. And doing it on the go home show is pushing it. You got to do it.
And we have all been around fans long enough, and we've been fans for long enough to know that, oh, well, these guys are just for this is not going to be into the company. It's like it doesn't have to be into the company.
No,
it just has to be our end of us giving a shit.
Yeah.
Especially
If MJF does not show up as the end game of this angle, it's the equivalent of Hogan and Bischoff showing up in Impact.
Damn.
They're going to lose a shit ton of viewers.
And I have no problem. Take off DVR. There you go. Okay, clear some space. There we go.
Click.
Yep. Exactly.
And like I've always said, you do not change the world of professional wrestling, sports entertainment, damn it, whatever the hell you want to call it, by bitching. You change it by taking your remote control out and making changes there. You change it by not taking your wallet out and spending money on their website. And
they're going to do that in spades if you do not act now. That's where we're at now.
I can almost guarantee. I don't know about.
Last few more years, I'm sure, because they already got their freaking contract signed by Warner Discovery.
Well, what I'm saying, I have zero issue for two things. Number one, that's 3 hours out of my televised week. I don't have to worry about shit every week. And number two, that's stuff I don't have to keep mooching off this guy $50 a month or $50 a show. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that being a mooch 4 times a year.
It's like I said with the WWE, I keep up with highlights. AEW, if they don't execute this angle, it very well might be the same case with them.
Yeah, and that should be the biggest thing.
That's a shame we're at that point now. We weren't at that point even 2 months ago.
Well,
we're at that point now.
Again, we're fans. We hold out for a story to have an appropriate end. But when you can't add another chapter, this is it. Do or nothing. All or nothing. Period.
Seriously, I purposely did not do a watch along for Revolution because I was up there in Vegas for the watch along that they had at that bar and I wanted to watch it. And I was happy leaving that show. Regal showed up. The right guy won the world title match. This was 5 months ago. Yep. And now we're sitting here ready to write the fucking epitaph for the company.
At least for the world championship.
Yeah.
Nothing else. That's
which is their main prize.
Which is depressing this shit.
And by the way, this isn't to say they haven't had problems throughout their entire history.
Absolutely
not. The women's division, the TNT title division, all of their main divisions are fucked right now. Fucked.
They really are at this point. They really are.
Seriously,
when you've got the TNT title that's been hot-shotted so much that you need to give Wardlow a decent run with it to bring some prestige back to it. You've got the two top contenders
slowly starting to be forced every week now. By the way,
you've got the two top contenders for the women's title at each other's throats. You've got the TBS champion. Who are you going to have defeat her?
Especially when they're one that we knew was going to do
When
it.
you're
It's
when
in
you're
Who
strongest
is even the tag champions right now? I don't
FTR.
remember.
Oh wait, no. The Swerve in Our Glory. Keith Lee and
Okay, thank you.
I forgot all about that.
Which
Honestly,
Yeah, exactly.
Which, by the way, goes to show you should have put the belts on FTR by now.
And then you've got this drama in the world title picture, and you've still got Pac and the trios belts.
when your strongest champion is a 37 match in green as grass rookie,
That's bad.
as good as she's gotten, I'm not even going to front. That's bad.
perception is key. And right now,
And what-
AEW's ecosystem is all over the place.
And right now, by the way, if this is true about Britt Baker, her rehearsing her matches, apparently that might be the same case with Jade. So
Okay,
what happens
but-
if she has to wrestle a person?
Okay, but hang on,
You know?
okay.
Yeah,
I
I don't have a problem with them rehearsing a
I don't
match.
either. I don't either.
As somebody who did backyard, which granted, I know it's not WWE, it's not being a trained professional. Don't try this at home. We did it in the park.
Right.
Down the street.
But
Yeah.
as somebody who's done that before, there were times when we needed to plan out spots because you've
Exactly.
got trees and grass and trash cans, and you want to bring in a ladder or a chair or a table to try and make the match just that much better and add something to it. You know, we had a coffin match for my final match. My daughter's mom legitimately made a box like a coffin so that I could be thrown into it for my farewell match.
Ah! Wow.
Okay.
What's that off?
So you need to rehearse certain things. And I don't know how long Britt's been in the business. I want to say it's about 2 years.
I'll go ahead and I think it's like I'll go ahead and look that up real quick.
4
Continue
years,
your
I
thought,
think.
because I will say this as you talk about,
I mean, I know she's not as
preparation
green
is
as
what-
Jade. My
No.
point being that I know she's not as green as Jade, but I don't think she's a seasoned vet either. So
I
if
guarantee
she
you she's
feels a little bit more comfortable, 7.
let's see.
Okay, there's no excuse for that.
7 years.
Come on,
No, 7 years, there's no
Come on,
excuse for
man.
that.
Jesus Christ!
But
Trained in AIW Academy with Candice LeRae and Johnny Gargano.
okay, no wonder Candice LeRae.
Oh, here we go. Oh boy.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's continue where we are here, because I'm going to say this in trying to round it all as far as this goes.
Please do, Noah.
Preparation is key. The wrestling industry is defined by that. The match itself is the biggest component in the storytelling. How many times has WWE taken us behind the curtain with the fact that the Royal Rumble, spoiler alert, folks, you didn't know, is literally rehearsed? You have to be prepared to cooperate with whoever you're in the ring with to convey the strongest suspension of disbelief. That's what makes your wrestling product flourish. Period.
I will say that the perception that rehearsal is not the way to go has been spun a lot by
Right.
the Ric Flairs of the world.
I agree.
Because
I
Ric
agree.
Flair, you know, and you know what? I'll even throw Ricky under the bus here for a minute, because Steamboat did this too. You know, Steamboat, you know, talked about how his match with Randy Savage was, you know, meticulous step by step, inch by inch, or whatever, whereas he called the matches with Flair. I don't care if they practiced that match at WrestleMania 3 155,000 times. That thing was a goddamn thing of beauty.
Exactly.
It was. And you know what? By the same token, his matches with Flair were by God believable. And they were
because
just
You need to have a balance.
You gotta have
is the
trust.
point.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You have to have the balance, and you have to have the trust in your opponent. If you can trust your opponent to go in the ring with you and just call it on the fly, then you do that. If you don't trust yourself enough to not call it on the fly, then you don't do it. Britt, for all her perception of being a bitch and all this stuff, she still, even 7 years in, doesn't fully trust herself to, you know, make sure everything she knows what's coming. That doesn't make her a professional. Her attitude does.
Accurate.
Yep.
Accurate.
So, all right, I'm getting the side eye on text here. We need to wrap this shit up.
Uh-oh, stink eye.
Yeah,
we
pretty much.
still have one other thing to bring it home.
Yes, and let me go ahead
Because
and get that.
Jeff
noted
mentioned
here.
that we had another topic, but it actually very, very much pertains to what we've been talking about.
It does.
This is
I'm
a
working on it.
segment that I want to try to call "Not All Heroes Wear Capes."
Yes.
Go ahead and throw this up here, Jeff.
I'm working on it, brother. I promise.
No
Just
kid.
trying to freaking get it loaded because I honestly forgot about it because we were just talking about it. So
Yeah,
Edna saying
this
that
is
would be
this is
incredible.
kind of akin to my Stat Boy shout out, if you will.
there you go.
But this show, giving props to Wardlow. And the reason we're giving props to Wardlow is, and I don't know much about this particular performer, but Lady Frost on her Twitter posted on my birthday, no less.
Aw.
There's a lot of negative wrestling news that flies around, so I want to share some positivity. Saturday night, Wardlow saw a little girl crying. Her mom couldn't afford to buy her my Slam Buddy. So he walked over to me, bought one, and gave it to that little girl.
Oh my god.
That's fucking cool.
That's kindness. That's beautiful.
For a guy that spent most of his career as a heavy for the most hated man in the business, that's pretty fucking cool.
Right?
Or
I
the
mean,
heart
he
of
did-
gold.
I mean, there's these stories that go around about people, not being as bad as they sound. And Wardlow is very much still untested waters.
Right.
But to hear this type of story about him just shows me that they're on the right path with him.
Oh yeah.
No doubt.
And I just wanted to make sure that we ended the show on a high note, coming off of all that AEW drama,
Oh yes.
with something a little bit positive out there. And I mean, like I said, the literal first line in her tweet is there's a lot of negative wrestling news that flies around. So I want to share some positivity.
Yeah.
Like, we just talked about how much negative wrestling news that's been flying around this past week.
Right.
The keyword weak.
Yeah.
Just
This
this
past
week.
week.
Weak.
Yeah.
Week and a half if you go back to Punk's promo on the Dynamite prior to this past week where he cut that thing against Paige.
Yeah.
Yes.
But still.
Weak.
Wardlow, I salute you, good sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In that vein, I will say this: I have not been on camera with you other than Tuesday, and it occurred to me earlier today that I had not gone on social for either one of you on this front. So, belated, granted, happy birthday to you and Cece both.
Absolutely.
It was one of those.
A wonderful birthday.
Y'all know how crazy my week was, especially Wednesday. So, Monday too, because trying to get my wallet back, and Tuesday having to go into the valley and rush hour hives. A nightmare. But yeah, I did not.
That's how it starts. Then there's running and screaming.
Yeah. Well, you can't run or scream when you're going a half mile an hour.
Wait, acknowledge me.
It was awful.
The Lost World, Jurassic Park.
A puffin. Good grief.
I can't discourage people from moving out here enough. I just can't. Anyway, just don't. Just California bad. Freeway's worse.
California bad. Freeway bad.
Freeway bad. California dying. Needs to fall off into the ocean already. Oh my god. But yes, I hope you all had a birthday celebration worthy of the two of you, because I know a lot of it was hampered by my dramatics and bullshit. So
yes it was. If I'm being honest, you go and throw yourself under the bus, I will co-sign and just drive that thing over you, back it up one time. Yes, it was.
I probably get home quicker than I did in the 405 on Tuesday.
This is accurate.
Fuck
so
me, God,
that is it for this week's edition of Open Mic Night. James, have you got anything you want to plug very briefly?
The only thing I have to plug is on my YouTube channel, which, by the way, is this name right here on the YouTube user thing, youtube.com/user/JHEBERTSID95. Go check out the debut of the Don DeMarco show, which is basically the rap bar for bar breakdown. And the first one's going to be a rap battle. And to hook the wrestling audience in there, we are going to be dissecting the battle between Austin Gunn and Max Caster to kick the series off. So go check that out. We're probably going to be doing all sorts of rap battles, and some rock is going to be sprinkled in there too, because there's some bars and rock songs too. Don't sleep on rock.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna be.
I have a request for you then.
Go ahead.
Korn versus Limp Bizkit, All in the Family.
Oh,
Okay. Cool. I can do that.
It's literally a Korn song. It's on their Follow the Leader album, and Jonathan Davis and Fred Durst trade bar for bar the whole time throughout the song.
So this is a rap battle, right?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I have to ask that because the whole idea of the Don DeMarco show, it's another language saying for goddamn.
Yes.
Right.
It is a battle. It is a friendly battle.
But it is
the deeper they get into the song, the more and more you feel like they're like legitimately out to kill each other.
Oh Lord.
Yep. Debut of that show, that will be myself and ATW crew member King A-Train hosting that show. So go check that out. We're going to be live for that show on Monday.
Love it.
Cool. Jeff, go ahead and talk about what you've got for your final week of broadcast.
I was going to have you do yours since I had a nice little graphic for you and everything, but I'll go ahead and do mine first if you want to. Okay, so we have Dads on Monday, which I think I put in your stuff. I did not. That was a botch and a half.
Botch.
Okay.
Typical.
That's all right.
It's so Ask the Dads.
It's Ask the Dads. So I thought I loaded the graphic. I did not. But we are doing Ask the Dads on Monday, the 29th, at our Ask the Dads time slot of 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific for JJ and I.
Or as we're saying it now, 4 o'clock Disneyland time, 7 o'clock Walt Disney World time.
That's right. Because I'm just
adapt to those hours.
Because I have to toe the line apparently. Must obey the mouse. Must obey the mouse. Oh boy, I gotta make sure I get my shit in gear. Okay. So that's Monday. Tuesday will be the definitive series finale of Talk Wrestling. It's just one of those. I'm being egotistical and bitter about it, but I'm not getting super chats. I'm not getting questions that are being sent in with money. So I can't justify doing it anymore. That's just the honest truth about it. Ask the Dads will be the season finale of Ask the Dads. We're still going to be doing the dad shows. I just don't know if we're going to do Ask the Dads live, because the live thing, it really depends on how Disney lays my schedule out. So, but the next Monday I will not be even available, so it doesn't matter. All right. Greg Cherry's show will be the season finale. We're just calling it that just because I'm using that for all the shows this week. Really, it's one of those things. But I believe he's bringing in Jesse Davlin for that show as well, because Ohio State is facing Notre Dame in football this coming week. And Greg is Notre Dame, and Jesse and me, he are Ohio State. So it's going to be a fun show for Greg. Thursday's No DQ review, of course. I don't know if I'm going to be on the show or not, but go here. I'll even throw the DQ plug up there real quick. There you go. There you go. Follow the boss. There you go. Very good. Okay. And then next Saturday at 2 goddamn early in the morning for us. Noon Eastern. So noon Disney World time, 9 o'clock Disneyland time. Clash at the Castle. We're going to go live with the pre-show. I don't know what time they're starting the pre-show. I don't care. We're starting ours at 9 o'clock because that's when we're doing it. And then instead of what I was thinking we were going to do, which was go right into open mic night, we're actually going to have open mic night during open mic night hour, which is around here, 10 o'clock Disney World time. So I'm this going to drive me crazy. 10 o'clock Eastern Pacific. Let's
keep it standard. Good Lord.
But then Sunday, we will say farewell to Noah's vocal cords, because we're doing 2 straight shows. God bless him. Worlds
Make
collide.
sure you stock up on your Mountain Dew and your tea.
Yeah, yes.
I'm just going to use straight water because I feel Mountain Dew might strain me.
Yeah, soothing teas for during and Mountain Dew for the in-betweens.
The in-betweens.
Yes.
Exactly.
And then, so that's next Sunday. Also of note, Mr. Williams, I will point out that unlike me, because I apparently don't have enough collateral, and unlike you, because I don't understand why you didn't get super chats on your birthday. You people suck out there if you did on that show. But Greg Cherry did meet the milestone goal, so he will be defending the championship sometime in the winter. and send them into her because JB3 and I have to come up with the questions, and we need time to write. And we
Get
need time to
meeting,
coordinate.
Bob, is all I gotta say.
And we need time to coordinate schedules because there's 9 other people besides Greg and me and JB3. So yeah, and then tomorrow we back at the Chase one more night. NWA 74 night 2. Of course, the 10 pounds of gold on the line, the Burke on the line again. It will be Camille against Max the Impaler.
Lord.
May God have mercy on Camille.
Yeah.
Women's tag titles, MLW Openweight Championship. You got Latimer and Judias. You've got Colby Carino and Caprice. You've got a great card. Started off more than likely by the U.S. Tag Team Championship Gauntlet / Battle Royal / whatever. So yet another championship in the NWA. And they're apparently bringing a women's TV title to NWA USA. So AEW's got, we got so many titles. NWA's going, hold our beer.
Literally, hold my beer. Good Lord.
Yeah. Just not Bush beer because they're in St. Louis. You don't have to have Bush beer. That's just gross. And then Mr. Williams has his stuff coming up for the week, as well as the bottom corners, the rest of Dad's for the year. Jay, I still don't have all the graphics ready yet, but
no worries.
They are there.
So tomorrow is another episode of the War Zone for me, the weekly acquisition report, where I show off the newest additions to my ever-growing movie library. I'm going to have some stuff that I've picked up at your typical retailers, Best Buy, Walmart, Big Lots, etc. Monday, Dick Tracy. Tuesday, Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou. Come on into the bar where the beer is ice cold, the food is warm, or I botched that. Step into the bar where the beer is ice cold, the food is hot, the seats are warm, and the conversation is good.
And the Meach is there on Tuesday anyway.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Wednesday will be Josie and the Pussycats as we wrap up my month of birthday desired movies that I've grown up with and liked. She-Hulk Attorney at Law episode 2 on Thursday. Friday will be Back to School, the kickoff of Back to School month with Back to School starring Rodney Dangerfield, also featuring a very young Robert Downey Jr.
Very young.
Beast on Saturday for New Release Saturday. And then there, if you can kind of see the graphic, there's all the upcoming dads we've got coming up. We've got the top 10 X Division champions, movies that take place in a school in honor of my Back to School month. We've got horror movie sequels. We've got 3 weeks of Disney. We've got best portrayals of Santa Claus. We've got November to Remember matches. So much stuff coming up on the Casa D18 Studios channel.
Yes,
Always.
Noah, bring us home, sir.
It's always a pleasure, gentlemen, as I think we hit a record with how long this went. But folks, you want to know more about me, know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. Find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at Foster1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, the entire AEW family on Twitter. I just posted on Instagram my pictures, takeaways, and moments in my stories and my posts of everything I had involved in seeing live at AEW Rampage. Stay tuned for AEW Dark Elevation after it concludes, or maybe while it starts on Monday night. It's going to be a busy week for this simple man. As Jeff alluded to, I'll be back with you all tomorrow once again for the Chase, as we have NWA Not 2, NWA 74 emanating from the Chase in St. Louis, Missouri. But the fun doesn't stop there, as this is going to be a ridiculous week in professional wrestling. There, of course, will be no DQ panels for predictions. You can stay tuned for more on that, and all the predictions leagues will be involved across all 3 shows, too. Good luck to all of you that have the same insanity that I do. We will be doing some point this week at ATW View Impromptu, discussing not only this last month of professional wrestling, God help us, but also preview and predict AEW All Out as well. I'll be back on the Daily Slam, of course, providing you coverage on AEW Diamond, AEW Rampage, and possibly the AEW All Out preview as well. And back here in the Jeff Meacham Network, calling all 3 shows this weekend too. But as always, I like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. They're just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling too. It's as simple as that.
Well, real quick. You know what? You also have the SummerSlam Retro 2000. Don't forget. We got to do that.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot about that because WWE. But yes, I will be with FWA Productions to do a retro perspective on SummerSlam 2000, which honestly is one of the better SummerSlams in the SummerSlam.
Yeah, retro wrestling review series on my boy Owen's channel. Check that out.
Yep.
At least you didn't have to do SummerSlam 2012.
Oh my god!
I hug you if so. I hug you if so.
And somehow we still managed to go like 3.5 hours on that shit. I think we talked longer than the pay-per-view actually ran.
That's accurate.
That's how those retro reviews I heard sometimes work, because Owen has his formula for those shows. So all I know is I just gotta buckle up.
Yeah, that's usually
so. For all of you that tuned in for the almost 8.5 hours that this crazy broadcast ran on the Jeff Meacham Network, as well as the rest of the Jeff Meacham multiverse of media, for James Hebert, for the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham, for the Simple Man Noah Foster, I am the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you for tuning in to Open Mic Night, as well as the NWA 74 coverage, and we will see y'all tomorrow for night 2